Guin Saga. Gaiden 3. Ghost Ship. We all have our own ports. It is a ship of sorrows. Orpheus Poems. From Al-Shazad. Ghost Ship. The characters. Guin. Leopard-headed super warrior. Linda, the princess and seer of Paro. Twin brother of Lemus. Linda. Heir to the throne of Paro. Ishtvan. Is a mercenary from Wallachia. Lotus Travan. Grand Duke of Wallachia. Ollie Travan. Lord brother of Wallachia. Cameron, captain of the Orneus. Nigidia. Vikings of Tarchuan. Niordo. Captain of the Viking ship Freya. Prologue. The days lay ahead of them, full of difficulties to be surmounted. After a calm storm, the sea is calm, with no vestiges of last night's roughness, and the sea of Lent is a sweet dark blue. Linda. For some time now, Ishtvan had been sleeping in a corner of the cabin, covered with a blanket, in order to conserve some strength. For him, what is to come is always more important than what has passed. Look, Linda, there's nothing you can do to make me feel better. Lemus came close to his sister, who was gazing out of the window at the blue sea, with a tray of lunch on her side. It's all right, Guin has pulled herself out of many a crisis before. So I'm sure he'll be fine this time. This is the Sea of Lent. Linda looked back at him with a distressed look on her face. You're cold. I don't know how you can be so calm. I believe that on land, Guin alone can pull through, no matter what. But this is the Sea of Lent. How can Guin, no matter how much he falls into the sea? Oh, Janice. Shut up, you kids. The twins fell silent as they heard a squirming sound coming from inside the blanket. But then again, there were a few. Hey, Linda. This time Remus whispered in a low voice. That boat, that white boat that disappeared when we thought it was going to hit us, I wonder what it was. It's a ghost ship, Linda affirmed. Can you think of anything else? But there are no such things as ghosts. Well, Remus, you're the Prince of Paro, and you don't believe in the existence of spirits. I believe. I've seen it. I've seen the souls of the dead. In a panic Remus relented. But it's the soul that I wish I had. There's no soul in a ship. A ghost ship is only a mockery, or else a mockery of the griefs of the dead. Ghost ships don't look like that. That's why it's not a ghost ship. No, I'm not so sure about that. Suddenly, the blanket snapped back into place, and they both rolled their eyes. Ishtvan. Lemus pursed his lips, a pretty skeptic. Are you saying that the white ship was a ghost ship? Why should they hate us? I don't know if that's it or not. Ishtvan's dark eyes narrowed. But there are ghost ships, and I've seen them with my own eyes. Many times. You saw a ghost ship. Oh. It's a sad thing. The resentment, the bitterness, the mute cry for sleep and rest that could not be lived. The twins fell silent. There was something in the mercenary's voice that struck them as disturbing. Also so. Ishtvan sank into a deep pensive state. I saw a ghost ship. And then I met Nigidia. Nigidia, was it the Sea of Lent that reminded me of a name I had long forgotten, or was it the thought of someone else? I was only 16 years old when, gazing at the blue Sea of Lent, Ishtvan was drawn into the depths of a sea of memories. Chapter 1. The boy from Wallachia. Hey, kid. The town of Wallachia is a busy port town. The harbor is constantly occupied by boats, and the pier is crowded from early morning until late at night with fish and shellfish being unloaded by fishing boats, and cargo being brought in by freighters. Overlooking the port of Wallachia is the beautiful mountain Latona. Wallachia has both mountains and sea. Lower Wallachia, which stretches from the harbor to the east and west, is the town of the lower classes, with its taverns and brothels, while Upper Wallachia, which is closer to the Latona mountain, is the home of Lotus Travan, the Duke of Wallachia. It is said that even the faces of the inhabitants are different. What the fuck? The boy turned his head and saw a small knife fluttering in his hand. It was on the street of Omaniko Street, one of the most disreputable streets in Lower Wallachia, near the Tikian brothel. "Oh, it's a mess. Oh, it's you, Captain Cameron." The boy looked at the man who had called to him and drew his knife. However, as proof that he had not completely relaxed, his eyes were glittering and his eyebrows were furrowed under his long fringes. Cameron, the captain of the Orneus, whistled admiringly at the boy's appearance. Indeed, the boy was worth seeing. He is a pretty boy, but there is more to him than that. Rather than the neatness of his face, there was something irresistible about the way he carried himself, his supple body language, his shining black eyes that radiated an impetuous energy, and the atmosphere that surrounded him. He is probably about 15 or 6 years old. He is slender and tall. His body has just begun to emerge from childhood, but he is still too weak to be a young man of his own. However, it will not be long before her slender frame will gradually grow strong and her childish unreliability will give way to the strength of a young man. There is something in the long, bare legs, shoulders, arms and chest that makes us think so. His long, glossy black hair, which he had probably never cared much for, fell carelessly down his back. He brushed his fringes back and forth, but they soon came down to his eyes. His dark skin and slender face were typical of Lower Wallachian, but there was a certain elegance about him that was not usually found in Lower Wallachian people, perhaps because one of his parents had some upper-class blood in him. His face, exposed under the bright streetlight with his fringes brushed noisily, was still that of a boy, as was his body. He had the dark eyes and the straight eyebrows of a boy who is always on the move. The high, thin nose, the tightly knit lips, as if he were always trying to hold on to something. His severe face was betrayed by his cheeks, which were still plump and innocent. He threw the knife up in the air, and catching it well, he turned it round and put it into his belt, and smiled at him. It's not a very nice laugh. It's more like a grin, as if he's up to something. Only one side of the mouth lifts up. But when he laughed, the boy's tough, hungry, wolfish face suddenly took on a natural charm, as if he were some kind of arrogant, world-weary adult, or pretending to be one. He is also a boy who is not easy to understand. There is something about this boy that catches the eye. In the future, he will be more than just a boy, or should I say, a wolf's boy is still a wolf, even if his fur is still soft. She is slim and slender, wrapped in a tunic with a round collar above the knee, common in Wallachia, with a leather belt fastened tightly around her waist, and a leather, lacing vest over it. Underneath is a short leather footstool, a pair of laced sandals. On the upper part of the right arm is a molded leather talisman of Dryden, and from the base of the throat into the tunic is a chain of pendants, apparently hanging, which has disappeared. On his belt he has a short sword and a couple of throwing knives. In this sea town of Wallachia, and especially in Lower Wallachia, he is quite commonplace, without attracting attention, but at the same time he has a rather delinquent appearance, which would make the ladies of Upper Wallachia shy away from him. The way her sandals are tied, the way her belt is fastened, the way her vest is sloppily tied around her. Captain Cameron, the man who stopped the young wild wolf pup, was a thin, sharp-eyed sailor of about 40, with a good mustache, who wore a tunic, with a long foot-pass and a pair of sailor's rivets, and a neatly fastened, embroidered coat, with black hair down to his shoulders, held up with a copper band, as is the custom of adults. The black hair, which reached to the shoulders, was held up with a copper band, as was customary for adults. "I didn't know that the Orneus had entered the harbor," the boy said, brushing his hair back. "Mostly because he's been misbehaving somewhere." "Now, where have you been going, Istvan? That's not a very nice thing to say." The boy, Istvan, smiled that evil smile of his. "What did I do? When did I do it? It is rumored that when you return to Wallachia, Lord Trevan's guards will be very busy." "Come on, man." Istvan spat at him. "I'm not that bad." "Then fine. You know how I feel about you. I've decided that you're the only one who can take Orneus' place. I'm not going to let you lose your life in some trifling robbery or battlefield hustle or become a wanted man when you're 15 or 6. Ha, that's very kind of you, Captain Cameron. Hey, kid. Cameron stepped closer and put his hand on Istvan's shoulder in a friendly manner. Come on. I don't like to be touched. Hey, Istvan. You know how I feel about you. It's about time you got on my ship and started studying to be my right-hand man. You're too good for this little port town. You want me to be your bedfellow and then hang you as a pirate. I'll take one of your vatches. Don't be so blunt. You're a man of many talents. You're smart and you've got guts. What are you going to do when you're bossing a bunch of kids around here and doing petty crimes? You'll just end up like Toriku, a small-time scoundrel. Or do you hate me? You're a better man, Cameron, than all the men and women out there trying to get me. Istvan spat out the bark of a vatch of fruit and said, Did you hear about the time I pretended to flirt with that scoundrel Count Kandos and scolded him? It's a dangerous thing to do. Kandos is Lord Trevan's favorite. Not only that, but he's had it out for him from the guild leader, Rice, his wife, the fat lady Paula. You've got quick ears, Cameron. He's only 16, and he's like the poster child for the doll. Cameron laughed. But that's the sad thing about the 16. He gets carried away and makes one enemy after another and doesn't realize what's coming. Kandos and Rice are too much for one boy to take on. But with me at your back, they can't touch you. I know that your ship Orneus is engaged in piracy in the coastal provinces on the orders of Lord Trevan. Hey, Istvan. If it wasn't for the fact that I'd be your right-hand man for the foreseeable future, Cameron, I wouldn't have minded flirting with you for once. Hey, kid, what's wrong with you? The Orneus is the biggest ship in all of Valyria, and she's got all the equipment and crew you could ever want. Besides, if you adopt me, as I've already told you, I'll eventually take you to the Duke of Trevan. You know the Duke and I are in love. A bad boy from Lower Wallachia who goes to the Duke of Wallachia's house and learns to run a big ship, that's a good story. Indeed. Istvan smiled fearlessly. A laugh which, unless you knew him well, would have made you think that he was simply conceited and ignorant. If you find 1,000 16-year-olds from all over Wallachia and ask them all, you won't find a single one of them who doesn't think it's a very good story. Except for this Istvan of the Vents. But I'm sorry to say, he said, but I'd like to be the only one in the whole of Wallachia who could afford to take a ship. Well, even if the Duke of Trevan were to take me on as a side keeper at any moment, I'd refuse. What can I do with a mere lieutenant of another lord of Wallachia? At best you'll be a minister. If not, you'll be changing the sheets for the rest of your life. Small. You'd be crazy to try to catch the Istvan of the Vale with such a small bait. You're a dumb kid. I like that about you, though, Cameron said with amusement. So let me ask you. What in the world would make you feel better? What story would suit you? You want to take on the Duke of Wallachia, yes? Here in tiny Wallachia. With a slight shudder, Istvan leapt onto a barrel that had been stacked on the side of the street and, keeping his balance, shouted. Well, with your imagination, it's no wonder you can only think that far, Cameron. But you know. When I was born, it was a night of terrible storm, and the witch who took me away saw my right hand holding something tight, and she opened it and saw a beautiful boulder. When he saw it, he said to me, This is not just a baby, this child will soon be on the throne of a kingdom, so take good care of him and make him big, and he named me Istvan, the name of a great king of long ago. I'm going to be a king now. And not some tiny, free-spirited little country like Wallachia. You'll be king of a great power known throughout the Middle Kingdom. Like Paro, Gura, Chironia, like Kitai in the east and Hainam in the north. But even that would not satisfy me. If I'm to take the throne of a country, I'm a good-looking man who's swooned over by every woman in Wallachia, and I've got the charm to make any man fall in love with me. Men and women fall in love with me. Just like you, Cameron, so if I can get myself seen by even a pretty young princess from some obscure country, I'm sure she'll fall in love with me and turn her back on me. The old woman's prophecy said that one day I would meet the Lady of Light, and she would put me on the throne. So, Cameron, I must have been preordained by Yarn, the god of fate, to do something extraordinary. Becoming king of a mighty country is just one step. I will be a king, I will conquer and subjugate the nations, and I will do what no one has ever done before. I will send out a great expeditionary force to the mysterious east, to the mysterious south, to the icy north, to each unknown country, and I will dream of winning them all. And we will have them all. You're laughing, Cameron. You're trying to tell me that when we're young, we all have stupid dreams about ourselves. I know that, too. But I was born with a firm grip on this boulder, and you can look at it in 10, 20 years. I'm not like the rest of them. I'll make this dream come true. I don't want anyone laughing at me now. Don't get me wrong, kid. Captain Cameron, who had listened quietly to Istvan's long speech, said, I didn't laugh at you or doubt you in any way. If I thought you were going to do something now, whether you were going to conquer the world or not, I thought so from the beginning. When I see that mysterious black star in your eyes, anyone with even a modicum of truth in their eyes would never think it was real. But, Istvan, if you were only a good-looking boy, I wouldn't be suggesting that you should take over the Orneus. I'd like to make you mine somehow, because you're something else, not that I'm expecting you to be mine when you're king. I mean, I want you as much as you want the throne of any country. I don't know what I'm going to do with you if I want you to be mine, but I'm sure the Orneus will be of use to you. First of all, to be born in Wallachia, the city of the sea, and not to sail is like being born a white deer and not to run fast, or a bird and not to fly. I've heard it all before, Cameron. Istvan threw the Vasha fruit away with a poof. I think, you're a very curious man. If you want a second wife, have a baby by a mistress. I'm a fatherless son of a Thyan plaything. A boy with my blood in his veins will never be good enough. Cameron chuckled. Never mind, I've got to go. Come back when you change your mind. Whenever you're ready, my ship Springboard will come down for you. And don't be too hard on me. I don't care if it's the Count of Kandos. I can't protect you if you run afoul of my brother Ollie Trevan or something. The bastard Ollie the boner. I hear the bastard's been sneaking into Chitia district every night. Istvan closed one eye. You are the brother of Lotus Trevan, who holds the Wallachian purse. I'll bet your wallet is full of juice. Hey, kid. Oh, look at you, Captain Cameron, you're such a worrier. Don't worry, I'm busy with other matters these days. Even if I don't skim the Wallachian gold mine, there's someone who will. Goodbye, I'll see you soon. Whenever you're ready. As soon as he had finished, he didn't give Cameron any chance to stop him. Damn it, I've fallen for the wrong guy. Thanks to you I'm late for my appointment. I'm sure Vare's got his beard all crooked. He is only 16 years old, slender and childish looking, but he already feels as if he owns the whole of Wallachia. In fact, he knows every alley and backstreet in Lower Wallachia. The moonlight came up at last, and he went through the narrow streets where prostitutes drew their customers and pimps whispered to them. Yo, Isto, where are you going? Come on. It's free for you, of course. No, 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 I'm going to meet a pretty girl. I hate it when you play like that when you're a kid, you'll shoot Toto's arrows out of your head faster. Then you haven't had a single jewel in your little box in Saria for a long time. That's it. You really are a bad boy. Ha, see you later. For him, each one of them is a close friend. Passing through the district of Chikia, he came to one of those obscure lodgings, a little better than the ones he had stayed in before, where he met amateur ladies and gentlemen. Gently tap on the window a few times, as is customary, and the peephole will open. Oh, Isto, your daughter is already waiting for you. You're late. I met another sucker on the street and he was hitting on me. You haven't finished your work, have you? You've been insisting on leaving for some time now, and I've been having a hard time getting you to stay. You won't be able to sleep for the night. Put it down, and you can show us the way. Greetings, I see. As she led me down the corridor to the back of the house, I ran my fingers through my hair and pulled at the strings of my vest. Come on, number 3. When you're ready to go home, pull the string and call me. I know. Slapping the old woman on her fat bottom, Ishvin tucked a half-rand silver coin into her dress with a familiar gesture. Who is it? Ishvin. The voice that comes from within the knitted door is much more shrill. He's looking a bit puffy. Muttering in his mouth, he slipped effortlessly into the room facing the courtyard, which was bathed in moonlight. It's me, Ver. The door is made of woven rattan and fitted into a wooden frame, in the Valachian style. The sound of the kithara and the haunting voice of a prostitute, singing the song Daughter of Seria, now in vogue in Lower Wallachia, flowed over the stones, tangling with the moonlight. Istvin. The singing was still going on. Istvin, you're a terrible person. Ver, are you still angry? Istvin propped himself up on his elbows on a carved wooden bed and looked down at his daughter, who was lying beside him. Her long black hair was spread out on the bedclothes like a mustard snake. The naked girl looked pale in the moonlight, like a corpse entangled in the black algae. I told you I was sorry. I don't need a woman who's gonna stay mad at me forever. Oh, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Ver, the daughter of a large silk wholesaler in Lower Wallachia, sniffed. She was slender, but her breasts and waist were full and mature. In the moonlight, however, Ver's face was 5 years older than Ishvin's, and yet, standing side by side, Ishvin's looked 5 years older. Then what is it? Oh, you don't want me when I stop bringing you money, do you? I heard a rumor. Like that nasty Mrs. Lila, if I don't bring you money from home, you'll leave me for another woman. You've got to be kidding me. Ishvin eased up and stretched. He screamed when Ver's sharp nails pinched him in the side. Ida, what are you doing? They call you the doll's boy. I didn't believe it for a long time, but it must be true. I finally figured out that your mother conceived the doll child and gave birth to you. You're nuts. Dolls are hard to see. What's so hard to see about me, boy? Clean face. Without thinking, Ver stretched out his hand and patted the boy's face in the moonlight. You bet. Ishvin is a simpleton. I'm a doll's boy. I think he's got the wrong lure. You're so conceited. But you think so, don't you? That's why you like me. Don't you? Yes. With a sigh, Ver murmured. Yes, I like you, Ishtvin. No matter how evil you are, no matter if you're a child of the doll or the doll herself, I can't live without you. You're a horrible person, I'm sure I've been bewitched by the devil. Vea stood up, her long hair falling over her naked young body, went to the clothes she had stripped off and took a small leather bag from the hiding place behind her belt. I can't take out so much money, my father will find it. So I'll just have to live with it for now. My jewels are much better now. Ishvin's eyes lit up. He sprang up unashamedly and opened the contents of the leather bag roughly in his hand, and gazed at the jewels with fascination. Hey, Ishtvin. I've been wondering, what are you going to do with all that money from all those people who want you? Is there something you want? Yes, there is. What's that? If I could afford it, I'd go to a lot of trouble to buy it for you. That's a lovely thing to say. Sweet Ver. Ishvin said in that easygoing tone which made him even more attractive. But it's no good. What I want, I can't buy with a little money. It's a dream, after all. He put his hand on his breast. A beautiful white boulder was hanging from a chain in the breast of a thin, dark boy. He used to put his hand on it and hold it in his hand. This was the talisman which he had held when he was born, and which he called the guardian of his good fortune. Ishvin, that you do not give it to me, Ver said, looking at her. Ishvin looked at her with an absurd look. What are you talking about? This is. I know. The one you told me about, but I want it because it means so much to you. I've given you everything I have. What's wrong with wanting at least one thing? Hey, Ver. Ishvin's eyes have become sullen. He wondered in his mind whether he should really have slapped the rich girl on the cheek, and gone out and looked for some other source of money, for he had no difficulty in finding another, or whether it would be worth his while to cheat her somehow and squeeze a little more out of her. In my head I was thinking cunningly. The glittering black eyes showed it clearly, but fortunately or unfortunately, I had no time to do either. Because at that time... Hey Ishto, are you there? The reason for this was that a low voice was heard from the courtyard. Oh, Ishvan frowned and scooped up the loincloth, quickly stepping through it. Put something on. I told Ver to wrap himself in his quilt, opened the door to the courtyard and peeped out his head. Oh, Ishto, I knew you were here. Ask Kiva's old lady. What's the matter, Jorm? I told you to stay out of my way. I'm sorry, but tonight is special. Ishvan's bad companion, Jom, was a large, somewhat dull-looking youth, a few years older than he. Ishvan had the lukewarmness and toughness to be able to dominate and head his opponents, even those much older than himself. It's Pittsburgh's betting hall again. I'll come back later. I'm working on it. It's not good later. Jorm rubbed his chin in confusion. What's going on? Yeah. Some strange customers came and made the owner lose his money. What? Who's waving that thing at me? It's Yopis. He's a good man, I'm sure. He can swing a rhinoceros at a moment's notice. He wouldn't make a mistake like that, he'd leave his master in the lurch. So I think that sucker is cheating, but the guys tonight can't see through him. Tisk, TSK. So, please. Customers, you're getting carried away, you're asking me to put the right of the pit on you. All the big boys are here, you idiot. Quickly, Ishvan tucked her hair, which had fallen down her back, behind her nape with a leather braid, unrolled her tunic and belt, and put on her sandals. Show us the way. Ishvan. I noticed a faint voice from inside the room, but when I pursed my lips. I've been busy. Send me another errand. I'm usually at the Silverfish House. Wait. By the time he heard the call, he had already slipped out of the courtyard through the door. I'm sorry. By the way, if it's Yopis, it's his brother too. You know, you're a guest, you can't break a mask. A sailor. No, I don't think so. They wear masks and they're bad guys, but there's this one guy who's really strong. He's got his eyes on you. If anyone's cheating, it's him. Ishvan simply pulled his tunic through the belt loop and over his shoulders. Her slender body is clad only in leather thongs and laced sandals. A boulder ornament gleams on his chest. Before entering the gambling room of the pit, he snatched a knife from his belt, and thrust the sheath into the knot of his sandal strings. Then he drew on his bare breast with his finger the sign of the lure's fortune, as gamblers are wont to do, and, catching up his clothes with his left hand, he entered the narrow entrance. As you walk down the stairs, passing between the mysterious caves, you will see the smoke of the Black Lotus. Ah, Isht! As soon as he had passed through the semicircular entrance, a frightened voice called out to him, and the arm which held his talisman was grasped from side to side. Hey, Pity! Thank you for coming. You're all I've got left. Sloppy. What's the matter with you? Yopis is a good colossal swing. A bald, cheerful scoundrel's face is twisted into a crumpled heap. This can't be it. I'm sure they're cheating or else it's black magic. Don't be silly. It's the second law of the 12 articles of magic to use black magic as a weapon. I'm going to go bankrupt. You may not be old, but you're loved by the legendary Cord, trained from the age of 3, and a genius who's been on the scene since you were 12. Do me a favor and see through their deceit. If you do, all the money they've made will be yours. All right, I heard. It's true. Ishvan opened the inner door with great courage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the roll call. Why? There is a man who has lifted his head. That's the boy. He's just a baby. What kind of a joke is this, letting a kid roll the dice in the pit? If you don't know Ishvan the Venetian, the secret son of the one-eyed Cord, you're not from Tikia, guest. The old man pit had suddenly come to life and was full of energy. Ishvan quietly looked at the guests around the table. I see. They look bad. The strong man you were talking about, that's the skinny one. I see. Those eyes through the mask, they're nothing. It was easy to recognize the guests in question, as they all wore the same black and silver Dagon masks of the Dryad festival. All of them were dressed in the usual Lower Valachian style of sailors and ruffians, which was somehow out of place. One of them glanced at Istvin. Muffled voice. So, the boy makes the scene. He's a handsome boy with dark eyes and a supple body, like the people of Joweth. Interesting, I'll let him swing. And the others, no objection. Parent. Istvin made a slight bow and stepped forward into the middle of the U-shaped table, thinking secretly, is he a nobleman? The sound of his arrogant, snarling voice, it's not enough that the aristocrats of Upper Wallachia have amassed so much money, they want to suck it up from a gambling den in a corner of Thrace. Interesting. You can't say it out loud. Would you like a Trojan? Or do you want a can? He asks how to play the game, as he is supposed to, and with his slender hands he passes from side to side the tube of dice that Iopis has given him. Because we're winning and we have the right to choose. Trojan is cheap. Let's go for a can. A troyer is a common betting rule in which only a fixed amount of money is exchanged. A hunch is a bet that is automatically doubled each time it is placed, resulting in a larger winnings but also a larger payout if the player loses. A mountain of gold coins was already piled up in front of the customers. In can. Sarashers. I'll leave you to it. Interesting, the boy talks like a true colossus. An apprentice of court. In the midst of the men, a big, fat man, who had just described him as a beautiful boy, looked at Istvin. So, if I beat you, I'll have beaten the legendary court. Interesting. Wait. Istvin, with one side of his lips pursed, holds the dice cup in his hands and waits. All right, hey, Jan, then, let's say that it's me and the young colossus who've got the best of it. No one else is to be present. It's only me and the boy who's going to join in the sally. Fine. Istvin moved the dice compartment from his right hand to his left and from his left to his right, carefully examining the dice for anomalies. Nothing unusual. I knew that, but Grandpa Pitt ain't so soft as to let him switch his colors. So, if he's cheating, he's... All right, lad, I won't roll the dice. I'll put you up as my deputy, but you can't complain. Istvin bows his head in silence. I wish I could have been there. Here it is. And tonight's winnings, I haven't seen the money yet, but if you want it soon, I'll make it last as long as the old man lives. I've had a lot of luck tonight. I've won at least 100,000 runs. What about you, then? What are you going to do? If you're going to play against me, you'd better make sure it's at least as good as yours. This gambling den, is an opium den. That's what Pitt said. Stay out of it. I don't even want this filthy torque hole. The fat man said coldly. Well, Istvin is still calmly handling the rhinoceros. Yes. In the mask, the fat man's eyes narrowed slyly. Bet on you. Ha, that's not legal. Grandpa Pitt, Jorm, Jopis and all the other guests are buzzing about. But Istvin did not move his eyebrows. The way he looked at him gave him a good idea of what to expect. All right. He grinned for the first time. Oh, hey, Isht. No, he looks bad. I've read most of it. My opponent's name is... Don't say it, Jopis. The boy turned his head and closed one eye on Jopis, who put his mouth to his ear. I know. I'm not gonna screw this up. Yes, but... Leave it to me. All right, I'm listening. You've got a bet. The fat man was in a good mood. You can smell the strong scent of cheap wine. His eyes are red and bloodshot, and he stares at you from beneath his mask as if licking your lips. All right, this one's 100,000 runs. That's your body and your life. I've set my sights high again. But if I win, no matter what you do to me here or there, no matter what I do to you in the future, you will not be able to complain. 100,000 runs. Istvin murmured secretly. How cheaply you've been lured. Istvan of the Vents, who will soon be king among kings. I'm a colonist too. I'll do what I want to do. Istvan said it out loud, and with a swoosh he put up the dice cube in his right hand and placed it on the table, which was covered with a ton of velvet. Do it, January. Hey. Yen replied quietly and stepped forward. He was a man of gloom and foreboding. Beneath his mask, his twin eyes glowed with an unpleasant light like a dark fire. We both swear by the name of Janus. As is customary, their chanting echoed through the huddled gambling hall of the pit. It is not right to be deceived. What you must do with your life. Praise the grace of Janus when you win, and do not bear a grudge when you lose. The two hands went up and at the same time, with a single thump, rolled the dice out of the tube. Janus 2. 4 of Saria. You're the first to strike. Jan says in a muffled voice. Then we'll take the lead. Istvan took up the rhinoceros case quietly, shook it from side to side several times, and then threw it on the table with all his energy. The rhinoceros case is made of a slender ivory cylinder, one end of which opens outwards by means of a spring mechanism. With great skill and quietness he lifted the dice. The 4 dice stood upright, overlapping each other on the black velvet. The 12 of Janus. Yopis read it out in a nervous voice. Very well. Jan says. I'll take my own wallet. No objection. It's settled. See you later. There is no such thing as cheating. It's settled. Istvan took a long, slender, beautifully carved rhinoceros caddy, cleaned it inside and out, pinched open the opening, put his finger in it and blew in his breath. Very well. No cheating, I know. Jan reminds us. Stingy. Then we'll put the rhinoceros in. Jan picked up the rhinoceros and began to fill it carefully. The rhinoceros is a pit bull. There's no trickery here either. There is. Istvan's eyes narrowed like a thread. We're behind. Let's swing. Jan's hands began to move from side to side at an alarming rate. Istvan does not move a muscle. Pit, Jopis and Jorm watch, holding their breath. In the overwhelming silence, Jan set down the rifle and quietly pulled it out. This, too, was done with great skill. Janus 2 one of the Janes. Janus 2 the doll 6. Jopis reads in a nervous voice. What's the matter? Don't you read? 11 of doll. I've won. Jan said lowly. The fat man is jumping up and down. He has a big smile on his face. All right, boy, you're my slave. From now on you'll do as I say. You're stubborn. I'll train you well. I'll give you plenty of training. Wait. Istvan sat up quietly. Just when you think you've got it. You lawbreaker. The boy's lithe body sprang up like a black leopard and leapt over the black velvet bramble. What? You're late. Istvan's strong hand caught Jan's wrist as he tried to escape. I've seen through it. Look, old Pit, his cuffs, they've got a strong, invisible steel thread in them. That's why you can't see through the trick. There's no trick in the scythe or the scythe case. He just made a small hole in the lid of the rhinoceros case and threaded it with this iron thread so that the rhinoceros would have the eye he wanted in the case. When he pulled out the rhinoceros case, he stretched out his left hand in front of him and the thread was pulled into his right sleeve. That's why I didn't recognize him. Damn, he's got dirty hands. 11th of the dolls has got it wrong. It's cheating. You've disobeyed Janus' law. A noise. The wall of people around them moved with and something frightening. The fat man's throat squeaked like a pig's. The wall of humanity began to creep closer and closer to the table. Ishto. Someone was banging on the door, hard. At the same time, his left hand grasped the dagger under his pillow. I walked to the door with my feet in my sandals and put myself up against the wall to look out. Oh, it's me. It's Jorm. Oh. Istvan opened the door. Yalm came in with his hair in a mess. Oh, no. Run, Isto. I knew it. He replied calmly that he had already worn off his right foot and was pulling on the strap of his left sandal. I knew it, you. That's Ollie Trevan, brother of Lord Lotus Trevan, who was the guest of old Pitt the other day, the one who cheated. Shoo, did you know? I think I have a pretty good idea. And, oh my god. Bone-dry Ollie's soldiers are all over Chitia. They're going to go door to door and find you. Isto. You'll be killed. Run. Ha, no matter how bone-headed Ollie is, if he is beaten up by a kid of 16 or so, I thought that he would know the shame of it and would not be able to play favorites, but I guess he was a bit naive. What's the matter with you? They're already looking for our house, right there, through the door. They've killed Grandpa Pitt, Isto. Run away, you'll never get out of here alive if you're taken to the house of Ollie the Boner. I know. I had a feeling it was going to happen, so I've got a place to hide, you know, and I've got all my money in one place. Ha! Jorm looked at the younger boy with worshipful eyes. I see, Ishto, that the rumors of your precognition are true. Of course. Now, go, you're slowing me down. Besides, if you stay here, you'll be arrested. Oh. Ishtvan was calm and collected. He clasps the leather bag of all his possessions tightly to his belt, puts on his leather vest directly over his bare skin, inserts his dagger and throwing knife into the laces of his belt and sandals, and pays no more attention to Jorm. Was Pitt's father killed? I'm sorry to hear that. He was a good old man. Muttering in his mouth, he took a good look at the outside and slipped out of the doorway. And whistles a little. He's so flashy. The sky is turning red in the direction of Pitt's gambling den, a scabrous alley in the West Vento. You're joking, you're going to reduce Chitian brothel to ashes to hunt me alone. There are tens of thousands of prostitutes in Chitia locked away in locked houses so they can't get out. You're going to burn them to the ground, you fat Ollie the doll. Ishtvan spat. His dark eyes are burning. It was said that Lotus Trevan was too good for such a small country, but if we can't stop this brother's recklessness, Valakia won't last long. We'll probably end up in the Gauls' hands. I set off, muttering to myself. Wait for me. Isto, don't leave me. I turned around when I heard a strange voice. Hey, Jorm, I told you I don't want to be a burden. I'm scared. I've never done anything like this before. I'm just so scared. It's no use. In the area of Chitia, where the Chitia brothel is located, there are many small houses standing close to each other. The houses are made of stone pillars with wicker or wooden walls and roofs. The streets are too narrow for two people to walk side by side, they are like a maze. On either side of the street there are whorehouses, male prostitutes, opium dens, gambling dens, taverns, and all sorts of shady and obscure businesses, living in small houses, like people who have dug holes in the earth and only their eyes are showing. But now they were being poked and prodded out of their holes. The sound of horses' hooves clattering on the cobblestones, the screams of panicked women, the groans of men beaten with sticks, and the crushing of things echoed in the air. The sky was brightly colored, and the night air, which usually smelt of the tide, was full of acrid, smoky odor. Ollie Trevan's soldiers must have used this little mouse hunt as an excuse to find more prey to satisfy their voracious appetites. Oh, Isto! There's a shadow of them over there, Jom cried out. Jom, who was not a very strong-minded person by nature, was completely frightened by the unusual disturbance. Oh, we're at a dead end, what should we do? Isto, you're a big man, and you're crying, and you're disgusting. The boy said nothing coldly. In the meantime, his eyes kept looking left and right, searching for a way out. Anyway, we're going out to the harbor, he said. Behind him, through the smoke, came the shouts of dozens of men, the clattering of braces, and the shouting of the captain, who was shouting orders. I'm scared. Don't be a fool, I'll leave you here if you're too timid. Ishtvan spotted a water trough on the roadside. Suddenly, he put his foot on the lid and stepped out, and then he fluttered over the wall. Wah, Isht, it's awful to be left behind. Shut up, you shouting bastard. Come on, climb up in that tub and get over here. On the other side of the wall is the courtyard of a dubious house, recognizable at first sight as a brothel. Ah! It's Isto. You scared the hell out of me. Roy, I'm sorry, I'm being chased. Let me through. Hey, you're the one who started all this racket. You little rascal, what have you done this time? Damn it, it's their fault. If they come, tell them we went the other way. Or I'll come back in the middle of the night and kill your Moira. He's been chasing me for years and he'd rather be killed than have me hate him. With one eye closed, they put a run in the hand of the prostitute's father, who let them out through the service entrance, and Istvan and Jom ran hard towards the harbor. Oh. Isht, I can't run anymore. We're almost through Chitia. You can go to your Aunt Chili from here. I've got to go. Because I was there when it happened, and I know it. If you don't take the blame, I'm sure Ollie will grab Jopis and me and torture us for punishment. No, I don't want a burning iron on my leg. Tisk. Istvan clicked his tongue. It is clear that Jom is in a panic. Gradually his voice becomes louder and louder, calling out Istvan's name, refusing to leave him at any cost. I'm not kidding, you can't get away with anything if you're stuck with a guy like this, see Grandpa. Istvan's eyes narrowed and took on a kind of piercing light. His lips curled up and his hand crept up to the knife in his belt. Isto, they're here. The servant cried out and withdrew his hand. Bollocks, thanks to you, we're finally surrounded. It would be crazy not to be recognized by the soldiers who are licking their tongues to take the credit when they are shouting the name of Isto, in this loud voice. Chi! Seeing a number of large shadows at the end of the path, Istvan turned quickly and saw that even behind the narrow path the soldiers were tightly packed. Right, left. He also looked around the houses on either side of him to see if he could find someone who would let him in. No, all right, we've got to open a blood channel. I don't want to be caught by that fat bastard. He quickly pulled out the knife and stuck the throwing knife in his left hand. I'm scared. They'll kill me. Help me, Isto. Fool, you, don't cling to me like Set's hair. If you're a man, you'll fight me back to back. No, you don't know the story of Lord Trevan's dungeon. You know what happens to anyone who disobeys the Trevan family. Let me go, you idiot. Soldiers are approaching from the front and back. There you are. I found it. Wah! Suddenly, Yom seemed to be revolted with horror by the soldiers' brutal, firelit, delighted grins, and the sharp, glittering spear points in their hands. Oh, help me. This is Istvan. I had nothing to do with it. Let me through. As soon as he shouted, he ran into the line of soldiers in front of him. Like a torque in a trap, he struggles, caught by a tightly knit spear. That's him, At the back of the group of soldiers, the commanding officer, who was riding a horse and giving orders, called out plaintively, "What are you doing?" I don't think so. They don't look the same, and they're not the same age. All right, let him through. Just as Jorm was about to run past the soldiers, moaning, "Thank God." With a thud, a spear was thrown out from his horse and its curved point was stuck in Jorm's belly. Gaw! With incredulous eyes he looked at the wooden handle of the spear that stood in his belly, folded up his fingertips like a key, and grasped it. The chief soldier drew his spear carelessly. Immediately a thick band of blood gushed out from Jorm's belly. Yom sprang up in the air and fell on the cobblestones. His eyes were still wide open in disbelief. The chief petty officer's horse came into the path, puffing on the cobblestones. This guy. Well, so it seems. He looks just like his brother said he would. At that moment Istvan jumped on the horse of the captain of the guard, put a knife to his throat and wondered whether he should take him hostage. He shrugged his shoulders and put the knife away in a sheath on his belt, for the captain of the guard was a much larger man than himself, with a strong face. Isn't it a lot of fuss to hunt down a little boy like me? He's got a lot of nerve. One of the soldiers said. I've got a whip waiting for you, Ollie. Ha, I'm an Istvan boy born with a boulder in my hand. Istvan said something to himself in his mouth, so that they could not hear him. If I'm really in danger, and if I'm caught like this, if I'm going to be scourged by the big ollie and then become a live target for a throwing knife, then I'll be more inclined to run for my life. Even if I get a few scars, no matter what I have to do, I want to escape here. You know, I've escaped danger many a time before on a whim. But now that I don't feel so desperate, I'd rather pretend to be caught than to be caught in the middle of nowhere, and there will always be a better chance later. What are you mumbling about? The captain of the guard objected. All right, get him. His Royal Highness Ollie is waiting for you in his hall with a hot iron. Kid, you're wasting your time. Be on your guard, the soldiers are approaching. Hands in tight iron baskets grasped the boy's shoulders and arms, and other soldiers pulled knives and throwing knives from their belts and disarmed him. One of them grabbed Istvan by the hair, made him turn his face away, lifted his chin and pointed it at the captain. All right, that's him. Black hair, black eyes, hair tucked down his back, wearing a boulder ornament and a Janus charm, that's him. All right, take him. The credit goes to my troops. Why don't you give the rest of the squad the signal to pull up? Istvan asked, being poked from behind in an amusing manner. If you get me, you won't need me anymore. Here. Not so fast. The chief soldier replied coldly. His Highness Ollie is very fond of you. He's willing to burn the whole of Chitia to the ground to get you. The rest of the troops haven't found what they're looking for yet. You dirty, piggy-backed mercenaries. Istvan wrinkled his nose wryly. You're not from Wallachia. Nothing would please you more than to be able to plunder and ravage us on any pretext whatsoever. You know, Ollie Trevan's pigs, in return for your wages, will sometimes let you snakes loose in Thythia to feed. Hey, kid, you got a big mouth. Suddenly, a horse whip was flicked across Istvan's back. The chief of the soldiers came with a horse, grabbed Istvan by the hair and made him fall back. Look, as long as you say you put up a fight when we took you, we're free to have a bit of fun before we hand you over to Prince Ollie. Okay, Istvan said quickly. I'll be quiet. Don't pull so hard, you'll lose your hair. You're a loudmouth kid, the chief soldier said. They left the district of Chitia, pushing Istvan roughly with their hands. Before leaving the alley, Istvan glanced at the dead body of Jom, still twitching on the cobblestones. As he passed through Chitia, he glanced up at the coast road. The sky in Chikia is red and the screams of the people are still going on. The black and ghoulish soldiers' horses, running around in the flames, look small. On neither occasion did Istvan's youthful face show more emotion than a strand of hair. He walked meekly, prodded from behind and prodded from in front, up to the little promenade overlooking the harbor, which divides Upper and Lower Wallachia. He pauses to look dreamily at the port of Wallachia and the night sea beyond. It's beautiful. His voice sounded like a man out for an afternoon stroll. Glittering torches mark the sea. A little larger are the lights of the ships at anchor in the harbor. Some of them have so many torches on their masts that they resemble the outline of a ship. On the right is Cape Nem and on the left the coastline stretching far into the Primorsky territory. To the left is a coastline that stretches far into the Primorsky territory, and behind it, the blackness of Mount Latona and its foothills and forests huddled beneath a starry sky that looks as if it had been set on fire by the sea. It's so beautiful, Istvan muttered again. The hurting soldier gasped. Carefree, do you know what's going to happen to you? Well, why not? This may be the end of the Wallachian port for the boy. The other soldier said so. Maybe so, Istvan murmured in his mouth, but aloud. Now, do you know when? Iris hangs over the edge of Mount Latona, the soldier who soothed me earlier. I think it's about a week to dawn. It's nearly morning. As if thinking of this sudden change of night, when sleep is broken by fire and disturbance, and morning comes with screams, blood and plunder, Istvan repeats. The first light of the lure stays in the port of Wallachia. But by then, you'll be out of the light of day anyway. The other soldier received. Come on, go. Don't keep His Highness Ollie waiting too long. But he couldn't finish what he was saying. He was gazing at the night view of the port of Wallachia, seemingly lost in thought, when he suddenly bent down, grabbed the sword he had hidden under the sole of his sandal, which no one had noticed before, and sprang up. He was not tied up. "Ah, we're running away. Resist or be resisted." In the face of the shouting and screaming of the soldiers, Istvan aimed at the eye of the soldier who rushed towards him and sprayed blood in a straight line. Ah! He ducked and ducked, but with a supple leap, he leaped at once upon the horse of the chief soldier, and suddenly struck it in the buttocks with his sword. The poor horse gave a terrible scream. Fainting from pain and fear, the horse, with the captain and the boy on top of it, began to run at a great speed. The rushing and scurrying soldiers came running behind him, but only the chief soldier was on the horse. There is no way that a group of soldiers on foot can catch up with a horse running madly. As soon as they had done so, the shouting and screaming soldiers were thrown back. The horse is whinnying wildly and running down the quiet, pre-dawn street. "Kid!" The soldier-in-chief, who had managed to avoid the fall by clinging to his neck like crazy, barely managed to regain his position. Istvan clings to his great back as if he were the best of men, and is about to slit his throat with his sword. "You're such a cunt." The chief barked and tried to remove the sword from his waist, but the legs of the desperate Istvan got in the way. "Yes, I don't need a sword." Exasperated, the captain gave up his sword, twisted and turned, and put his right arm round Istvan's neck. "Put down your sword, boy. I'll break your neck." He is far superior in size and strength. Istvan, raving like a beast, tried to remove his head from his arm. But he could not do it. Thick, well-muscled arms tightened around Istvan's throat like an iron ring. Damn. Istvan thrust his sword into the chest and belly of the chief soldier. But the point of the sword slipped smoothly against the leather armor and did not penetrate. The left hand of the chief soldier came at him blindly, trying to seize the sword. With his left hand Istvan cut off his hand. The chief barked like a bull on a spear, and his right arm became more and more powerful. Hiss! Istvan's throat rumbled with the pain of being ripped out of his neck. "Put down your sword, or I'll break your neck for real." Millimeters and millimeters of tremendous force are applied as if to remind us of the seriousness of the statement. Istvan's eyes became bright and then white. He was vaguely aware that his head began to pound and that his limbs were about to relax. This awareness would fade away. "Ah!" Istvan's hands hung down weakly. "No!" A froth of blood dripped from his lips. A smile of brutal joy appeared on the face of the chief soldier. He gritted his teeth and strained to finish the job in one breath. A moment later, "It's a lure." The boy stopped struggling to get rid of the iron ring in his throat, suddenly drew his right hand behind his back and released the sword. The throwing knife, thrown with all his might at close range, stood out in the left eye of the soldier who was enjoying himself. Gaha! With a tremendous scream, the chief petty officer suddenly took off his hand and covered his face. Immediately Istvan thrusts his body at him. The heavy body rolls down from the horse. Istvan's body was thrown back by the blow, but his hand was just in time to catch the bridle and the end of the saddle. The boy's body floated in the air, and then fell with a sudden splash on the saddle. The soldier-in-chief stumbles through the streets, scratching his bleeding face. Istvan did not check it, nor did he say anything about it. Hi! He clamps his knee down hard on the horse's belly and floats halfway. With arms outstretched, he grasps the reins and gallops on, never looking back. To freedom. His slender figure resembles that of a wild young wolf, who has shaken off the cage of a trap and is running headlong into the sky of freedom, into the jungle of freedom. Nothing can hold him back. At last, the white of the morning began to mix drop by drop with the vestiges of the night, and Istvan, a boy of 16, with his long hair flowing and the unquenchable fire in his eyes, like a young lure, ran alone through the coastal streets of Wallachia. Pitcha. The gentle regularity of the waves lapping lazily against the gangway was audible in the cabin. First-class cabin on the Orneus, leaving the port of Wallachia at dawn. It was a neat room with a rattan bed against one wall and an inlaid Kumu-like writing desk with a small statue of Janus on it. The nautical charts on the walls, the huge compass on the floor, everything was unobtrusive, neat, and of the highest quality. On his bunk in the captain's cabin, however, Cameron, captain of the Orneus, had been staring into the darkness for some time. There is still half an hour before dawn. Besides, there was no need for the captain to be present at the departure of the ship, which was manned by skilled sailors who had already been in and out of the port of Wallachia hundreds of times, at least not without incident. But it's strange. I've got a strange feeling in my chest. I can't sleep, I'm dizzy. At last, muttering in his mouth, Cameron sat up with a start. He threw off the blanket, drew over his sallow, black, weary body a loungewear made of the finest vine-colored velvet, approached the window and pushed open the wooden blinds. From there he could see the whole city of Wallachia straight ahead. What is that? Cameron's eyebrows became furrowed and one hand involuntarily began to twist his thick mustache. The sky over Lower Wallachia is red. That's the area of Tikia. So it's not a rebellion or an enemy attack, it's a riot. He took a silver cup from the night table, poured in some of the wine of Kumu, drank it, closed the blinds and left the captain's cabin. Is anyone there? Yes, Captain. Oh, Rog, there's something wrong with the harbor. Have someone unload the schooner and take it to the port of Wallachia to see what's going on. It's already been arranged. The young man with the captain said, proud of his cleverness. There's been a catch in the Chitia area. From the tower of the Harbor Management Association came a light signal saying not to worry, it's only a hunt for criminals and that they will be caught soon. Oh, that's nice of you. Well, he'll tell you if he's got any problems with the ship. So we're on schedule. Yes, I'm about to start rolling up the anchor. Okay. Wake me up if you need me. Cameron waved his hand and went back into the captain's cabin and closed the door. So it's the mercenaries, as usual, using the hunt for criminals as an excuse to pillage and plunder. Lord Lotus, if you don't give them a bit of a break, they'll turn on their masters and the rest of Lower Wallachia will have a revolt on their hands. With a murmur, the hardy sailor slipped off his loungewear and threw it on a chair. However, feeling strangely unsettled, he did not go up to his bunk, but poured himself another drink, sat down on his bunk and began to drink. It is nearly dawn. In the light that shone through the blinds, Captain Cameron's body, though not yet a young man, resembled that of a thin, lean man of the sea, stripped of all unnecessary flesh, and beautifully redolent of the fierce sea breeze. There is a huge scar running diagonally from the chest to the belly. There are also some old scars on her back. It was rumored that the Orneus and her sister ship, the Orseus, had been secretly ordered by Lodistrevan, Duke of Wallachia, to go to sea and engage in piracy under the guise of trading. It was a secret that the ship Orseus was secretly ordered by Lodistrevan, Duke of Valyria, to go out to sea and engage in piracy under the guise of trade. To those who only know Captain Cameron in his sailor's garb, as he appears in Lord Trevan's hall, there is something hard to recognize, something fierce and hard-hearted, more clearly imprinted on the body of the old strong man than on his gentle face. In the body of an old and powerful man. Mercenaries. In Wallachia, where all men go to sea as sailors, it is inevitable that the defense of the country and its secrets should be entrusted to strangers, mercenaries. This may one day have a life-saving effect on the glorious rule of the Trevan clan in Wallachia. As he sipped his drink, Captain Cameron murmured thoughtfully, "And Lord Lotus is wise and decisive, and there is nothing wanting in a sovereign to protect Wallachia, but if his brother Ollie Trevan, that fool, were to become the next Grand Duke of Wallachia, with no successor to Lord Lotus, oh, dry. With the white hair of the dawn, I'll never serve Wallachia, not even Cameron." He shrugs his shoulders and throws into the wine a dried fruit of his favorite spice column. "But if I were to ask the Princess Danae, the Princess of the Lotus, to be my successor with a suitable partner, Ollie Trevan would certainly not be silent. It would be better that the fat man should not be there for Wallachia. But then there's the question of Princess Danae's son-in-law. Any one of the three princes of Kumu, such as the youngest, Kru, or the young Mirhul of Monjur, is already in the sights of Silwer of Ceylon. No, Wallachia would be annexed by that wildly ambitious country without a second thought. But the ambitious Grand Duke Vlad, the key man of the Lent, would not take on the small country of Wallachia. Paro, Argos and Chironia are too different in power. The steppes and the southern countries are too far away for us to have any advantage in joining forces with them. Then there are the minor principalities and the chiefs of the free cities. Cameron, who had been lost in thought, suddenly sprang awake. Suddenly, outside the window, I heard a loud sound of water, very different from what I had heard before. Cameron's eyes narrowed. He quietly put the silver cup back on the table, so as not to make a sound, and stared at the window for a while, as if in thought. There was no sound again. But Cameron stood up gently. His appearance was completely different from what it had been before. He did a strange thing. Instead of approaching the window, he clapped his hands in the room and sat still for a while. There is no one coming. So he went to the door, opened it and stuck his head out. When I saw that the corridor was empty, I tried to go into the room for the first time. "Captain, are you awake?" Suddenly, First Officer Filth comes running down from the deck. The log is with him. He's here for an inspection. He's a harbor master. On-site inspection. Why? Now, someone said that the killer got away, but it's only a formality. Make haste. We don't have long to sail. Yes. The Orneus was suddenly in a state of excitement. Tisk. Cameron mutters a curse in his mouth and begins to put on his clothes without any particular hurry. The door was banged violently before it was either closed or closed. "Captain, in." A logger is standing there, looking troubled. Behind him stand two officials. "In the meantime, we'll start here. Come in." "You, Ross, Demetrius." "What the hell is this?" "No, I'm sorry to disturb you at such a busy time, Captain Cameron." The official smiled faintly. "In fact, my Lord Trevan's brother, Ollie Trevan, has been attacked by a man who has tried to harm him. Well, look, I don't want to change our plans to sail at sunrise. Just make it quick. I don't need to look into the twin wings of the Duke of Trevan, the Orseus and the Orneus, and their offspring, the Orneus, the Queen of the Sea, but as you know, His Royal Highness Prince Ollie is." "I know. Do you want some Kumu's wine? It's got Callum's fruit in it." "No, I've got to get back soon." "All right. You're in trouble, too. I'm sorry to say that we're in such a hurry to close the port and besiege Chitia because of one little boy from a Chitian brothel." Sighing, Ross said. "And what's more, it seems that Ollie's grudge is that his lordship secretly played a trick on him in Chitia and was discovered by the boy. What a disgrace, and, as usual, not only because of the grudge, but also because the boy is, of course, a very pretty boy. So, there's a buzz." He looked at Cameron, unhappy, and then looked at him as if in a panic. "You're Lord Trevan's favorite." "I never thought I'd say this. Don't worry about a thing. We are the children of our sea brothers, the Wallachians." Cameron laughed. "And I'd always tell the Duke." "I'm sorry, but your brother's a very different man from your brother. Not that he doesn't understand that, but flesh and bone is more trouble than strangers. Thank you very much." "I'm very sorry, Captain Cameron." "In a very formal way," said the officials, who were turning up the blankets of the bunks and looking under the desks. "Where to now?" "Yes. First we'll do business in Rhaegar, then the southern countries. Along the coast, down to Kodai, Lutetia and, if the wind is favorable, to Landargia. Perhaps, however, as usual, we will not make it as far as Landargia, but turn back, lest we should be caught in the whirlpool of the mysterious mouth of the Dole. That's a long way to travel. Well, it's longer than usual. But it's the same thing anyway. Good day in Dryden, Captain Cameron." "Thank you. And for you, the blessing of the lure. I don't know when I'll see you again. I am sorry to have caused you so much trouble before your long journey." Ross and Demeus said goodbye again and again, and left the captain's cabin. Cameron took his silver cup and watched them go, and waited for some time until he heard the sound of the officials' boats leaving the ship. Then, finally, muttering in his mouth, "No, what, Ross? It's not so trivial. At least, not to me," he grinned. And his bearded mouth quirked up in an ironic smile. Then he approached the window with a slow, supple movement, noiselessly, and pushed open the blinds. "Come on, that's enough. Come on up. Want me to give you a hand?" "That's none of your business." There was a clear answer from under the window. Then, as Cameron stepped back to make room for him, his wet head appeared, slipping through the rope. "Oh," Cameron shouted. "By Dryadon's beard, he's in trouble. What am I going to tell Kai when he comes to clean my cabin this morning? You're soaking wet like a sailor. Don't worry. It'll be dry in a couple of hours. I'm talking about this beautifully polished parquet floor." Cameron grumbled and cut the sign of Janus. "If you're bothering me, I'll just go away again, Captain Cameron." "Don't be silly. The ship has sailed and the anchor is ready to go." Well. How do you like that, my dear Istvin?" "Ha!" Istvin, unconcerned with Cameron's lamentations, spread his hands, creating a huge puddle on the polished floor. He wore only a single leather anklet. He had, of course, a boulder pendant gleaming on his breast, but he had thrown away his Janus charm and his sandals so that they would not interfere with his swimming, and he had jumped over the cliffs, almost naked, and swum almost halfway across the harbor of Wallachia to reach the Orneus. Her beautiful long black hair was soaked and clung to her sallow breasts, and the drops that fell from it formed a little pool on the floor. Istvin raised his hand, brushed the hair from his face and grinned. "Give me some of that good wine. I don't care if it's for my soul. Anyway, do something about that pond." Then he threw off the bedclothes and went to close the window. He looked at Istvin, who was wiping his body and head with a cloth, and poured a generous quantity of wine into 2 cups. "Did you hear under the window what the official said just now? If so, he's not good for your vanity. I hear he's quite a pretty boy. Is there something wrong? Here. Well, all right, don't be surprised at your stupidity now. And it's certainly not good for Thotha's Eros to be soaking wet, naked and wrapped up in a sheet. Put something on, Istvin. I've got something to tell you." Istvin's eyes have become narrower. Then he quickly took a sailor's knife from Cameron's jacket, which was lying on a chair, and with the blade pointing upwards, he turned and pointed it at Cameron's throat. "Come on, lad, he hasn't been here 3 years. He's been here 3 years. You're not the only one who's proud of his face. 2 things I want to tell you," Istvin continued without hesitation. "For one thing, look, I don't know what you think, but I didn't come here to beg you to help me, to throw myself at you, because you're in love with me. If you want me to go, I'll go, and if you want me to help you in exchange, I'll not help you at all. I'm not so sure about Z's purity, but I alone decide who I'm going to be close to and how I'm going to be close to them. I don't get to do what he wants. And one more thing, Cameron. Just sheath it, Istvin. I don't know if 16 is old enough for all that. The other thing is, you were saying the other day. You told me the other day that I wouldn't be able to defend myself against Ollie Trevan. If you don't like it, I won't bother you, and I won't hold a grudge against you for it. I'll go away. Even if I'm out on the open sea, I can swim back, and... Oh dear, Cameron said. It's hard to win over an intruder who just wants to get out. Just put the knife down. Who the hell is this Ollie Trevan? At least not on this ship, the Orneus, in the land of Orneus under Captain Cameron. I'd have you search the ship just to be sure, but first of all, as you've just heard, this ship is going to take us around the coast to the far south and won't be back for years. I don't mean to tell you this, but even if you go out to sea, you can still go home now. You may have jumped on a ship out of Wallachia out of a little temper of 16, but when you come back you'll find 36 ruffians, and not one of them will ever know you. You're a captain, you breathe a lot harder on the waves than you do on land. Istvin lifted his arms deliberately and looked down at Cameron, his bare chest flaring. Cameron groaned. What a bad boy. Don't turn this clean ship Orneus into a tortured den. Now, all right, just put something on. For God's sake, if you were so sure, you should have brought in Ollie Trevan and taken over the Trevan family. Here are my clothes, they're a bit big. Ha, I don't care about that pig, but I'd like to have had a go at that Jan or whatever his name is, with all the cheating tricks I know how to use. Istvan managed to wear Cameron's tunic without it becoming too tight. Even though he was thin as a whip, he was an adult and Cameron's clothes were too big for him. By the way, Captain. The ship has already left the harbor, so it's all right if I tell you the truth. Istvan said slyly, tying his hair in a half-cropped bun with a piece of cloth from the edge of a bed sheet. Around Rhaegar, Kodai, Lutetia, Landagia, is it really true? As you and I both know, the Orneus is a coastal pirate. Without finishing, Istvan fell silent. For as soon as he had taken up the sword which he had thrown aside, Cameron put the back of the blade to his throat with great rapidity. Come on. Istvan gasped. Rusty, isn't it? I'll scrub it for you later. I'll thank you for picking it up. I thought I'd show you that I'm at least as quick with a knife as a 16-year-old boy. Cameron grimaced, closed one eye and sheathed his knife. Don't put your beak in it too much. Now I've got my own reasons. You've done it, Cameron. Istvan muttered in his mouth. But I don't care how much you want to take me to Corinthum, the gateway to Dole's Hades, the end of the world, where the waters of Lent and Corsair float down in a torrent. If Lotus Trevan has sent you to find the door to Corinthia, I'll drop you off at Lyre. This ship won't stop at Rhaegar. Nor will it go to Corinthia. Cameron took Istvan by the shoulders in a friendly manner. When we're a little further out to sea, a day or more from Wallachia, I'll give you all a room together. If you want to be my maid, of course I'll be happy to do that. Oh no. Well, don't worry about where you're going yet. By the way, what do you think? It's all day now. Cameron opened the blinds wide. A fresh sea breeze flows in. Look, I can see Wallachia. The smoke from Tikia has subsided. Watch it, for the time being, maybe for the rest of your life. Of course, at the time, they had no idea that this would turn out to be true. The ship went on its way south. Chapter 2. The Ghost Ship. Hey! At the call, Istvan jerked up from the railing of the lower deck where he had been leaning vaguely. As far as the eye can see, the gently blue surface of the Lent stretches out before us. How many days it has been since we left Wallachia in the early hours of the morning, even the crew are beginning to lose track. Hey, sweetie, at least answer me. Istvan looked back at him as if he were mocking him, without replying. Jakes, a young sailor head, stood with a grimace in his eyes and his arms crossed over his chest. He was probably 4 or 5 years older than Istvan. He wore a knitted waistcoat directly over his bare upper body, and saggy sailor's trousers, the fashion and the worst parts of Lower Wallachia, with leather straps round his ankles. A mischievous thought came into Istvan's mind. He broke into a smile and looked at Jakes with a frightened look in his eyes. But he could not look up at him, for he was somewhat shorter than he. What can I do for you, sir? He listened quietly and blinked his eyes. Jakes, however, had hardly seen Istvan's face before. The reason was that Cameron had given Istvan the next room in the captain's cabin for his own safety, and he, too, had been kept out for a few days. Well, you've got quite a face to show. How old are you? Jake said arrogantly. I'm 16. 16. You're so tall. Jake's intentions were well known. Istvan tried his best to appear quiet, but secretly looked around to see how many idle curiosity seekers were lurking about. Excuse me. Wait a minute. I wanted to talk to you. Yes, sir. If I do this for another 5 Tarzans, my eyeballs will fly out, thinks Istvan, his eyes widening in a cute way. I don't care what it is, you're a wanted man. No, not really. You're going to treat us like kangaroos. You said that you were spotted by that bonny Ollie and that you ran away in fear and that the whole harbor was in an uproar. What's the harm in having someone like Ollie Trevan looking after you? Know that. let me tell you something. I don't like you, and I'm not the only one. All of us on the Orneus. We worship Cameron's O'Brien and his O'Brien and his O'Brien. He's a man's man, and I don't want that captain of yours to get the Trevan family's resentment over one little boy. Besides, hey, Lou. A boy appeared from behind the tank. He had a pretty face, curly hair, and was 15 or 16 years old. If you're going to take Lou's job, he's taking care of his father. Away from him, my brothers in the sea won't stand for it. Go back to Wallachia. This ship doesn't need you. What? Wearing a pendant in your hair like a woman. Don't go back to Wallachia. I'll unload the boat. Go back to Wallachia and let Ollie Trevan take care of you. It's bad luck to have a non-marine brother on board. And this one's special. Special? Why? It's none of your business. Jake seemed to be in a state of shock. Go back to Wallachia. Before you get seasick. I'll tell your father what to do. Get in the boat. But, go back to Wallachia. Lou shouted. I've got enough on my plate looking after the captain. It's not that I said I'd do it, it's that I want to do it. Istvan said, Istvan, you're a fool, and kept his eyes downcast. Captain Cameron is. It doesn't matter. I'm sure you were born in a Chetion brothel, and you're well trained in the art of winning over customers. I'll make him look at me the way I want him to look at me, otherwise this voyage will be bad luck. If he insists on defending you, he'll go to. Istvan has reached his limit. His lips twitch in a strange way and he starts to shake in an attempt to hold back his laughter. Just as he was about to make a big show of it, he noticed the funny look in Cameron's eyes as he peered through a small window just below deck. Immediately he blinked again, like a cat. But if I were to be unloaded in a small boat in a place like this, I'd want to make sure that I'd be able to get back to the boat. Even a child from the shadows of Tikia can swim, if he was born in Wallachia. Jakes grinned. Lou added sarcastically. Yes, you can go back to Wallachia and fool around with Ollie Trevan or whoever you like. Put on a captain's suit and go to. Istvan had kept Cameron's tunic in his possession. Please ask Cameron. I don't want to be the one to tell you that. I wish I could have been there, but I'm not. And Jakes. If you call the captain off. Lou looks pale. Istvan is becoming a pain in the ass. Hold up one hand and slowly brush your hair. Don't go back to Wallachia. This is the end. Jake said. I don't like it. What? It was Cameron who picked me up and he's the captain of this ship, wasn't it? Then there's no need for anyone else to tell me what to do. Oh, you little bastard, you're good. Jakes looked surprised at the change in Istvan's manner. But quickly. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, look at him and tell him what to do. What do you think I am? There's no way I'm going to swim back to Wallachia from here, but I'm not going to apologize to this boulder, my guardian god, if I'm spooked by some sailor's orders. Boulders? The look on Jake's face was almost uncanny. Oh, you're very motivated. Interesting. Hey, I just put 10 runs on Jake's. I'll give him 5 runs, too. I quickly regained my composure as my companions around me began to shout with their heads in their mouths. Well, if they're all on me, it's not much of a bet. Somebody bet on the kid, too. Good. Istvan said with a grin. I'm on that one. No. Suddenly, through a small window, came a voice that sounded like it was trying to hold back laughter, and Cameron appeared. Oh, Captain. Never mind, keep going, Jakes. Cameron crosses his arms over his chest and smirks. I'll bet you 100 runs that you'll lose, too. Captain. Jakes has lost his temper. Alright, don't forget that word. A knife flashed in his hand as he turned. Hey, somebody give this guy a knife. Hey, I like you, Cameron. Istvan laughed as he caught the knife in mid-air and pulled it from its sheath. I'd have done it with my bare hands, but as you'd expect from a pirate ship owned by Lord Lotus Trevan, the crew are pretty fair. That's my brother in the sea, Cameron said. And Jakes, the bosun, is the best young man on the Orneus. Come on, Jakes, take it seriously. He might be the next Ornius captain. I don't want a captain who loses to a sailor, and I don't care if you kill him. I'm serious, Captain. Jake's eyes narrowed, and suddenly there was not a trace of the teasing mood in his whole body. He's the next. That's an awful lot to ask. All right. I'll test him all I want, but first, I need a name. Is it me? I'm Istvan the Venetian. Before he could say a word, Istvan's body sprang up and landed on Jake's. Ventos, Istvan. Caught off guard, Jake's barely caught the knife and jumped back to his feet, when suddenly his eyes lit up. Jadeitai Istvan. No you. So you're the disciple of the court. I'm not anyone's disciple. Istvan ranted as he merrily tied the knot. Istvan has fallen into the trap of being tested by a man who can't tell the difference between a brother of the sea and a Thyan whore. Hey, Cameron, you said he could kill me, but what about me? Can I kill him? I don't mind giving him a handicap. After all, I'm the Istvan of the vents. He's a kid with a big mouth. Jake's was angry. I'm going to do this too. Istvan ducked under Jake's knife and dived into his pocket, when the handle of the knife struck Jake's arm and fell from his hand in a heap. What are you going to do? Istvan placed the tip of his knife very close to Jake's throat. I can't kill you, can I? Nah. Someone shouts in dismay. What a quick knife. It's like I've been on the run. How's that? Istvan's lips quirk up in a grimace. Jake's turns upside down. Do what you want. Say, Captain. Right. Istvan drew his knife with a flick. Well, let's not do that. I think I've won the bet. Oh, Jake said reproachfully. Istvan turned away and walked towards Cameron. A moment later, Jake's picked up the fallen knife. Sweet, Istvan. A knife was thrown at the nape of his neck, and Istvan twisted his body and knocked it away. Ha! He breathes out without disturbing his breath. Don't give up on the bet. Oh my god. This time Jake's picked up the knife and put it back in its sheath. Good heavens, Istvan. I'm Jake's, the chief sailor. I'm a deck officer with a cancer. It's Miles. It's Tasio. It's an orchid. Istvan smiled back at the sailors as they came out. Are you sure you're 16? You've got some serious knife skills. Is this your first time on a boat? No. Istvan put his hand on the boulder on his chest. My old man, I don't even know his name, was a sailor from Wallachia. He died at sea. That's why I've never been seasick in any small boat. Even if he's never been on a boat before, he's still a brother of the sea. Cameron said as he came down from the upper deck. There's something in his eyes that only a Wallachian sailor could see. Then you can tell me now, Istvan said. The next. Istvan. There was something in Cameron's voice that silenced even Istvan. I'll tell you about it later. Han. I was wondering how I was going to convince the others that you were, after all, a stickler for Ollie Trevan, but now that you've made them accept you properly, you're one of the Ornius brothers. You can do whatever you like. Oh, Istvan replied, somewhat dejectedly. And yet, though he was by nature a vain and conceited man, he could not help savoring the success which he had attained. He had been thinking about it for a long time. This time it's special, Jake said. The officer in charge of sailing did not seem at all suspicious of the idea of sailing south around Rigod, but there was clearly something akin to trepidation in the eyes of Jake's, and of his second-in-command, Phil's, when Cameron stopped him. What is this upcoming mission of the Ornius that has not been revealed to everyone, even to this well-trained, brave and united crew under the captain? But Cameron kept his word. That night, when Rue came to call him, Istvan went into the captain's cabin and found 2 cups and wine on the table. What the hell is this? Istvan grins. I'm not gonna drink it if you're trying to crush it or something. I wouldn't do that. In the hands of the Holy Salia, I'm not so foolish. Now, sit down. Callumsberries. 1, let me in. Actually, Cameron looked more serious than ever. I think I've done something wrong to you. So this ship is going to Corinthia, is that it? It's worse than that. What? Even the boy was a bit sniffy. I can't think of anything worse than Corinthum. Don't shout. There's still only 5 or 6 of us on board who know what we're doing, the 5 or 6 who run the ship. No, it's not that it's a bad place to go. Rather, there's no fixed destination for this ship. I've made it up as I go along. This ship is on a secret mission. Of course, the director of sailing and the ministers of the Trevan don't know anything about it. They think it's business as usual. But I'm not going to do anything to you. Istvin, do the words Black Ishtar mean anything to you? Black Ishtar. The boy narrowed his eyes. I've been thinking about it a bit. No, I don't know. Of course not. You don't know that. No one has ever been hit by it, survived and managed to get home and tell the country about it, except one person. A pirate ship. Istvin, don't laugh if I say so. I know Eris, the goddess of suspicion, is among your guardians. But by Janus Wand of Truth, I, and Lord Lotus, do not believe this to be a dream of the Black Lotus, or that a man who has survived has dreamt or gone mad. Say it, Cameron, say it. Okay, I'll tell you what. This all started just 6 months ago. No one had ever suspected anything like that before. I mean, every day more and more ships leave Wallachia, some never come back. Storms, shipwrecks, strandings, fires, pirates, all sorts of things happen on the sea. How many of those ships that never came back did so to speak, by the hand of Yarn? And how many did not, no one thought. But 6 months ago, Lord Trevan, who was looking at the statistics, said to me, Cameron, the number of ships lost on the Southern Passage is already double that of last year, and more than triple that of last year, even though this year has only begun 6 months ago. This is an extraordinary number. It is conceivable that one of the southern coastal countries is in need of money and is systematically engaging in piracy, or that a pirate nest has been established in the area. So the Duke immediately sent out ships disguised as merchant ships to scout the area. 1 ship, 2 ships, but none of them came back. From the destination of the ships, their routes, and the time of year, it gradually became apparent that they were likely to disappear, or be attacked, within the triangle connecting Rigor, Lutetia, and the Turanian archipelago. So the first thing to think about is that there are pirates somewhere in those 3 areas. The free trade city of Rigor is unlikely. Andonis is a good friend of Lord Lotus, and he knows what it means to be a free city. If he were to do so, if he were to commit such an immoral act as to make enemies of all nations at once, he would not be able to survive as a free city. However, the ships from Lutetia to Wallachia were also found to be missing, a little too many to be used as cover. He concluded that pirates, and quite vicious ones at that, must have set up a stronghold in one of the Terran islands. So the Duke sent out the Orseus to learn more about the enemy for the time being. The Orseus. But that was, I think, on a very long voyage to open up the northbound passage. Istvin cringed and kept his mouth shut. No way. Yes. The sister of this ship, the Orseus, the 2 wings of Wallachia, the beautiful white Orseus, with Tevi, who has been like a brother to me since I was born, she never came back. She never came back. Slowly, Cameron set the cup down. There was a dark light in his eyes. You know, Istvin, if you were born in Wallachia, what a fatal shock it would be to the people of Wallachia if the Orseus were lost and the Orneus never returned. So now the Duke has secretly had a ship built in the exact same shape as the Orseus, but that's not all. More frightening still, 3 months after I, the Duke, and a few others had learned of the Orceus and had secretly harassed the crew, I was told and rigored by an old friend of mine, a black captain from faraway Friantia, that he had met the Orceus. He told me that he had met the Orseus. He said that he had passed like a shadow off the coast of Friantia. I recognized him at once as the Orceus, so I welcomed him and told him my name by light signal. But the Orseus, who must have known Miata, the captain of the Kukurov, did not even answer him, but passed on as if he were a ghost of a ship. For the glory of Drydawn. Cameron shuddered secretly. If that had been the case, I and the Duke would have been able to believe that the Orseus had not sunk, but that the crew, captured and brainwashed, had given up their allegiance to Wallachia. But a few days after Miyata sailed further north, a man came back to the port of Wallachia on the Red Arana of Lutetia. It was Volland, the deck master of the Orpheus. Now Istvan could not even afford to interrupt him. Without realizing it, his hand tightens around the boulder of the guardian deity, and he leans forward to avoid hearing the voice of Cameron, which is getting lower and lower. Voran was alive, but at first he was almost unrecognizable. He had severe burns all over his body, had lost his left leg and his left eye, and his face and hair were all burned and sore. He was dying, but he survived only because he was determined to tell the terrible truth of what had happened to his country, and he managed to reach Lutetia and to return to Wallachia. I, Lord Lotus, and Lord Campos, who commanded the navy, were the only three who heard the story of the Volans. It was a story even I could not believe. According to Volland's account, the Orpheus was sailing for Lutetia in fine weather, on the same course that we were following. However, about half a month after setting sail, a ship appeared on the horizon and was rapidly approaching. It was a black ship of war, with all sides covered with iron. It was ominous to see, and as soon as it appeared, the Orpheus prepared to fight. It had been her intention from the start, and the Orpheus, together with her sister ship, had never been outdone in any battle, and were known as the Invincible Sisters. The black ships attacked as soon as they came alongside, and up to the middle they seemed to be no trouble at all. One wonders how a ship of this size could have sunk so many of them. But when the men of the Orpheus were 7 minutes from victory, they were sure of it. Cameron poured the wine of Kumu into 2 cups from the wine bottle, as if he did not want to tell what was to come, and then he picked up the fruit of the kalam and dropped it. For a few moments, he stared at the cup and listened to the sound of the waves lapping against it. The ridiculousness is just beginning. He hesitantly opened his mouth again. When I first heard it, I thought it was just a joke. But then I saw the burnt-out Volans in front of me, he said. The Orpheus was pushing the battle all the way and thought it was as good as won, when a man opened his sword and... The black ships were all wearing masks. The black masks were removed. And then the man. "Ah! You're the column." No sooner had he shouted than he was struck in the chest by his partner and fell. Then they began to take off their masks one by one, and everywhere there were screams of terror and horror. All those who wore masks were their brothers at sea, who had sunk or gone missing before and never returned. But their eyes, no matter how much they called out to them, remained as dark as those of a dead man, as if possessed by a ghoul, as Voran said. Then, before the men of the Orpheus, who were so struck with fright that their swords stopped for a moment, the traitors set fire to the ship, and the men of the Orpheus were killed. The Orpheus was engulfed in flames. Volland had been expecting this, so he immediately jumped into the sea and swam away. He was badly burned, but he did not even feel it. And when he looked up, his beloved and beautiful Orpheus was blazing away and the mast was coming down. Because, just now, oh. That's why I said it was absurd. He had seen Tevi fall in the chest and crumple in the fire, pierced by the masked man who seemed to be the leader of the enemy. And as he gazed up into the water, stunned at the end of his beloved ship, Volland saw, breaking the surface of the water on the other side and slowly appearing, something frighteningly huge, a slimy black round thing that he wished he could. The Kraken, thought the Volian. But then he fainted, and found himself drifting on the edge of a plank of wood, to which he had somehow clung, in a sea where there was no trace of the battle. The shark had killed his leg and burned his whole body, but he had survived to tell us the story, the mystery of Ishtar, which was written on the side of the black ship. And when he had finished, he breathed his last in front of me and the public, as if that had given him all the strength he needed. What do you think, Istvan? The ghost of a ship. A ship run by ghosts and dead men. Istvan had no desire to harm Cameron. He, too, was a man of Wallachia. The people of the land and the steppe laugh at the superstitious people of the sea, but to the people of the sea, the mother sea holds too much mystery and awe. Surely, if the Orseus is in flames, no amount of haste can repair it fast enough for the Miyata to see it in the Frientia. And Miyata says that he clearly saw Tavire standing on the upper deck. But of course I know of the story of the ghost ship, but I have never heard of a ship with a ghost on board, or of a ship itself coming back to life with its crew as dead spirits. And the Kraken is, as far as I know, a monster that comes out of the sea farther north, near the Sea of Norn, near Tarchuin. Isn't it? Until now. Cameron laughed, not amused. Most likely one of them has had enough of the icy and snowy Sea of Norn and has gone to the more climate-friendly Lent, or else he has thought to make all 12 seas his own. No matter what happens in the sea, there is nothing strange about it, and even we sea folk know very little about it. And so the Orneus, as the last hope for peace between Wallachia and the sea, set out for these evil waters to avenge her sisters. Over the 3 ugly brothers of Dagon. Cameron shouted. This is no joke, we are the last hope of Wallachia. Now that we have lost the Orseus, there is no ship in Wallachia more powerful than the Orneus. The new Orseus, which is still under construction, will not meet the urgent needs, and even if the first ship is ready, the training of the crew will not be possible in 1 or 2 voyages. Moreover, it would be a fatal blow to Wallachia if we lost the routes around Rigard, Lutetia, Landergia, this route and the southern route, or if only 2 or 3 of the 10 ships could be expected to return in time. It is all thanks to our mother sea that this small country, whose land is mostly occupied by Mount Latona, has managed to remain rich and prosperous in the midst of the great powers on all sides. And the rare jewels, perfumes, furs, fruits, ornaments, gold, etc. from the south are the most prized and coveted of all the goods of our Wallachian trade, by Paro, Chironia and Gora. I don't need you to explain that to me now. Ishtvan shrugged his shoulders. But that black Ishtar or whatever the hell it is, where it comes from, we don't even know. Cameron finishes his drink in 1 gulp and stands up slowly. Ishtvan, a little alarmed, shifts his chair. But Cameron leaned to the window, opened the blinds and looked out at the black, rolling night sea. I was born on the sea, I grew up on the sea, and they call me captain, he said in a muffled voice. I was born on board the Orneus, the second ship before this one. So to speak, the sea and this ship are my true kin, my home. Even more than my loyalty to Wallachia, it is strong. It doesn't matter if a kraken lives in this sea. The sea is the sea because it welcomes all. But I don't like that strange story about the ghost ship, about Tavire becoming a ghost and wishing the ghost of the Orseus were here. Tiber was like a brother to me. If he had fought and died for his country and for the sea god, would have thrown a wreath over his dead body into the sea, would have flown the ship's flag at half-mast, and would have stood on the deck and offered up my sword, so that he might sleep eternally. I want him to sleep eternally. I want him to be welcomed as a hero in the Temple of Drydawn and to die in peace. I do not want to see Tiber wandering the seas as a ghost, haunting the ships of his people and sinking them. Cameron. Hey, Ishtvan. It's not just a passing fancy or your pretty face that makes me say I want to take you over and give you the Orneus. I'm a lonely man. Because I had a brother at sea and because leaving my wife and children on land seemed like a foolish thing to do, like a ship at anchor. But, Ishtvan, that was when you were less than 10 years old. I saw you in a dodgy shop in Chitia, playing hoi and winning all by yourself against a grown man. From that moment on I knew you were something else, and every time I saw you my conviction grew stronger. You were, well, how should I put it? Unlike other kids, you seem to have been born to do something. When you were 10, you were as good as a man of 16, and when you were 15, you were as good as a man of 30, and you could do anything, and yet you were strangely childish. I found myself becoming more and more fond of you. But that doesn't mean I wanted to make you my son-in-law or have a son like you. I just want to see what you're capable of. I want to see how far you'll go and push you with my own hands. That's why I'm telling you the story of the Black Ishtar. Even if my only regret is that I can't see you through, I'm still thinking of Tiber, of Wallachia, of the sea people. If I were to die in battle with Ishtar the Black, I would think it was Yarn's will. But you were in such a situation, and I would not have changed my course just to get you off, not with Lu and the others younger than you, and so many young sailors with families to support. But I don't want to see you die fighting such a monster ship, and I don't think I'll be able to regret it if that happens. But now I'm not going to let you down in Rigor. Shut the fuck up, you lazy bastard, Ishtvan said simply. If you can't help it, don't be like a woman and talk about it all the time. I can take care of you myself. That's what I've been doing for the last 16 years or worse. First of all, I'm not going to die over something so trivial. I'm the Ishtvan of the Vents, the Ishtvan who was born with a boulder in his hand and who was prophesied to be a king. And I'm not a king yet. That means I can't be killed by this ghost of a ship in the Sea of Lent, and I can't die until I'm king. Ishtvan. Don't worry. If you get killed by a monster, I'll take over the Orneus. Ishtvan, I'm sorry I got you into this mess. Cameron chuckled as he finally regained some of his natural composure. I can't help it, I'd have been burned and whipped by the boneless Ollie if I'd failed to escape. Ishtvan shrugged his shoulders. Well, don't worry about it, Cameron. One day, when I'm king of some great country, I'll make you Lord of the Navy. Then you'll know you weren't mistaken. I'm going to bed. Oh. Cameron did not move from the window. Ishtvan chewed a dry column from his cup and went out. When he heard the door slam, Cameron said, Oh. Sleep well. Ishtvan. His voice became low. Slowly he glanced at the surface of the sea, as if he were watching for something suspicious, and closed the blinds. Ishtvan, don't die. No matter what happens. He continues to speak as if the boy were still there. Maybe you really will be a king. I don't know where or what country you're from, but I'll be the first knight of your kingdom to offer you a sword. Ishtvan, no matter what you have to do to get it. Cameron stammered. Then he added thoughtfully, Ishtvan, I love you. He looked around as if embarrassed that someone had asked him, but when his eyes fell on the chart on the wall, the redness disappeared from his thin, firm cheeks. He pulled the knife from his belt and threw it against the wall. The little throwing knife flew through the air and stood perfectly on a point on the chart. Current position, 10.5 days south of Rhaegar. Cameron murmured. We should be in the triangle by now. Tomorrow, or the day after, I still think it's time to tell the crew. But what was he to say? His eyes were dark and clouded with a melting mystery. But nothing happened the next day, or the day after that, or for several more days. Ishtvan was now the favorite of the whole ship. This was the first time he had ever been on a ship, at least on a large ship like this, which sailed for many months or years. He knew how to tie the sails, take the helm, sail across the mast, and everything else in no time at all. He knew how to read the wind a little, and he was an expert in hawsers, blams, and traps. In addition to this, he is a master of swords, throwing knives, ring rope, and everything else that makes him a match for adults. So great was his reputation that all the crew of the Orneus, instead of mocking him because he was a boy, or because of what he did not know or could not do, began to teach him what they were good at. And there was never a pupil so quick, so clever, so worth teaching as Ishtvan in all things. Besides, he had always had the ability to make any man feel very fond of him, to make him feel very special, whatever he might have wanted to do. The crew of the Orneus were no exception to this rule. Or perhaps it was because he was so full of life, so interested in everything, and so convinced that his interest in it was something that would please his partner. In the mornings he would crawl into the kitchen at the bottom of the ship and eagerly ask Grandpa Ben, the kitchen watchman, how to make grain last longer without worming, how to boil a good stew, how to recognize a good honey wine, and what rare dishes he could find. I learned how to make traps to catch birds, how to catch fish with my hair in case of shipwreck, and how to distill sea water into fresh water. And at night he would ask Cameron how to read the charts, how to look at the stars, how to trim the sails in a storm. There was nothing that he did not want to know. You're a funny man, you know that. As Jakes, who had become a good friend, exclaimed in disgust. Jakes, who at the age of 20 had been elected chief sailor, was also extremely skilled in many things. He was especially adept at carving sea gods, sea goddesses, ornies, and sea birds on the edge of a piece of wood with a small knife, and his belongings, whether swords or clothes cases, were richly engraved with the most beautiful patterns. He also taught me how to make a special kind of mooch, and of the flaming coral and poisonous jellyfish to which I must be careful. In fact, sometimes I feel as if I've been on a boat with you for years. I've never seen anything like it. Wherever you go, people always say that. Istvan imitated Jakes, carving a baka piece with the point of his sword and closing one eye. I'm the lure's best kept secret. I've never heard anyone say that before. Why not? But wouldn't you agree? Well. But I'm sure you'll be able to make a good living wherever you go. Ha, not Cameron, but the golden wheel of lures. Well. I've always done just fine on my own. By the way, Jakes. Istvan looked at him with a serious face. Oh, what do you think of the Black Ishtar? What? Did the captain tell you that? At that moment, Jakes looked around in horror. Well. If you say you've spoken, there's nothing to hide. What do you think, Jakes? That's still the boat. Don't say that. It's a bad omen. But you know what? I don't know anything about it. It's up to you and me and the Axo to think. Jakes cut the amulet of Dryden. But you see, on that ship. Orseus, my brother, was a sailor too. A good man, a good sailor, a good brother. Log's brothers were on it, and Ben's sons. That ship and the Orneus are like brothers and sisters really. So, you see. If the dead do not lie softly in Dryden's hovel we, Dryden. Meditatively, Istvan murmured. Of course, it's the Dryads that make the sea. But if the dolls, don't tell me his name. When you're on board a ship, to say the name of a man you want to be with is to call on him. Cut the mark of Dryden, you don't want to be called a man who brings bad luck. There's a man on every ship who is the first to be made a pillar of honor when something goes wrong, and he's got a name for it. It was, indeed, a strange, curious and inexplicable coincidence. For, much later, the man who calls woe became the third nickname of Istvan of Wallachia, the Red Mercenary, and his name was always mentioned with that nickname. But in the midst of the blue and calm waters of the Lent, Jake said it without thinking. Gone, gone, gone. And with a mighty clang, the watch bell on top of the main mast began to ring madly. There's a ship. I see a ship. I could hear the screams of the sailors on watch. Jakes. Isto, I'm not sure I'd want to be here. Suddenly the two boys jumped up and ran to the edge of the deck. But at that time there was a man who came up on his knees. Ah, Captain. You said it was a boat. Cameron's face had become very ugly. Move. He stood on the upper deck with his hands over his eyes, and did not move a muscle. Thou. Bell continued to ring, and as many men as could leave the hold came running out onto the upper deck. A ship. A black ship. A pirate ship. The guards are still shouting. There you go. Jakes and Istvan looked at each other with a sharp look in their eyes. Now everyone can clearly see the ominous black shape of the ship on the horizon. This suspicious figure of a ship, without a flag, is heading straight for the Orneus. Cameron put his hand down on his forehead. Enemy attack. The sound of his voice seemed to echo throughout the Orneus. Gentlemen. That's the Black Ishtar, my ship's target this time, the hated enemy ship that sank my sister Orseus. All hands to battle stations. Ready for battle. Every man to his post. Torikaji, full. Torikaji, Torai-kaji, Yasoro. The crew of the Orneus has been trained for many years. Immediately, they all run to their posts without hesitation. Armor plate, up. Squeeze the sails. Archers, forward. The preparations for battle are being made with remarkable rapidity. Omoji, full. Starboard, ready to fire. In the meantime, the monster ship, gliding noiselessly through the sea, was getting closer and closer to the Orneus. The speed was extraordinary. Cameron went down from the upper deck to the main deck. Oh, Captain. They're heading straight for us. Looks like we're about to be hit by a ship. Still, it's a nasty ship. She's as black as a goose. On the holy circle of Drydawn, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got some kind of monster on board. Who's that on the mast? What? Oh, at the Isht. What's the matter, you idiot, when did you? It's dangerous, come down. I'm a far-sighted man, Istvan said, sliding quickly down the main mast. Hey, Cameron, that ship's got a lot to be desired. What do you see, Istvan? I can't see any archers on deck. What the? Suddenly, Cameron, Phil's, the sub-captain, and Jake's, the bosun, were on the lookout. The archer is not here. Oh, it's not as if they're going to attack us at all. That's ridiculous. What else are you going to do? Are you going to say hello or something? In the interest of truth, I'm just telling you what I saw. Istvan's mouth agape. Then perhaps it's hidden under a shield. All right, boys, what do you think you're doing? Cameron's words were suddenly interrupted by the scream of a sailor who had gone up to the watchtower in the opposite direction to Istvan. What's the matter, Roku? Oh. Roku was trying to slide down the mast. But his hands, in too much panic, slipped off the mast and the sailor was knocked headlong to the deck. Roku is down. Idiots. Don't leave your post. Cameron screams and runs towards it. Filth, Istvan and Jakes are after him. Are you all right? What's the matter, Roku? Say, Captain. Roku had broken his arm somewhere and was lying on the deck bleeding from the mouth. But when he heard Cameron's voice, he moaned slightly and opened his eyes. Captain, I'm afraid that ship is. Roku. What did you see? What's that ship? Captain, run. Don't go near that ship. That's the cursed ship of death that roams the Sea of Lent forever. It's a ghost ship, oh, on the upper deck of that ship, Captain Tavire of the Orseus. What the fuck? Roku fainted. There you are, demon. Suddenly, with a single bark, Cameron leapt into the air. A moment later. Whoa! Again, the screams rang out. I'm going to get stuck in. Whoa! A bump. All over the ship, there were tremendous screams and cries of terror. Oh! The Black Devil ship is heading straight for the Orneus, as if it wanted to hit the ship with its own body. Steersman. Turn the ship, Cameron exclaimed. Hold on to the mast. Grab the railing. Watch out. The black ship did not even dare to dodge. She plunged straight into the belly of the Orneus. Bump, bump. Janice, have mercy. A tremendous impact. Ha _ And I wish I could have been there to see you. Come and see me. I wish I could have been there to see you. For a moment the crew, blinded by fear and clinging tightly to the railing, cowered and froze, wondering if they were dead and had entered the doll's version of the story. Eventually, a brave man will open his eyes. Oh, a stunned voice slips from his lips. Oh, that ship is. That boat is gone. What the hell? The ominous, black, evil ship. At a frightening rate, she was heading straight for the ship, and it looked as if she might hit the side of the ship, causing both ships to collide, wreck, and sink. The ship, which had just been there, had disappeared like smoke from the waters. Tavire was on board, you said, Locke. Cameron jumped to his feet. His eyes were blazing, glowing with a terrible light. You. It's a ghost ship. The ghost of her sister, the Orseus, has risen from the depths of Dole to haunt her and sink her. A ghost ship. All sailors are very superstitious. Immediately there is a murmur, a whisper of intense fear, here and there, to cut off the sign of Janus, the sign of Dryden. You guys. Cameron is a very experienced sailor who has lived for decades only on the sea. Immediately, realizing that they were in danger of being terrorized, he drew his sword with ease. I'll cut off any of you who dare to think any nonsense, to say any nonsense, to violate the taboos of Dryden. Now, which one of you wants to be beaten by me? Say, Captain. The sailors look up at Cameron with the trusting eyes of children. The captain's supreme confidence that they would be safe with him calmed their fears and they stopped fussing. Go to your post, you fool. Don't think about trivial things. When Cameron shouted at them, they ran away in a panic. At last, seeing that order was returning to the ship, Cameron secretly shook himself so as not to be noticed by his men. The blue sea is smooth, and not a trace of the black ship remains. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, it's Dryden. Cameron's dark, steely eyes are filled with uncontrollable agitation and anxiety. A ghost ship, but that's what I think. We all saw him, we all saw him. And I wish I could have been there, straight into this ship, and when we all thought we had hit it, it was gone in a flash. Dresden, does your sea harbor such mysteries? Why? Gently Cameron cut the mark of Dryden and put the sword in his sheath. He turned and saw the eyes of Filth and Istvan watching him closely. Oh, there you are. Cameron, that's... Istvan was about to say something. Then, suddenly, the Orneus lurched violently. It was as if some great invisible hand had lifted the great ship from beneath. Woohoo! The big wave. Istvan, danger. Cameron immediately jumped on the sailing line to support himself. Hold on to something. If only I had time to say it. Wah! What the hell is that? This time, horror and disbelief, and a horrified scream, ran through the Orneus. Oh, that's... There's something in the water. Oh, black, huge, the size of a small island. A slimy, wet, shiny, round thing, like the head of something. They break through the waves and try to come out. The Orneus was buffeted by the waves and turned violently. Ah! Overthrow Sue. What? Screaming. Cameron. Cameron turned his head, distracted by the huge black thing that had broken through the waves. And he shouted, Istvan. Fool, danger, hold on. Cameron. The boy's eyes were wide with terror. His body was lifted from the deck, which was covered by the tidal wave of the monster, to the crest of the wave, and then left the deck. Istvan. Cameron grasped the sail rope with one hand and held out his left hand as far as it would go. Hold on to my hand. Isht. Ah! The screams of those snatched by the waves were muffled by the spray of the waves. Those of the crew who were lucky enough not to be caught by the nearest railing or mast were thrown overboard in pieces, as if they had been scattered like stones. For a moment, Cameron thought he saw the boy's black eyes, frozen with fear. But then all was lost in the waves. Istvan. Even Cameron's screams were muffled by the tidal wave that swept over the Orneus. The Orneus, tossed about by the tidal waves, with its half-conscious crew on board, was so close to the water's edge that it almost touched it. Something terrible, something huge is about to reveal itself. Cameron. Istvan felt as if he were in a dream, as his body swooped up into the air like a leaf, completely helpless. He was already unconscious of whose name he was calling and whose hand he was reaching out to cling to. He only thought he saw a number of black things passing close to his body, which was being lifted up and down again in a violent heap, with a scream and the sound of water. I do not know when my body slammed into the water, submerged in the sea, and came up again. Just when I was struggling to breathe and my lungs and head seemed to be about to explode, my head suddenly popped out of the water. Was it a real scene, or just a vision that he thought he saw? The boy's dazed eyes could see the white boat, tilted almost 30 degrees, the people being swept away from the boat's edge by the waves, and the sky behind them, as blue and peaceful as if it had never existed. Oh! The boy thought faintly. It's the end of the Orpheus. Cameron. Cameron will die too. The eyes become blurred, the surroundings turn a pale blue and the mind becomes dull. No, Isto, if I faint here, I'll die too. Death, at the edge of the sea, without becoming a king, but why on earth would that? To the last question, as if something wanted me to answer only one thing. He saw. Something unthinkable was hanging over the Orneus. It looked to him as if a huge black creature was about to kiss his white lover. How should I have described it? A huge, slimy, black circle, clearly the head of the monster. And then there are the two hideous, horrible, glowing red eyes and the huge beak. It looked like an octopus, but if it was an octopus, it was indeed an incredibly huge monster octopus that could have taken a whole ship by itself. And, oh, your eyes. It could not be an octopus. No, no animal on earth could have them, for their fierce red eyes are clearly malevolent, and with a horrible wish to be the best of all possible worlds. It looked as if he was going to shoot straight at Istvin. Kraken. The words come to my numb head. Conclusional communication. The monster that dwells in the northern seas, the lord of the seas, huge, malevolent demon. That's. And then. I wish I could have been there. The black ship, the ship of the land of shadows, the ship of sorrows, carrying the dead across the sea forever. He knew not why, but Istvin knew plainly that it was he who had been there. The dead he did not know, Tiber, Benjamin's son, the crews of the various ships that had sunk in the southern seas, they stood on the deck, their invisible eyes fixed on the inside of themselves. A crowd of dead men, some with arrows in their chests, some all burned up, standing still with their heads down. The way they stand still, not calling out, not hovering, makes the viewer's mind even more immersed in eternal cosmic terror. The beak of the kraken opened. Istvin thought that he had given a command. Then the ship of the dead glided on to the Orneus, and a mooring rope was thrown over her bows. A ghost ship was about to tow the Orneus away. Cameron. Istvin tried to shout. Cameron, don't go. Are they going to take you with them? I tried to scream, but something blue came into my mouth. Ship of sorrows. The ship of the dead, sailing out to the sea of sorrow, the kraken's invitation to wander without everlasting life. Where was the illusion and where was the truth in his eyes? The last thing he saw was a black ship without a rower or sails, and the Orneus being pulled along by it, under a stormy sky full of black clouds. Time has stopped its flow. Even the stars have lost their meaning. Somewhere, the wheel of yarn destiny is still turning, but what kind of yarn does it want to knit together? What kind of pattern does it want to create? The boy had a long, long dream. Or perhaps, in it, he had passed through all his days, and all his days to come, in advance. One day, in a wistful dream, Silenus, the beast-faced man, was by his side. Silenus led him to the battlefield, and he passed between the blood and the thunder of swords and the roar of horses. A beautiful girl, whom he had never seen before, clasped her hands around his neck and whispered to him of her love. The boy smiled, but the cold blue water drew her away from him. He wandered forever alone in the ice and snow, and sobbed with loneliness. A sweet girl with dark hair and dark eyes smiled at him and held out her hands to him. The boy had to go there. If he went there, he would be happy. As the boy held out his hands, she pointed to her feet, where an icy, beautiful, dignified woman lay. She was dead. He had killed her. He remembered that he had to pay for his crime. If he didn't bring her back, he'd never get to see the dark-haired girl again. The boy sobbed, and the tears flowed down his face, and he was again on the battlefield. A strange little creature with hair on its face and on its body, neither man nor beast, was dancing about him in a strange dance. A blue wave was sweeping the creature and the boy away. The boy screamed and set fire to the waves. A great blue wave burst into flames. Out of the flames, something shimmers up and tries to reach the boy. And the burnt hand of the dead man, blackened and scorched all over, is pointing straight at him. The boy screamed, and the dead man's eyes widened. His eyes were the blue of the Sea of Lent, which he had just burned. "Help me," the boy tried to cry out. He thought that if he called out someone's name, he would be able to wake from this terrible, painful dream. But he could not remember anyone's name, not the girl with the purple lashes who had wrapped her arms around his neck and pledged her love, not the girl with the gentle smile. He thought that no one could love him. Tears trickled down his cheeks. A sense of loss and loneliness, an empty wilderness, a wilderness where the dead lie idle, and he wanders alone and endlessly. And the dead man arose and stood before him in a blazed form. The number of the dead was gradually increasing. At last they began to merge into one another, and became a great monster, made up of the bodies of the dead. It knew that he could do nothing about it. But it waited for him to stumble, and lingered on him forever and ever. When you are dead, Istvin. It pointed to him and laughed at him. There's something we can do for you when you're dead, Istvin. I can't go there, but if I wait for you, you'll come here anyway. Istvin, I'm waiting for you, Istvin. Come quickly, Istvin. I want you. I want your soul. Murderer, murderer, murderer. Istvin the bloody, Istvin the traitor. Fierce fear rose in the boy's body. Instantly he drew his sword and cut the monster to pieces. Immediately the monster fell to the ground, crumpled and mangled. But soon its torn head, its burned and gray-haired head, its poisoned corpse bleeding from the mouth, flew up into the air. Ha ha. Ha. Ha ha. And he continued to laugh loudly and horribly. You can't run away. We're waiting for you. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Murderer, murderer. Traitor. Murderer. Murderer of traitors, are you afraid of me? I'm your wife, aren't I? Come on, darling, give me a kiss. Don't do it, Istvin exclaimed. All you have to do is call out someone's name and you'll be saved from this dungeon. But we have no way of knowing who it was. Janice. Janice, doll. Selinos. Selinos. Those yellow eyes of the beast, the head of the leopard, I know them, he thought. I fought with him, side by side, over sea and mountain, and he with me. I brought my sword down on his leopard's head. Selinos. Whose name should he say? He looked around. All around was a desolate wilderness. He remembered at last that he had given the order to kill every living thing. Please come back. He shouted. Just when it seemed as if nothing would come back, a voice answered him. Istvin. Oh, how sweetly and tenderly her voice moved my heart. Oh, how sweet and gentle her voice was. Please come back. I love you. Well, Istvin, you've got it. A sullen, mischievous voice replied. I asked you so much to stay with me, but you left me all alone. I love you. The voice became faint and was about to disappear. Leave him and the dead alone in this boundless wilderness. It's too late. A voice whispered faintly. It's too late. I love. Not allowed. He shouted. You're mine. You belong to me. I'd rather kill you than give you to him. Are you going to kill me? Will you kill me as you killed that man, that woman, those people? Oh. He sobbed. Thunder rumbled. Dole. Take my soul with you. How far I've come, I can't go back. We can't go back to that day, to that battlefield where we fought side by side. The oceans, the wilds, the mountains, the towns we traversed. All, far away. The world was a wilderness of empty spaces. Even the dead had disappeared. Nothing, no time, not even the streams of the stars. That was the wages of Yarn's sin upon him. Now is the time to call someone's name, he thought. He could remember the name at last. It's going to come up to me, to me, to me. If I could only call his name. Caw. His lips fluttered. Something painful and blue swelled up and was about to explode. Karmarologine. He is. I called him a different name. A single, cruel gleam in his eye told of his doom. Yarn's cold, unfathomable eyes. He tried to scream again for help. What's the matter with you? Istvin groaned and opened his eyes. Many strange faces were looking down at him. He was lying on the deck of a gently swaying ship. Ah, Istvin groaned. Water. Here. Here's the wine. Bon appetit. Istvin choked. Most of the strong wine spilled from his mouth. I can't help it. A voice said. Look. Suddenly he was lifted up in his arms, and something soft and warm came into his mouth, and a gulp of thirst-quenching wine was poured into his mouth. Oh. The boy coughed, but then he finally became fully conscious and looked around. The first thing he saw was a blue mass, like the continuation of a nightmare. He almost screamed, and then he realized that it was only the sky near dusk. Would you like some more fire wine? No more, no more. I spoke to him. Finally, it dawned on me. I don't want it. That's true. Nigidia's lips are a bit poisonous for a little girl. I thought you were going to grow back like that. What the hell are you talking about? Shut up, you idiots. Istvan finally sat up and looked around him in amazement. It was an unfamiliar, three-masted sailing ship. It bore no resemblance to the ships of Wallachia. The shape of the sails, even the wood covering the floor, all looked terribly foreign. The crew, looking at him, were also of a race unknown to him. They were all very tall, big and strong. They were all big men, so big that they made the tall, slender Istvan look like a small, stocky man. His hair and beard were red, and his arms and chest were covered with red hairs. Sunburned white skin, blue eyes. Standing in front of him, with her red hair bristling behind her, wearing a leather robe and leather trousers, and her hands on her hips, looking at him curiously, was another red-haired, blue-eyed beauty of truly imposing stature. Her hair, rich and wavy, spread out in all directions like a flame, which made her look even larger. Her breasts and hips were full and firm, and her torso was tightly knotted. Like the men, she wore a leather breastplate, leather trousers up to her knees, a dagger hanging from her waist, and sandals, and although she looked half a head larger than Istvan, she was still smaller than the men. Boy, where do you come from? Wallachia. Istvan was familiar with the strong accent of the Middle Kingdom language. Are you from the north? Yes. We are Vikings from Tarchuin. This is the Freya and I'm Nigidia. Taruin. Is your ship in distress? Wallachia is a southern sea country whose name is known even to the Tartars. You're very young, but do they allow children to sail in Wallachia? I'm not a child. I'm 16. I'm Istvan. They call me Ist. My ship is. Istvan swallowed his spit. The ship is at. Did the Orpheus sink? Did the Kraken and the ghost ship sink? Cameron and kill him. And Jakes, and Log, and Filth. Have I been drifting alone? Although they are the same word, the pronunciation is so different between Taruin at the northern end of the Middle Plain and Wallachia at the southern end that it is almost inaudible. Istvan was careful to pronounce it slowly. Is there anyone else in the area? Where am I? We're about to enter Terrania Atoll. You were floating there all by yourself like a piece of wood. I'm surprised you weren't eaten by a dolphin. How did your ship sink? There haven't been any storms lately, a sea battle. Something is wrong. Suddenly Istvan's heart clenched. Taruin is the land of Sigurd, the pirate king, the seafaring people of the 12 seas, and the country located at the crossroads between the northern countries and the Middle Plain. The Vikings, blue-eyed giants, are ubiquitous pirates. The size of their ships and their radius of action are not comparable with those of the coastal states of Wallachia, Agraria, Thrace and Iphicles, whose territory covers the coastal provinces and, of course, also the distant seas, but who mainly ply the seas of Lent. But however wide the radius of action of the Tarchuan Vikings, their main territory lay in the north, in the seas of Norn, Corsair, Poseidonia and Dras, with occasional visits to the Sea of Lent, and even to Wallachia and Ligol, but rarely so far south. But rarely have they come so far south. The southern half of the Sea of Lent is too hot for them, being a northern people. And this look in their eyes that they're trying to get out of me. Tense blue eyes circled around him, waiting for him to speak, watching his mouth. Wasn't this monster, as far as I know, already near Toulon, around the Sea of Norn? Mostly, one of them is fed up with the Norn Sea of ice and snow. The words he had exchanged with Cameron went through his head like a flash of lightning. You guys. Istvan suddenly drew himself up and looked round at the giants. Save my ship. The Kraken sank my ship and a ghost ship took my white Orneus. There. Kraken. Istvan knew that his instincts had been right. As soon as they heard this, the blue-eyed giants changed their color and stepped aside. Nigidia, I've found it. I've caught up. He's still in the Sea of Lent. Quiet, please. When Nigidia shouted at them, they fell silent. Why, what did you say, boy? Oh, yeah, Isht. That, Kraken, you saw it. That's not what I saw. He sank my ship and I was taken by the waves. That monster, we, the Orneas, have been heading south across the Sea of Lent to find out why there have been so many ships disappearing around Terrania, and to fight and destroy the pirate stronghold if there is one. But just as we were about to reach the point in question, the sky was clear and the weather was very calm, when without warning a black ship appeared and, just as we thought it had run headlong into us, it disappeared. When we were in a frenzy, he came out from underneath the boat and swept my boat away. Istvan shuddered as he remembered the horrible, malevolent light of wish fulfillment that glittered in that slimy black head and red eyes. He must be a monster created by the doll itself, he said and cut the sign of Dryden. You can't go wrong. A Viking shouted, his blue eyes twinkling with excitement. We've got him. Now all we have to do is hunt them down. Thank you, Odin. Hold on. Istvan looked round at them. I've told you my story, now it's your turn to tell me yours, Viking. You've been chasing that monster. I always thought it was strange to see a Terran ship from the north in these southern waters. Yes, Isto. The word Istvan was difficult for the Vikings to pronounce. Nigidia gazed at the boy with blue eyes that reminded Istvan not of the bright blue of the Sea of Lent, but of the steel blue of the sky that peeped through the ice and snow of the Sea of Norn, which he had not yet seen. We have come all the way from Norn in the north, through the Sea of Corsair, through the canals of Gaia and Miletus, into the Sea of Lent, almost from the north end of the world to the south, and we have chased after that monster, the Kraken. I thought I'd lost you all over again, the blue-eyed giant said. Now all we have to do is to stop him and our task will be done. It was a long... Quietly, Nigidia murmured. A tear trickled down her cheek. 7 years, little one. 7 years we've been wandering from sea to sea, looking for that monster. Let me hear it. The Freya was making her way south across the Sea of Lent, breaking the waves. The goddesses of the sea, born and bred in the northern seas and driven by the giants of the sea, are now soaring across the bright blue of the southern seas. That Kraken, what the hell is that thing? And what brings you all so far from home? What it really is, we don't know. Nigidia and Istvan were sitting on the edge of the deck. Nigidia and Istvan were sitting at the edge of the deck, and Istvan had a tray with a meal of unfamiliar Tartuan Viking food, rough rye bread, baked fish, and sour cheese made from milk. They ate with curiosity. All I can say is that I wish I could say that I had lived in the Norn Sea of ice and snow and mist as long as I have lived in the north, perhaps longer than we humans have lived in the north. There's more than one of them. Maybe there was a Kraken tribe. That monster is obviously intelligent, but it also has magical powers that humans don't have. It can manipulate people. It can also manipulate the dead and make them do what it wants. That is why in the past, and even now, in some of the more northerly countries, unknown even to us, there is even a belief that the Kraken is the god himself, the creator who made man. Like Queensland. There is a festival of ice and snow once a year, when dozens of virgins and young men who have never known a woman are offered to the Kraken. He wants to make sure that all men are eaten, and to do this he manipulates the dead to attract new sacrifices. Nigidia's voice was filled with hatred and rage. A man-eating monster. But if that's all it is, then God made it that way. I have no reason to hate it. I cannot forgive that accursed monster, not only because it kills, eats alive, and preys on the sacrifices offered by foolish men, not only because it has no qualms about tying its poor victims to the rocks. Nigidia's blue eyes welled up. She was, after all, a daughter of the icy, snow-covered country of the north. She carried around her, even on the melting blue waters of the Lent, the roaring flames of winter, the crashing of the ice, and the howling winds. He will not give the dead the only thing they have in the last breath, even a peaceful eternal rest. He desecrates the dead at the last moment. Oh, I hear the groans of the dead. I see the grief of the dead crying out to be put to sleep. Kraken. I, and Nigidia, will drive a harpoon purified by the fire of the gods into the accursed one with my own hands. Is there a way to defeat that monster? Only one. Our ancestors were once forced to fight the Kraken, and nearly met the same fate as Queensland, who were ruled by them, but with the help of the great king and wizard Bragi, they found the holy fire of the gods to destroy the Kraken. To destroy the Kraken. With it, he drove the Kraken away, sealed them in the ice and snow, and bound them with a spell to keep them from coming out. But through a series of coincidences, a Kraken escaped the wards and fled to the southern lands, where he did not yet know how to defeat them, and there he hoped to establish his own kingdom. Oh no, you make it sound like the Kraken is more than just a monster. Of course. Quickly, Nigidia intercepted him. Don't forget. It has the power to think like a man, and more. It's no wonder the people of Queensland call him God. Legend has it he came down from there in time immemorial. Across the sea of stars. Nigidia pointed straight up at the sky. Already there were the stars, which would be very different from those in the north. It's going to live a long, long time. Maybe it wants to go back there. But that doesn't mean we should put our dead in shame, does it? Nigidia, if someone you care about is. Yes. Nigidia shook off the red hair that was standing on end. He killed the Kraken when it broke the wards, and among the dead that he wished to bring back to me was my mistress Slay. Nigidia. If Suri were dead, I'd give up. But to be humiliated, desecrated and despised without rest, which is the right of the dead, and to be exposed as a wretch, a man I love, I cannot allow that. I have sworn an oath to Odin that I will kill him and reclaim the souls of the dead, no matter how many years it takes. No rest, a natural right of the dead. Cameron. Istvan thought of the brave sailor's steely black eyes and cheerful, smiling face. Jake's. Phil's. Loglu. Ben. Tazio. In an instant the Orneus sank, and he saw his friends, his brothers in the sea, dead and wandering. Valachian boy. That's why, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to pilot me. Tell me where you ran into him. That's what this boat came from the north for. You don't want to meet that monster again after you've saved your life, but I'll do what you say. It's for the souls of the dead. I'm going to. Istvan looked up at the starry sky. If we kill the Kraken, will the souls of the dead be freed from its clutches? Yes. The Kraken has a strange power. If you look him straight in the eye, even a living man can be put in a golden bind. When he dies, the dead he has been playing with can finally be put to their true sleep. No problem. Istvan chuckled. Cameron, Jakes, filth, let's do Tavere. I want to free my people from him and put them to sleep. You Vikings don't like it, but I'll help you kill the Kraken, by my guardian, the holy Drydawn. Suddenly, tears fell from Istvan's eyes. So your ship fell into his hands. Was there a father or a brother on board? I'm not your father, I'm not your brother, Istvan murmured, but he took care of me. They really cared for me. By Seria's hand. She always said, by the gods. Cameron. I won't let you wander the waters of my beloved Lent on a ghost ship as a dead man, Cameron. No, not for Dryden, not for my love for you. Ishto. In a meditative tone of voice, Nigidia whispered. Well then, you and I both lost something we love, come here. Come to my room. Nigidia brought Istvan into her cabin, brushed back her red hair, and puffed. Oh, it's hot. It doesn't get any cooler at night, because they wear such tight-fitting leather. In Wallachia, everyone wears fluffy cloth that doesn't stick to the body. I feel better when I'm undressed. Nigidia stripped herself of her leather robe and short trousers. A stately, goddess-like, confident gesture. Vikings are monogamous, she said. When the mistress dies, the woman or man can't have a new mistress anymore, not among the Vikings. You can. With a foreigner. Nigidia. Don't you want to hold me? You're very beautiful. But, even in Wallachia, do they make manipulations on dead people? No. Istvan stood up and approached the woman from the north who held out her hand. I thought people in the north were ice. Istvan whispered as he was completely enveloped by a rich, hot body. But you're the fire of the north. I'm alive. My blood is hot. Nigidia's lips covered the boy's lips, and her hands began to undress him. When Istvan took her by the shoulders and was about to fall down on the wooden bed, she pushed his lips away for a moment and whispered, I am the one who has to do this. You have to promise me. If I'm killed by the Kraken, I'll burn my body with the fire of the gods on the spot. I don't want to wander around as a dead man who can't die. It would be too lonely. I promise, Nigidia. I like to live. I'm happy to see you, southern boy. Darkness wrapped them in one. There's still time before dawn. The Freya continued to sail south. Chapter 3. The ship's graveyard. As the night drew on, the Freya was heading south towards the Turanian archipelago off the coast of Rhodes and Lutetia, close to the southern continent of Cyrenaica. So this is the area where you saw. There are no landmarks, no signposts, and we are in the middle of a sea of rents. At dawn, when you go to the edge of the boat, all you can see is the smooth, black surface of the water, like oil. Of course, there is no sign of the Kraken or of the ghost ship, not even a vestige of their existence. If the Orneus had sunk, on a calm day like this, there would normally have been pieces of wood, barrels of water, floats, and pieces of sail floating on the surface of the water for a long time afterwards. It's impossible to tell which way they went, Istvan said. And to find out where he's based. You seem to have forgotten how many years we've been chasing him, looking for him. Nigidia put her hands on her strong hips, turned her chest away and looked into the black water. 7 years. For 7 years, I've been chasing him south, down to where I don't even know where he is. Now we're in the same waters. That's all I need to know I've got him. And you know what, kid? Niold, the captain of the Freya, interrupted him. He was a big man with a full, red beard. We were warned by a kind islander on the island of Dahlia, belonging to Rhodes, where we stopped for water 3 days ago. Lately, in the waters between here and Terrania, ships have often gone missing and disappeared. The fishermen, who had barely returned to safety, had gone mad, their hair had turned white, and they uttered only broken and incomprehensible words. Among them, a black monster is coming, ghosts are wandering about the ship's grave, and blue flames of death are burning on the masts. And the blue flames of death are burning on the masts. Then we saw that it was no doubt the Kraken, and we left the island and sailed straight for the direction which the islanders had told us not to go. And just as we were about to enter the waters, we found you floating on a piece of wood. So you can be sure that the Kraken is not far from here, Nigidia affirmed. And my heart tells me so too. For a long time I've sailed in despair. I've thought I'd found it, and been disappointed. I've thought I'd caught it, and seen it slip away from my grasp. But now, my heart knows that our journey is finally over. I don't know if we can beat him, he's so powerful. But whether we will be defeated and leave his wreckage in the ship's grave, or whether we will finally be able to put a harpoon purified with the fire of God into his eye, his only vital point, and finish him off. I know that this will be the place of the final battle between us and him. The beating heart in my chest tells me so clearly. For a long time, I have survived only by hunting him down. In the meantime, somehow, there may have been a mysterious thread of communication between me and him, the Kraken. I can feel the Kraken's fear. I can see that he's terrified because he knows he's trapped too. After all these years, the Norn sisters, the wizards of fate, have led me to him. She is mine and I am hers. For Hatch, the wolf of vengeance and hatred, has brought me and him together. I don't know, man, Istvan murmured. I'll always love being alive. It's more important for me to live than to avenge the dead. Are the gods of the north so petty in their hearts that they will always manipulate the dead and unite them with their enemies? We believe that the gods of Fanaheim are not like the disreputable gods of the south. Nerold said, annoyed. The gods of the north are not vague gods in the heavens who watch over us coolly. They are real gods who speak to us and show themselves to us men. The gods of Farnheim live in the land of the gods beyond Vanheim, across the Rainbow Bridge. We, too, can meet them, exchange words with them, and live beside them, if we only cross that bridge. Ha! Istvan rolled his eyes. Are there such gods? If Janus or Drydan were to appear before men, and could speak to them with such ease, we should be so astonished that we should think that the end of the world had come. It is said that the royal people of the old kingdom of Paro, who have been priests to Janus for generations, hear the voice of the gods. But, well, I have seen the Kraken. Beyond Asgarn and Norn, where there is ice and snow and mist, everything must be very different from here in the middle of the country or in the south. In the south, too, there are strange, frog and fish-faced evil gods who call themselves the old gods. Anyway, it's true that we both know surprisingly little about the world. For example, the Kraken. I had no idea that such a monster existed in real life, although I had heard legends of such things living in the northern seas. But I never thought it could live in real life. What on earth is he? Don't you northerners know anything about it? As I said yesterday, Nigidia replied. All we know is that he probably came from somewhere else and has a mysterious power. Come on, that's what I'm going to do, that's what I'm going to do. Istvan's dark eyes flashed. It's so extraordinary, it came from the sky, does that mean it's part of the gods? Did the gods allow it to exist and did the gods give birth to it? If the gods of the north are south close to men as you say, why don't they protect us from that monster? Why do you let him have his way with the wandering dead? I don't know what to say to people in the south. Nigidia sighs. Even the gods are not all-knowing, perhaps they came to this world from somewhere else long ago. The old ones of the south may have been some of them. There was a war between the gods and them, and the gods won and contained them. But in the northern countries they were real and they are still real, and there is plenty of proof of it. Like the Kraken and the wicked nations that glorify the Kraken. We are little white men playing on the bellies of sleeping giants, and what we believe to be the world may all be gone before the giants wake up and rise. Istvan murmured. You're from the north, after all, Nigidia. I wouldn't want to live my life thinking of the world in such dark and horrible terms. I'd think of the world in a different way. But this is a sea of rents. I don't deny that many strange things happen in the sea, and there are many legends. I want to know about the world. And I want to know why we're here, what it means. If I die here fighting the Kraken without knowing, I won't regret it. It is my secret dream to visit the northern countries and the southern islands one day, if I can. The sea of the south stretched out before the people of the north in a boundless expanse. As the sun rose, the men of the Freya began to prepare for battle. The Istvan, too, was told to take what weapons he liked. Their headgear was of stout iron, with horns on each side, which, as might be expected, would have been a hindrance in a ship's battle. Istvan looked on in dismay. It's too heavy for me to carry around, he said, and from the bottom of the box he took up a slender dagger of a stout woman's hand. I'm good with this. After midday, the tide began to change color. It was a couple of hours after noon when the lookout on the mast began to shout that he could see the shadow of an island. If you look at the charts, we're right in the Turanian archipelago, Nigidia said. We should be at the graveyard of the ship we heard about on the Isle of Dahlia in 5 or 6 days at the latest. 5 or 6. Istvan looked uncomfortable. You've got to be kidding. So we're going to go into the shady neighborhood just as the sun is setting, and then we're going to go into that ship's graveyard when the sun is fully up. I'm not a coward by any means, but at least I'll be able to fight the monsters by the light of a bright lure. It's all the same to me anyway, Isht. Nigidia smiles wickedly at him. They say there is always a pale fire around there, and the whole area is brightly lit. That's horrible. Ishtvan grumbled. You know, I don't really like ghosts. To the left of the Freya, the shadow of an island appeared, green and dusky, and the people tensed. The Freya, however, passed in the shadow of the island without incident, and then several islands of various sizes appeared on either side. At last the ship came to the edge of the Turanian archipelago. The nymph's necklace. Ishtvan pointed to it. Isn't it beautiful? I can't believe you're saying that one of them is the home of the devil. The Sea of Lent is so calm and smooth, without a wave, that unless you are constantly thinking about it, you will forget what you are chasing and why you are going where you are going, and you will surrender yourself to this decadent blue. The day passed in peace and quiet, and there was not a spectre in the sea. Here and there were islands and atolls, some inhabited, others little more than uninhabited fragments of rock, but the Freya, passing between them one after another, paid no attention to them. The purple twilight spreads its veil like smoke over the sea, and the jewel of Iris begins to flicker its white light. They were also served a meal of hard bread and sour cheese, and a white, sour wine to warm their bodies. The crew's secret determination that today would be the day of the battle finally faded into the twilight, and they were torn between the thought that it would be another day of inactivity, and the sobering thought that night had fallen and they were finally going into enemy territory. The purple twilight was soon replaced by a dark blue darkness, and the stars decorated the sky as if they were waving. The red-haired, blue-eyed giants, with their heavy silver headgear with horns on each side, their heavy, though simple, girdles, and their huge machetes on the deck as sticks, gazed up at the faintly beautiful stars, which must have been arranged differently from the northern constellations. The sight of these giants, red-haired and blue-eyed, gazing up at you as if you were looking at a group of bronze statues, struck me as fantastic and disturbing. Ishtvan, perched on a bundle of coiled sails, gazed at the group of giants to the north. Only he was different from them in hair and skin color, in slenderness and squatness, and only he had been born and bred on this southern shore. He took out a small flute which he had been making in a hollow wedge under the dark night sky, and put it to his mouth. The giants looked at him in astonishment as a high, mellow sound came from the air. Ishtvan, with supple fingers and dexterous fingers, played the melody of The Daughter of Syria. Sweet, joyful and sad tones flowed beneath the moon. The Vikings listened in silence, with their eyelids closed under their bushy brows, or looking up at the stars. Bravo! When Ishtvan had finished, the Vikings clapped their hands as he removed his flute from his mouth. What song is that, Isht? Oh, it's called Daughter of Syria. Syria is the goddess of beauty and love, and this is a song about a flirtatious girl in a port town who has the blood of the goddess in her veins, which makes men's hearts flutter. It's very popular in Wallachia at the moment. It's a strange, sad song. Nigidia said. One more thing, do something. Shall we do Flowers of Marinia? Ishtvan began to blow again. He had learned the wedge of the flute from the dexterous Jakes. Jakes would often carve things with his little knife, and make dolls, amulets and flutes, and teach him how to use them. I will love you more than the beautiful Rosalia, Feria and Lenoria, the white Molinia that blooms in the fields. It was a ballad even sweeter and more secret than The Daughter of Salia. The warm water and the hot sun, the blooming flowers and the sallow skin, how would the giants from the north of the ice and snow hear and think of the anecdotal and strange songs of the south? The Vikings and Nigidia leaned on their axes, folded their arms across their strong chests, or leaned their heads back and listened to Ishtvan's whistle. Now, tell me something about yours. After the last refrain, Ishtvan says. The Vikings looked at each other. Sing it, Nigidia. Sing me something. At the sound of a voice from among the Vikings, the Viking woman nodded unhesitatingly and stepped forward. What do you sing? Niordo. How about a song about Ygladil? The saga of the Maidens of Destiny, Nigidia. I like the song about Ymir's daughter. Nigidia listened to the Vikings as they spoke. Now I'll sing the saga of Ymir's daughter. Tap the barrel and give me a beat, Niold. Oh, yeah. A huge cask of water was carried out with great ease. Ymir is the creator of this world of ice and snow. This world is his body, and the snow and the storm are his white breath. He had 3 sons and a beautiful daughter. Nigidia explained. The Vikings crowded round the cask, and waited with their heads down. Nigidia stood still, holding her hands to the sky, as if waiting for some cold northern breath to come into her, and then a low ooh began to escape her. Soon the red-haired Vikings began to chant. As the low, somber chorus grew louder and louder, Niold began to tap the barrels. Nigidia began to sing. But how different it was from any song or ballad that Istvan had ever known. It was more of a chant than a song, spoken in a heavy, shrill voice. Nigidia sang of the foul and dark story of Ymir, the ice god, and Tavia, whom he loved so much that he locked up in the ice. The low chanting of the Tartuan Vikings, ooh, 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 provided a somber accompaniment. The Valachian boy listens to it, and sees, unconsciously, a blizzard raging, a wilderness of white devils as far as the eye can see, a pack of black wolves running through the snow, a dead forest huddled in the blackness of the blizzard. The shaggy-haired giants, huddled in their furs in their stone houses, gazing at the flickering flames. In the long, long, sunless winter, and in the white blizzard, the demon knocks at the door for the night. Even to Istvan, who had never heard of snow except in the songs of the minstrels, the picture of the countries of that long night, and of the black kraken, not of this world, wandering through them, and of the Nornish sea, swirling with grey and dark colors, and of the dull, dark hues of the round-bottomed ship seeking help, came clearly back to him. I feel that I am coming back to life. Nigidia's voice was a hoarse, heavy witch's voice, not unlike the one she used when she spoke. No wonder the kraken rose from the dark depths of the sea at the sound of my voice. Oh, lure of light and gold! Secretly, Istvan cuts the sign of Janus. The sound of Nigidia's voice drifted over the dark surface of the sea. At that moment there appeared to him a man whom he wished to see. I wish I could have known when and how he came to be there, but he was there, a silent shadow, without a sound, without a hint of suspicion. Ghost ships. The ship of the ghosts, black with shadows and death. It hovered quietly, gloomily, in the shadow of the Freya, as if it had no voice to wail with grief and envy. If Istvan had been a mystic, he might have believed that it was indeed the dark and heavy songs of Nigidia that drew him to it. Woa! There it is! The singing and chanting, and the clapping of hands by Niold, died away. The ghost ship was black, and yet its whole appearance seemed to be shrouded in some kind of pale, fuzzy light. But on the deck and around the tiller there was not a single figure of the man who should have been in charge of the ship. They seemed to be floating on the surface of the water, controlled by an invisible spirit. It's out. This is what we have come for, this ship of death. Neither Niordo, nor the others, nor Nigidia, showed even the slightest sign of alarm. Take up arms. Put them in position. Niordo's loud voice echoed through the night. Ymir. All at once, the Vikings scattered to their posts with the sound of the earth. Nigidia. It's him. He's the one who hit the Orneus. As he was about to say this, Istvan looked at Nigidia and stopped speaking. The woman of the north has changed. His eyes, his red hair, his whole strong body looks as if it were fluttering. I found it, she said quietly. The silence was like the silence of a very hot fire, which is not red hot, but blue and quiet. Found it. The ghost ship that took Surrey. It's him, I won't miss him again, Jormungandr. I've been looking for him for a long, long time. But look, Ymir. I've found him. I've found him. I've found him. I've found him. The warrior's cry rang out in the dark night like the horn of a victorious world at its end. The ghost ship is still there, not even a flicker of movement in the waves. Be careful. The voice of Niordo echoes through the air. Ishto says that as soon as this monstrous ship struck it, it disappeared, and as soon as he was relieved to see that it had disappeared, the kraken appeared. Even if you say so. Istvan murmured to himself in secret. Beware, my dear Janus, who is in charge of light and darkness, how can you fight against a monster that appears and disappears at will? I've been on the battlefield since I was a little boy, and everywhere I've been I've had to fight against monsters and ghosts. Janice, have mercy. You've never taught me that. Oh. Ahead of Istvan's gaze, a woman warrior of the northern Theruans, with a horned helmet and red hair flowing from underneath, was walking towards Niold with a huge sword raised carelessly. If that ghost ship is going to hit us, we don't have to wait for it. We'll hit it. Then the ghost will know that there are ships and sailors with bones. I will do as the ship's keeper says. Niordo said loudly. Turn him, turn him. Let's drive our helmets into the belly of that ghost ship. Ugh. Over here, the boy shrugged. Bark, bark. I've been picked up by a great ship. Omoji, Ipai, Ola. With a heavy creak, the Freya spun her helm, but the ship, glowing pale blue, showed no reaction, as if it could see nothing. Stick it. Niordo rasps. Olaf. Prepare the harpoon. Emer. The Freya is heading straight for the ghost ship. Wow. Bump. Yes, that's when Istvan clung to the sails and shrugged his shoulders. Odin. There is a cry of terror from the Vikings. The ghost ship had suddenly disappeared just as the Freya's helm was about to plunge into its gloomy belly. You're a monster. Oh, there it is. The lookout pointed out that a ghost ship, which had been there for some time, was lazily sailing away, its pale sails full as if there were a tailwind, and that it had not made a wave or left a wake. The ghost ship is running with a faint glow. You can't let them get away with it. Niold has sprung up. Follow it. Go after that boat. Wait a minute. That was. It could be a trap to lure us onto this ship. He was about to say, but Istvan fell silent. When the Vikings looked into their eyes, they saw that they had become blue fire. They do not care whether it is a trap or not. They only care that they shall go after the kraken, and that they shall kill it, whether they meet or not. Chase! Chase! The screams of Nigidia and Nirold, the Freya changes direction again and begins to chase the ghost ship like an arrow. The rowers' hooting rose in unison, and he splashed the water like a madman. The Freya speeds up, leaving a white trail on the black water. Shit! Istvan grasped the hilt of his dagger firmly. I don't know how deadly the Vikings of Tarchuan are, but I am a Valachian Istvan, born of a boulder. The throne awaits me somewhere, and I'm not going to die here. I'll live, I'll live, I'll live, and I'll get out of this demon sea. The Freya was foaming in the night sea, and she was going on and on. The sea is calm. Therefore, the sails are slack and the ship leaves its progress to the rowers in the hold. On the other hand, where the wind comes from, the ghost ship has all its sails full. The ghost ship has all its sails full of wind, which should be pulling it away, but how does it work? The ghost ship appeared to be running at full speed, but in fact it kept the same distance from the Freya, never losing sight of her, and when the Freya tried her utmost to close the distance, it opened up without a sound. As soon as the Freya began to run out of steam, they slowed down and kept running ahead at a constant distance. The pale, glowing outline of the ship, hovering vaguely over the black water, can only mean that there is a plan to attract the Freya. Shit! Istvan sat on his knees on the deck and murmured to himself in secret. That boat. Sometimes she looks at me and says, come on, come on. Niordo stood near the head, frantically berating the crew, and Nigidia stood motionless behind him, her sword as a staff, staring at the ghost ship with fierce eyes. I did not know what she was thinking. It would have been, however, an extremely disturbing, sinister, and at the same time, extremely fantastic spectacle if one had been watching. The ship, bathed in the blue-white light of its gallop, seemed to be almost out of the water, as if it were not real, but had come from another dimension. Its phantom-like and yet strangely real appearance resembled that of a strange and horrible picture. And the Freya, chasing them, is an exotic round-bottomed, three-masted colossus, different in shape from those of the Primorsky Cry, and the men who stand on her deck with axes in their hands are the mysterious Tarchuan Vikings of the far north, with their red flaming hair and beards, their thick eyebrows, their headgear with horns protruding on both sides, their leather coats, and their ice-blue eyes. They are the mysterious Tarchuan Vikings of the far north. The dark surface of the sea is covered with white foam and the white moon shines faintly in the sky. It was a night of vague fantasies, akin to a deep dream, that Istvan of Wallachia had never encountered before, as he traversed the seas of Corsair, the deserts of Nosferus, the lakes of Chironia and the mysterious islands of the south. That night, and also that night, Istvan could not for a long time forget the Taroan giant with his long red hair, and the northern woman warrior with her ample bosom and bewildering eyes, and the glimmering white, but nowhere else, ghostly figure of the ship. The sight of the ghostly ship, with no one to guide it, sank deeply into the heart of this cheerful, skeptical, realistic Wallachian boy, and he knew that there were indeed things in the world which he could not understand, which did not fit into any world view he knew, which were beyond the reach of human knowledge. He realized for the first time that there were things which he could not understand and which did not fit into any world view he knew. For a long time afterwards, whenever Istvan looked out at the sea, he remembered the night's vague, enraptured gallop of the two ships, and the pale iris looking down on them coolly, glittering in the waves as if it were a reflection of the pallor and the faint blue fire of the ghost ships. It was the silent murmur of a luminous insect. It clung to the black waves and made the Freya's course a race of blue-white light, giving the illusion that there was no other hue in the world but black and this blue-white light. For some reason, however, the sight of the ghost ship did not arouse in Istvan any horrible or haunting feelings of disgust. It may have been, for some strange reason, that the black ship, sailing away without a moving figure, was so beautiful and fantastic, or it may have been because he thought that it was moved by the souls of the dead whom he had known and known well. Perhaps it was because he thought that it was being moved by the souls of the dead whom he had known. Tevi, the captain of the Orpheus, young Jakes, who had taught him to play the flute and carve the wood, Phils, who was a strong man, and Lon, who was a good player, all the dead were now familiar to him. And Cameron, who loved him and urged him to be his wife. Cameron, the dandy, with his dark hair tied back like a sailor's, and his fearless black eyes, and his crooked smile. Cameron, who was so quick with a throwing knife that he and Istvan, who was as old as his own child, came to each other and wished he could be his wife. That Cameron would never harm his beloved Istvan, even if he had fallen into the company of the dead. Even when he is no longer a soul, he will somehow try to protect him from the danger that threatens him, just as he did when he was a depressed man. This unfounded but indulgent feeling may have been, for this boy who had never known his father, the closest feeling to that of a father that could be conceived. Cameron. Your ghost doesn't frighten me, Cameron, thought Istvan, at the mast of the running Freya. Only, if you weren't so disgusting and ghostly, you were always so scrupulously clean. While the Freya was approaching the ghost ship, with its pale blue fire, Istvan had no fear or awe in the face of the supernatural monstrosity, but only pity and nostalgia for the dead man. Is approaching. Istvan, with a start, suddenly grabbed his sailing rope and stood up. When was the last time you saw? The Freya was catching up with the ghost ship. No, it's not. It's the ghost ship that has been guiding the Freya, always at an unbroken distance, and one day it will stop quietly. We're catching up. It could be a trap. The Kraken may be coming. Be careful. There is a murmur of anxiety on board the Freya. Prepare the harpoon, Olaf. Always ready, Captain. You sure? Tisk, what's wrong with you? That boat is stuck there, and it's not moving. Captain. Why don't you take the boat out and let them see what's going on? Wait, Nigidia. If it just disappears like that, we don't need to send a boat. Let's see what's going on. I'll take the boat and crash it. Well, wait. Niordo's eyebrows furrowed, and he rested his great axe on his staff and thought. At that time. Ah, the ghost ship. It's disappearing. It's gone. People on the Freya scream in horror and horror. As he watched, the black ship, a ghost ship without a roof, shed its pale light and began to disappear into the darkness behind him. Slay! It was Nigidia who suddenly ran on deck and shouted. Slay, don't go. If you're there, show me it's you. I don't care what you look like, whatever you look like, I'm not afraid of you. Just show me your face one more time, show me that you're there. I can't hear you, Slay, show your wife the proof. Nigidia, danger. Nigidia was about to step over the railing into the sea, when Nyold rushed to her side and held her. Oh, it's disappearing. Soon, the black ship had melted away into the darkness of the night and the watery surface of the night, without any sign of the presence of the soul of the dead. Slay, Cameron. The Freya is drifting in a daze, carrying the feelings of her pursuers, who have nowhere else to go. It was then, Captain. They heard the piercing voice of the watchman on the mast, who was holding up a gazebo, shouting over them. We've got something. 30 degrees left, 2.5 motor off port. The Kraken. The tension is back on the Freya. No, I don't think so. Loki the watchman, holding up his gauntlet. It hasn't moved a bit since I saw it, and it's quite big. It's like a big shark's jaw with a pointy top. Try to get a little boat over there. Niordo ordered. The Freya turns a little and, instead of moving in the water, approaches us with a gentle lapping motion. Do you see it, Loki? Looks. Loki shouted back. I saw it. I know what it is. A ship. An upturned bottom. And sticking out of it was a broken mast. A ship in distress. Nyold must have become. Captain, this is it. Oh, you remember the story of the people of Dahlia's Island. At last, it seems, they have come into the area where the ship's grave is. Niordo struck the floor with the point of his axe. Captain. There's something else. Ahead to starboard, 10 moors. It looks like an island. It could also be a ship. Niordo began to give orders quickly and briskly. All right, it looks like we're entering dangerous waters. Light them up, men. Hang as many torches as you can from the masts, the deck railings and the nape of the neck. Let the light shine as brightly as you can around you. Yasoro. Don't worry, I'll make sure he finds you. Ishtvan shouted. Niordo laughed in a thick voice. They'd have found us by now anyway. That ghost ship is probably bait for someone who's trying to lure us here. Just light the way. If the Dalians are right, there must be more than 100 or 200 ships of all sizes sinking and drifting around here. If we are struck by any of them, or if we scrape the bottom of any of them, we shall be among the ships that go to the grave. Ha, Odin, protect us. One by one, the Vikings brought in their lamps and set about fitting them round the circle. In spite of her great size, she is indeed a citizen of the northern sea country of Tarchuin, who was born, raised, and died in the sea. Immediately, the Freya was filled with a lively, warm, friendly brightness, like a flower boat filled with decorative torches on a festival day. If we make it so bright over here, we'll never see the other side, will we, Captain? It's all right, lad. In the sea, the waves will light you up and spread you out. Sway, sway, sway. The flickering light blots out the shadows of the glowworms, the dull iris and the stars. 2 ships ahead on the left. Right lazy forward, close. Move aside to the left. Ships to your left, lickety-split. Loki, the watchman, now had to shout incessantly, as if he were mad. O'Keefe, the helmsman, is also frantically trying to navigate this area, which requires the same caution and precision as a reef, and where the slightest slip-up could cause him to run into or overboard. 2 left front, small shadow, 1 right no, that's a reef. Please go around it. But Loki and the helmsman, who were shouting in desperation, and the rest of the rowers, who were nudging the oars carefully to avoid hitting them, felt little fear, even of the dreadful maneuver. The ship's graveyard, so brightly illuminated, so strange, so mysterious. Even Njord and Nigidia were stunned, stupefied, and dumbfounded by the sight of these magical waters, which no sailor could fail to feel. Oh, the graveyard of ships. Each time the Freya passes by, our vision becomes clearer and clearer, and the shape of the mysterious ship becomes more and more apparent. Or, at least, he lifted his head in the air, and his head was already submerged in the water. Or capsize altogether, exposing their barnacle-stained bottoms to the moon and the light of the Freya. The mast is broken, burned, the dragon bones are torn apart without a glimpse of the mast. The white statue of the nymph, the goddess of the sea, which once shone brightly on the bow of the ship, is half broken and submerged. Her eyes, unseeing, seem to gaze up from beneath the black, lapping water, at the intruders who have disturbed the eternal silence. One by one the last forms of the ship appear and disappear in their sight. What glory once embraced her, what sea she soared proudly over. The ship seemed to be of very different styles, periods and countries. Nostalgic Wallachian white speedboat, a blistering freighter in rigged. Italian Viking round-bottomed ships, old-fashioned Lutean slave ships, and Iphiclesian ships, sailing the 12 seas. An iron-armored warship, beautiful and squat, and all the more galling for its deathly appearance, a slender yacht, the favorite of the rich of Primorai. A strange round ship, never seen before, with a strange beastly figure in her front and her rear, a ship of many colors, descended from the ancient kingdoms of Hainam and Canaan, never seen before, or from Kithi, Karan and Kosala, far away to the east, with a yellow, birdsong-like voice. Or of the yellow, twittering birds of Kithi, Karan and Kosala of the far east. The ones that are battered and burned and no longer have the shape of a ship, the ones that have broken masts, the ones that are still in good shape except for a few white bones on the deck that have been submerged in the cold water, the ones that have sunk so low that they are nothing but scraps on the ocean floor, the ones that have only the tips of the masts and the tips of the helm visible. What is not there? Here was a ship in every shape and form, but in only one phase. Death. That one phase would have been the one phase that would have come to every ship, to every luxury yacht in all its glory, to every miserable, burnt-out slave ship, in all its equality. Something so stern and solemn, so solemn that it was difficult to speak or even mention the name of God, pervaded the whole area. I can hear the faint sound of water, chop, chop, chop. It is. Ship right ahead. 30 degrees, turn around. Right ahead, 30 degrees. About right. After the screams have died away, the eternal silence of the envious ships will fill the air again. Graveyard of ships. Was it the tide, or was it the will of something more or less, that drew these doomed ships here so quietly? It's a boat. Again, to starboard, Istvan read the barely visible lettering on the bow of a mangled, blackened and burned ship that came within sight of the lights. Or, S. Wallachia. The Orneus. A dagger falls from the boy's hand. And then. That one. Niordo's cry brought the stunned men of the Freya back to their senses. Beyond the ship's grave, beyond the wreckage of the many ships that are now stacked on top of each other, the surface of the sea was pale and luminous. Watch out! Niordo's voice had a slight tremor in it. It could be him. The Vikings were quick to be impressed. The magic of the dreamy silence of the mysterious ship's graveyard was broken. There was something in that pale light that seemed to herald a strange and unusual danger. All hands on deck. Don't let your guard down. You never know what might happen. The faint light is pale, as if to mock the awe of the Vikings, and the moonlight and the glow of the glowworms are blotted out, shimmering dimly. There he is. There he is. Nigidia whispered in a hushed voice, as if she were trying to hold back a boast. Let's get the harpoon and drive it right in there, Niold. I'll bury him at once. You can't do that. Even the brave Nerold was speechless. You don't know what's out there. If we rush in and fall into his traps, we'll never make it. Then unload the boat. Nigidia shouted. I'm going to find out what's in there. Don't be hasty, Nigidia. Niordo chided him. If we lose our lives here in a hurry, we'll never know why we've been chasing him across the seas for 7 years. Anyway, let's stop here and see what happens. If he's up to something, if we wait and see, he'll get tired of it and come at us. Oh. Nigidia murmured and grasped the hilt of her sword tightly. The Freya came to a standstill as she approached the blue-white light, and the anchor was half lowered in a circle. As we drew nearer and nearer, it became apparent that the pale light was faint and peculiar. It seemed to radiate a very high heat, but there was no sign of any heat passing through it, even as we drew nearer, and it seemed to be shimmering dimly, without causing even a ripple on the surface of the sea to shimmer. Around it the wreckage of the ship lay in many more layers than in the foreground, and the nearer it came to the light the more they overlapped each other, so that it seemed almost to create an island of vague ruins around the light. A series of broken masts, battered decks and dragon bones formed a strange, ugly silhouette. Nigidia and the other Vikings, held back by Niordo, stared at the strange shapes, which, though of course there was not a shadow of life in them, yet seemed to have a strange power in their pale light, as if they would turn all things within their sphere into creatures different from themselves. It is as if the blue-white light has a mysterious power that turns everything within its sphere into a creature different from its original one, and as if it does not sway with the waves, but as if it has a will of its own and is there to protect the light source from intruders. Njord, one of the Vikings whispered in a throaty voice. There's nothing to be done here, not even a standoff. As Nigidia said, let's get some volunteers and send a boat down to try and get up there. Or are we just going to sit here and wait for something to happen, Nyold? No. I'm coming. No, I'll do it. Me too. Nyold bit his lip as he heard the Vikings shouting. Iris hovers silently in the sky as a dull white disk, though its light is greatly diminished by the faint blue fire. It seems to be moving towards the west, telling us that we do not have to wait very long for the dawn. When the night is over, Nyold stood still, biting his lips, wondering whether the Kraken would be less dangerous if he waited for the dawn of the Dark One's territory, the time of the Dreamer's flight, or if he would wait and lose sight of the Kraken again. Nyold! Come on, Nyold! There were cries from all around for the captain to make a decision, and some of them pounded the floor with axe handles. Njord. Nigidia's blue eyes blaze as she looks at the captain. Yammer. Niordo grunted and suddenly held up one hand. Good. Unload the boat. Ola. Emer. I'll go. Immediately the Vikings were abuzz. You're going to do what I decide. Niordo cast a hawkish eye over his crew. It's you and, it's you and, it's you and. It's you. Captain, I am. Me. Shut up. Put the boat down. Niordo looked round at the men who had stepped forward with shining faces. Listen, don't take it easy. If you see anything that doesn't look right, turn back. One of you stand guard at all times and never take your eyes off the light or your surroundings. Your job is to scout. If you go too far, you'll be disobeying my orders as captain. Do you want the stigma of being a Tarchuan Viking for disobeying your captain? I know, Nyold. His strong beard smiles at you. I'm not going to hurt you. Blessings of Odin. And Nigidia, the guardianess, stretched out her hand gently over them. The boat was lowered. The people watched with bated breath as it was slowly and deliberately lowered into the water. In the meantime, Niordo made sure that the boat was well guarded on all sides in case of attack from somewhere else. The boat is lowered into the water with a quiet sound. Look, it's just recon. All right. Nyold reminds me again and again. I know. Don't worry. As soon as I find out what that light is, I'll come flying back. I swear to Emer, I won't do anything. The men, grinning fearlessly, stepped down into the boat, and even the sturdy little boat swayed violently under the weight of the four giants. All right, let's go. The sea is filled with water and the boat is slowly leaving the mothership. The rest of the Freya's crew, and of course Istvan, who was on watch, could not help but sit on the edge of the boat and watch with bated breath. At first, the boat seemed to make no headway. But then, like the wish of a great black mother, it stepped out of the shadow of the Freya, and, raising its oars, headed straight for the center of the light, through the wreckage of the ship. The huge mothership would never have been able to pass through the narrow space of less than 20 tarpaulins with the wreckage of the ship in distress on either side, but the sturdy but slender boat managed to get through and went deeper and deeper into the graveyard of this ship. In the black and still sea of death, with galleys, warships and old hollowed-out boats on either side, only the boats are small and alive. The silhouettes of the Viking giants, one at each end of the boat and the other at each end of the boat, standing with their axes as staves, were clearly visible against the pale light, and the oars of the two men in the boat were in perfect sympathy, rising and falling with a dull thud. Be careful, Jofner. Istvan heard Nyold chuckle as he clenched his fists. Look out, from. The voice, of course, could not reach the boat. Njord, Nigidia whispers. A harsh, gasping voice, rich and full, with the sweat between her firm breasts. Njord, we must move a little. Go forward and cover them. No. Suddenly, Ishvan interrupted him. It would have been better to say that my mouth was moving of its own accord, even though I did not know why I did so. Don't. Do not approach, Njord. What? Isht. Surely, Nigidia turned to the boy. Only his eyes and teeth shone brightly in the blue gloom. Why is that? Ishtvan paused. But then again, his mouth was moving without his knowledge. It's so, it's. He raised his hand and pointed. Well, we can't force the Freya through that narrow space between the ships. If we go any deeper into the area, it will be difficult to get out. He's right, Nigidia. Njord said. We can only watch and wait here. Apparently there are islands and atolls around here. Only here there are no waves and the air is still and windless. To get in and out of here the sails are useless, there must be some current, or we must rely on the sea. Njord. A sharp, nervous Viking voice interrupted his words. What's up? At last they have come to that island-like cluster of ships. Oh. In a panic, Njord tried to jump up, but even that was not enough. He suddenly jumped on top of the barrel. The boat slipped through the narrow gap between the wreckage of the ship and carefully tried to reach the mass of the ship. Beyond that, at last, is the identity of the one who is giving off that light. Someone whispers in a hushed voice. When they have passed the mass of that ship, they will see the body of that light. I have a feeling that it's time for him to go back. Ishvan murmured softly, in a voice that no one could hear. Well, I don't like the light, and more importantly, I don't like the fact that there's a bunch of boats piled up like that, as if to say, come on in here. I can't help feeling that it's like a bonfire that lures insects. But now he was careful not to shout, so that no one could hear his murmurings. Oh. For the Vikings were leaning over the railings of their ships, absorbed in watching the actions of their comrades. Oh, what's Jufnir going to do? Is he going to climb up to the island of that boat? Foolish, dangerous. Oi, Jufnir, no, 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 no. Hey, O'Keefe, they can't hear you when you're ranting here. Oh, look. They've given up trying to climb up the island and get out the other side. And the boat started to go. It's going left. He's going to go around it and find a break in the ship. Oh, it's Emer. Looks like the left one's dead. The boat's coming back. That many boats. It is as if a giant, so great that it spanned the sky and the sea, had gathered up in his great hands the wreckage of many ships and crushed them into a heap. Then why don't you go under that boat and dive through it? It doesn't go all the way down to the surface. Nonsense. If you do that and there's a kraken in the water. More importantly, you might bump into a lionfish, a giant octopus, or wherever that thing goes. Look, Olaf. The boat's starting to move to the right. Oh, this time, it's good. It's going straight to the right and paddling faster and faster. No way. Njord's face had become pale. Boys, I told you not to go in too deep, but you'd better come back. At least you'll get a better idea of what's going on. They're not coming back, Captain. Do you want to take out another boat? Nigidia shouted. I'll go and call them back. Don't be silly. Njord was so distressed that he turned to his men. Hey! Raise the flag. Give them the flag. Tell them to come back now. Come on. I don't know what to say. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling fear swept through the Vikings. The island. The ship's island is moving. Watch out, Jofnil. Come back. The island is falling apart. If you don't get back soon, you may never get back. In their presence, the ship's island was lurching. With a violent noise. To the left and to the right it is swaying tremendously. It is as if the young man who has been lurking beneath it were trying to push it aside and emerge from it. The Kraken. Jofnir, you're safe. Even the screams of the Freya are drowned out by the tremendous sound that breaks the deadly silence of the ship's grave. Now there was a great wave in this stagnant bay. It lapped at the wreckage of the ship and slammed the Freya on her side with great force. Dangerous. Hold on. Hold on to the mast. Balance the ship. Incessantly, Nyrold's mouth spewed out futile orders, while the Freya was cradled and battered like a leaf in a gale. Those on board no longer had the luxury of watching the fate of their boats. But the lookout, on the mast, which was swinging furiously from side to side, saw it and screamed. Wah! Oh, that's... The boat is also being jostled up and down by the waves, and the 4 Vikings are clinging desperately to the edge of the boat. In front of your eyes. The sea parted in two, from the midst of the white, boiling water. Oh, something strange and unearthly is coming out of the sky. Jaya! The soul-crushing screams of the 4 men in the boat were drowned out by the tremendous noise. Gaha! Kraken! As if something had summoned them, the people on board the Freya turned their heads for a moment, oblivious to the danger that threatened them. And I saw it. A black, lurid tentacle of mystery. It was as big as a man's torso, and it came out of the wood of the wreckage of the ship. Then, with a languid, vomit-inducing slowness, he ascends to a great height, and comes down to the boat in search of a sacrifice. Odin! It's Ymir! The unfortunate Vikings screamed, but they still fought with their swords. But it was of no avail. With a flash of the monster's slimy tentacles, one of the men screamed and swooped from the boat, being sucked into the depths of the backwaters. The others screamed. Damn you, Kraken! Its tentacles sway in the air with a languid ease, as if it were enjoying the time it takes to search for the sacrifice. Just when you think you've got it all figured out, it suddenly plummets with terrifying force. Ah! When someone's scream is heard, the tentacles of the Kraken clung to the bodies of the Vikings and wrapped around them. He lifted the body of the big man, 100 scones, who was struggling madly, up into the air. But halfway through, as if he had fainted, the Viking went limp and stopped moving. The monster was holding it up in the air, and Ishvan could not believe his eyes. No sooner had he found out what had happened, than the suspended victims disappeared in an instant, without a trace. Oh! Ishvan was so astonished that he forgot his fear and stared at it intently. Here's a link to. What the hell is that? Before we knew it, the boat had capsized in a huge wave, and the 2 Vikings on board were no longer on the surface of the sea. Oh, the devil! Get Jofner. From Wiles. Istvan, noticing that Nigidia, her eyes lifted and her blood changing, was about to throw herself over the edge of the boat with her sword in her hand, jumped to her feet and barely held her by the waist. Dangerous. Let him go. I'm going to stop him. If I let him go, I'll swim to him and put my sword in him. Nigidia. The woman was too big and strong for Istvan's hands. Nyrid flew in and seized the woman. Calm down, you idiot. What's the use of swimming out there? We'll be prey for the Kraken. Puffing. Istvan panted and stood up, leaving Nigidia behind, and looked at him. The boat and the 4 Vikings were already gone, and the tentacles of the Kraken, which had been lingering in the air, were now slowly submerging into the sea. The strange, unnatural, sluggish movements of these men filled me with an indescribably unpleasant, horrible, instinctive disgust and repulsion that made me want to scream and run away. There is something horribly inhuman about the Kraken's slimy, shiny, smooth tentacles, its slow, awkward, yet at a moment's notice, terrifyingly swift, lightning-like movements. There is something inorganic and inhuman in the Kraken that seems to shake the whole order of the world that we are familiar with from the very foundation, and this is the greatest cause of the inexplicable fear and panic that we see. Compared with this monster, the doll with the breath of sulfur, the feet of a black pig, and the tail of fire, whose father, Janus, was angry with him for his misfortune in giving birth to him alone, and who turned against him, and went down to Hades to become the king of evil, must be said to be more human and more understandable. It was clearly not something that could be born out of the order of this world. Istvan understood for the first time the words of the Vikings that it came from another world. Indeed, the very material of which it was made was from another world. In awe and disgust, fascinated, he gazed at the surface of the sea where the tentacles had disappeared. It was white and fuzzy, and the pale light seemed to have faded a little. But the boat and the 4 Vikings, who were already submerged in the sea, could not find even a fragment of it. The sea is buzzing and rumbling, as if it were licking its lips and swallowing its sacrifice. The big wave was finally subsiding. Njord. Nigidia looks back. Her eyes are red and weeping. You will sail to save them, won't you? It's a waste. This was Nyrold's short answer. Let's not make any more unnecessary sacrifices. So you're just going to turn back, with the Kraken in front of you? Nyold. There were cries of protest from Nigidia and the other Vikings. Then. What? I could hear the screams of the Vikings on the other side of the ship. The ghost ship. So they rushed to it. And I saw it. A black ship appears there, shimmering. And it plunged straight at Freya. This time, it showed no sign of disappearing. There was a thud of something real and solid against the side of the ship, and it caught them by surprise. In the next instant, something came flying over the Freya in pieces. Prepare for battle. By the time Njordo was about to shout, the crew were already fighting desperately for their weapons. Each of them has a completely different appearance, and the way in which they are damaged and the weapons they carry are completely inconsistent, just as their countries and even their deaths are completely different. But their mangled, burned, or puckered bodies, their eyes as dark as dead fish, and their weird, grayish-brown skin made it all too clear that they could not possibly be alive. But no longer did all the Vikings on the Freya have time to look at it and be horrified, or even disgusted or pity it. All the crew were now fighting a desperate battle in their respective places against the incoming monster. One after the other they crept over the sails or over the gangway and entered the Freya. What seemed more horrible than their shouts and screams was that they made no attempt at all, not even a mere groan or a cry. They remained silent, raising and lowering their swords, broken spears, or blades, no matter how the Vikings prevented them from doing so. And no matter how the Vikings blocked their way, they remained silent and pressed on. They were brave, or, perhaps, they could not have known fear already. They were so strong that even when they were struck with the full force of the Vikings' might, they rose without difficulty. If you knock off their legs and blow off their heads, they finally cease to move, only to be replaced by what is behind them overcoming the wreckage. Even death could not stop them, for they were already dead. It was a horrible sight. And it was more disheartening to the Vikings than the sheer number of fighting men, or the blind eagerness with which they could not see their threats. The Vikings would have fought any living foe, no matter how brave, and would not have flinched at any monster, no matter how monstrous. But an axe raised against a dead man is a blasphemous thought, and those who were once men, some of them may have been their former allies, and some of them may have been their well-beloved brethren, would not have flinched. And the ghastly, eye-wreathing shapes of them stirred up in them more than the desire to fight, the desire to turn away and flee. Of course they had to fight in order to defend themselves and survive, but this inner turmoil and stupor was clearly visible in the battle. The Vikings fell before the army of the dead in a flurry. Perhaps not a single dead man fell while 4 Vikings were slaughtered. The whole of Freya was now filled with the strange smell, the horrible sight, and the slippery smell of new blood. Neither Njordo nor Nigidia had time to think of anything else. They were fighting desperately, desperately. They grasped the weapons of their own hands, and leaped and darted to keep out of the grasp of the grey dead, and were forced to defend themselves, but barely. Istvin, on the other hand, this Valachian-born boy was, if I may say so, clearly more of a realist than the brave Vikings of Talien, and also more enthusiastic about self-preservation. When he saw the dead pouring into the Freya, like a crowd of wandering souls in hell, pursued by the flaming spears of the Dole, he said to himself, I'm not going to let that happen. Whoa, he tweeted. Oh, doll. If I wandered into that morgue, I'd rot alive. And though he could not immediately put his idea into practice, for he was very near Nigidia and Njord, he began to make preparations, and then he said something to the effect that one of the Vikings was beset by them on the lower deck, and that he must help him. Then he suddenly jumped down from the upper deck. Already Aurra and Nigidia were beginning to lose their composure, and if they had been aware of the boy's intentions, they would not have had time in the midst of this eye-watering melee to do anything about it or to consider what to do about it. Istvan reached the stern of the ship without being disturbed by anyone. There were already some dead men around, but the Vikings had gone up to the upper deck as far as they could to save their beloved captain and his guardian girl, so that there was no longer such a terrible scene. When Istvan saw this, he immediately swept away the crowd of dead men without mercy. He had already learned quickly, when he had fought the first one, that against these monsters a stout, slender dagger was of no use. He had learned quickly that against these monsters a small, slender dagger was of no use, and he had seized a large club, which he wielded like a windmill, and with it he swept away the monsters that came at him. As the cudgel plunged in, the corpse, which had apparently been submerged for a long time, slumped fragilely, and the sludgy, disgustingly colored flesh poured out. It was so terrible that even Istvan felt as if he were going to vomit, but even more so was his determination to survive. Oh! As he fought, he muttered in his mouth, "Oh, doll, what a disgusting creature! How dreadful they are! I'll not be touched by them here. I'd rather swim through a sea of rents than be touched by them. Oh, doll, damn you! God!" His heart was not already on the Freya. He had found a way to escape. Of course, if the Kraken showed up, all would be lost, but that was then. Abeo, Nigidia. Niordo. He was still able to fight off the monsters that came at him, almost instinctively, and he had enough time to think about it. "You're a good woman, Nigidia. You're a good woman, Nigidia. You don't deserve to be killed by these monsters, but it's your choice, and I'm not going to die here with you. Because I have great ambitions." He looked back at the upper deck. It was now impossible to tell where the living were and where the dead were. The screams and the clashing of swords and axes, perhaps 5 or 6 dead men were crowded around one Viking, and many Vikings, unable to wield their swords, were crushed by the cold, horrible bodies of the dead and left to die. They were crushed by the cold bodies of the dead. The outcome of the battle was now becoming clear. Janice. Her long, red hair, which might have belonged to Nigidia, fluttered between her blistered skin, which was a ghastly blue-gray. Istvan glanced at it. There was a small opening. What is it? A horrible, unspeakable sensation that made millet grow on his skin, a sensation that he would never want to remember again, suddenly embraced him from behind. "Gaw!" the boy ranted. He writhed furiously, almost madly. Even more so, his icy, dead fish-slick arms came with terrifying force, forcing him into a deadly embrace. "Whoa!" Istvan screamed. He could not breathe for fear and fierce malice. The intense disgust gave him animal strength. "No!" he cried out, and suddenly raised his club and turned round, and struck down with all his might. There was a crunching, horrible, horrible sound. Istvan's eyes were open to the point of dazzling. His skull, or what was left of it, had been crushed by his club, and was dripping all over his face with a foul, grey water, and yet he refused to let him go. No, he was dressed in the garb of a Valachian captain, Kakamuralagene. This time Istvan cried out, "Let my throat be burned." A fierce, almost frenzied fear seized him, so that even the previous fear seemed a trifle, and suddenly he grasped his arm like an animal and pulled it away from him. The skin of the monster's arm fell away from the soggy flesh of his arm and hung down like a rag, leaving in his hand a horrible slithering sensation that he would never forget. Wow! Istvan suddenly crouched down and vomited violently. But the monster, with the skin of his arms hanging down like a glove about to be stripped off, and his arms, which had turned a strange reddish-gray color, and were flayed and bony in places, and his head smashed to pieces, stood still and swayed, and then, as he groped his way over to us, he said, and as soon as he saw the monster, whose head had been crushed to pieces, standing still and wavering, and groping his way towards him, fierce fear gave him the strength to move, and he rushed out, knocking down with his feet the dead men who tried to catch him, and without thinking, he fluttered from the ship's deck to the surface of the sea. How long has it been? Until his head was blazing with fire and his lungs rumbled like a wish for air. When he could go no further, he did not even look to the surface to catch his breath, but swam on with all his might, keeping himself submerged. It is only when he feels that he is about to faint that he rises to his feet and takes a deep breath. The dead men did not follow them. Or perhaps they could not swim. And the kraken, at least for the moment, shows no sign of appearing. A little relieved to know this, the boy swam to his feet, soothed his breasts, gave them air, and looked around. Fear must have given him the power of a demon. He had, to his own astonishment, left the accursed ship for about 2 or 3 motads, and, as he saw at once, was swimming right from the island of the ship and the Freya, in the center of this dead sea, towards the exit of the ship's grave. Had he raised his head a few more tarts to the right, he might have struck the bottom of what was a ship, black and still, close at hand. Knowing this, he shuddered in the water, and then began to swim again at a great speed, but not with all his might, lest he should exhaust his strength at once. A little further on, however, the view became clearer and I looked back again. Over there he could see the Freya. But, to his horror, he could see no sign of the fierce battle already raging on it. Rather, a sobering silence, the same horrible, pitiable silence of death that envelopes all other ships in these waters, seems to be spreading over the brave Viking ship as gently as a black stain. Janus has mercy, Istvan murmured. But he did not yet have time to weep for what had been lost. He was still far from being safe, and, besides, he was not yet far enough from the Freya to be safe at all. So Istvan ordered himself to stop thinking, and began to swim again, concentrating only on swimming. He had, of course, thrown away his club when he jumped in, and his dagger would have been very difficult to draw from its leather sheath in this water, if, against the kraken and those dead men, a mere dagger had been of any use. But that was the story. He was, therefore, almost defenseless, and had to fear that at any moment the tentacles of the kraken might break the surface of the sea before him, or that the dangers peculiar to the sea, sharks, octopi, huge man-eating fishes, and other dangers, or, more simply, that he might become fatigued or sick to his stomach and be unable to swim. Or, even more simply, that fatigue or a cold sore might render them unable to swim. If he had wished to do so, he could probably have selected from among the wrecks of any number of wrecks which he could have found in the nearest waters, one which was not too badly damaged, or which he could have moved by himself and crawled up by its dragon bone, and taken it as his ship to get out of this place. He could have taken it as a ship to escape from here. But he was very cautious for a man of his age, 16, and had no intention of doing so, as he had become more and more skeptical because of his recent series of horrible supernatural experiences. For it is probable that the wrecks in these waters were deliberately brought here by the kraken, and that the former crews of these ships were among the dead who attacked the Freya. Then, even if there were not some dead men left on the wreckage of that ship to guard it, we cannot be sure that it, or the ship itself, was not under the spell of the kraken. It is not impossible that he may have fallen asleep on the ship, rejoicing in his successful escape, only to find himself once again in the midst of the ship's grave. And he did not want to take that risk again, not for one moment. So he went over to the reef which he had already spotted before plunging into the sea, and which seemed to lie in a black mass beyond the ship's grave, or it might be a larger island, or even a part of an island, or of a cove, which was hidden from view and extended beyond, and he went over to it to relieve himself, and to consider what to do. We decided to take a rest and think about what we were going to do, and swam straight to the island, swimming not too fast and easy, occasionally letting our bodies rest in the water. I swam straight to the island, resting my body slowly in the water from time to time. Born and bred in Wallachia by the sea, Istvan could swim all day long, if he only rested occasionally. It was not long before he found it hard, and with careful maneuvering, dodging the wreckage of the ship, and occasionally taking care of the fungus and other things, he successfully reached the island he wanted in just over an hour. Fortunately, there are not many wrecks of ships around the island. Halfway through the journey, I was able to stand up, and after crossing a rocky ford, I finally reached a solid and safe, at least, land. The boy, who had been bathed in Valachian seawater, stood there for a while, breathing heavily, without even swearing, as he was wont to do. Coo! At last, as the blood comes back to his purplish lips, he begins to feel a little better. Damn, what an evening. What that. Calmer and locking. He rushed to the water's edge, dipped his palms in the seawater, and began to scrub his neck and back. But the disgusting feeling did not disappear. He rushed to get rid of the memory, which seemed to drive him mad. For the time being, however, he could not help feeling that he would be reminded of it day and night, at every opportunity. Yeah, fuck me. Istvan finally gave up, and moaned as he brushed his wet hair back from his face. Goddamn doll, what have you got against me that you're making me do this? I didn't do anything to make him curse me. Finally his breathing returned to normal, and he stretched out his hips, slapping the back of his hips in an urgent manner as he looked around. Then I looked around, and before I knew it, the graveyard of the cursed ship was slowly dawning. Istvan, who was still a boy of 16, looked at the dawning sea of Lent as if he were looking at something that could not be. Will those dead men still be able to move in the light of the lure in the morning? What about the Kraken? That. The dead man in the dress of the Valachian captain, who had persisted in his obsession with him with a strange kind of obsession. I did not want to think about whether he was really the dead man who had become Cameron. I did not. But he was fond of Cameron, and the thought that Cameron should die, and that he should be in such a state that he should be clinging to him, frightened him beyond measure. Somehow he knew that Nigidia was determined to destroy the Kraken in order to give her lover a peaceful rest. Yes, Nigidia, the woman of the north, who, without hesitation, gave her rich body to the foreign boy whom she had picked up from the sea, asking him to soothe her loneliness, her strange, wild-spirited generosity, her natural modesty, and her wild spirit-like generosity, her natural gentleness, her violent and open feelings, Istvan thought. Though it had been only a single love affair, his snow-white body and his unsparing fire had left him with something unforgettable. Will she, too, be drawn down to the depths of the sea by the hands of the dead, and become an anathema? At last the sky was becoming quite light. Istvan brushed away his gloomy thoughts and stood up on the rock to see what was going on. It appears that the rocks extend over a considerable part of the outer part of the ship's grave, hiding and reappearing under the water. Istvan was absorbed in trying to find out how far it went on. Perhaps that was why his prudence was a little absent. He did not know that something had been lurking behind him for some time. He cried out, and nearly fell from the rock. Something suddenly and without warning grabbed him by the arm from behind. Chapter 4. The Sea of Noctiluca. Wow! Istvan involuntarily let out a woman-like scream. The horrible sensation of the dead, the Vikings crushed by the dead and falling, came back to me so vividly that for a while I could not even dare to turn around without being grabbed by the arm. His whole body froze and a huge mass of fear clutched at his throat. Believing that at last he was safe for the moment, he was not surprised that he almost fainted on the spot. But then... Isht! A familiar voice, infinitely familiar, called his name from behind. Istvan! Istvan turned round and made a sound which was neither a cry nor a scream. Cameron! Cameron! You! He, too, was unable to say much. You're alive. Where are you? Cameron's words were slurred and drowned out. You're the one, Cameron, you're the one. I thought you were dead, the one. Istvan gasped. He was embraced by Cameron with such strength that he could not breathe, but he did not care. Oh, my God. Oh, Janice, what a mess. He was running his mouth. I'm afraid you've sunk the ship, and I'm not going to let the Ornius sink because of that. Cameron shouted as he punched Istvan roughly on the back and shoulders. Captain Cameron, the pride of Wallachia, Captain Cameron of the Ornius, will not be so easily dismissed. The fate of the yarn hangs in the balance, and it's you I'm worried about. Of course, I knew you wouldn't go down so easily, just as I did. But at any rate, I saw you being swallowed up by the sea, and then there's the Kraken. If you had died without fulfilling Your ambitions, how I would have cursed myself, how I would have mourned and mourned and mourned, yes, would have thought of you all the time. Istvan shuddered to remember that he had thought that Cameron was the dead man who had bullied him from behind so violently. But he would not tell Cameron this, for if Cameron was here, alive and well, then the corpse in the shape of the Valachian captain was probably another. It occurred to him that if Cameron was here in good health, then the corpse in the shape of the Valachian captain was probably none other than the corpse of Tevere, the captain of the Orseus, the sister ship of the Orneus. What about the Jakes? Instead of saying that, he thought of something else and said, "Are they all around? The men of the Orneus, the ship. How is it that you can find me here now, in the middle of the Sea of Rent, when the Kraken has attacked me?" Cameron's face is smudged. He hesitated for a moment before answering and then shrugged his shoulders. "In any case, you can't hide it," he murmured, put his hand on Istvan's shoulder, motioned for him to sit down, and said briefly, "They're all dead, Istvan. Everyone." It was not unexpected, of course, but when it was said again, it weighed heavily on his mind. "Everyone but you." Maybe. Cameron looked like he was having a very hard time saying it. "Back then, after the ghost ship hit us and the Kraken showed up and we had to fight, I mean, after you fell into the sea," Cameron began to speak. "We realized that you had been taken by the waves, but we couldn't do anything about it. We couldn't bring the boat back for you or put down a rescue line. Because at that moment the Kraken had already attacked the ship. The Orneus had been struck by a great wave and was sinking. But no one dared to abandon ship and run away. The tentacles of the Kraken came down and smote the crew, one by one, and some, many, were swept away by the waves and sank into the sea. And when there were only 20 of us left, that's when the ship appeared again, the ghost ship. We fought against the ghosts." "I know," Istvan murmured, horrified. "I know exactly what it's like. But we could not successfully defend ourselves against the dead, who had been abandoned even by the dole. It was so miserable, so disgusting, and in any case they were many times more than our survivors, and they came on board the Orneus later and later. And I was struck on the head by one of them from behind, and I fainted. But there were so many wounded and dead bodies there that they must have thought me dead when I fell among them, if they had anything to think about. In any case they did not try to stop me. I fell down, and found that the Orneus had been moved by their hands and was proceeding to some unknown place. There was a horrible silence in the air, and all around me was a pile of bodies, and the smell of blood filled the air. I knew that the ship had been taken by them, and I thought it best to pretend to be dead for the moment and see what happened. My fear was that they would come to finish us off one by one, but thankfully they did not try to do so. As it was, for how long they were steering the ship in that direction, of course, pretended to be a corpse, and could not move from side to side, but only opened my eyes occasionally to see what was going on, so I did not know much. I don't know much about it. At any rate, at least half a day, but rather nearly a day, passed, and the ship came into the waters of the graveyard of this ship. Even from my side, I could tell that from the miserable appearance of the ship around me, and that was their destination. They brought the ship to the pile of ships, and when they had lowered the anchor by the side of the ship, they handed over the planks from the Orneus to the mass of ships, as if they were moved by some command which I could not hear, and began to carry the bodies there one after another. As I was breathing hard, they first brought out of the hold some of the crew, perhaps as many as 10, who had been in the ship's hold and were still alive. They were tied up by their hands behind their backs, and the monsters poked them across the gangplank. I was glad to see them alive, at least to know that I was not left alone among these moving dead men. So I watched and watched, and when I saw that the dead had left me alone, I stepped out of the anchor and swam softly under the water to the island. So I watched quietly, and saw that the dead were carrying up to the island every torn hand, every neck, every new corpse. Perhaps they intended to use it for something. I have said that it was an island of ships, but on the top of which the ships were brought together, boards were laid out so as to make them as flat as possible, and there were mosses, trees, and even grass growing on them in places, so that they were really islands. but in the middle of the island there was no tree or grass. When they had crossed over to the island, the monsters arranged them in 3 groups: the living prisoners, the mutilated corpses, and the corpses that were in comparison with those that were still alive. I crouched in the shadows and watched, hoping somehow to rescue the prisoners, among whom was your good friend Jakes. At length, however, only the prisoners were brought to the center. Did you see that pale glow, Istvan? And to think that they were placed side by side in front of that light. Oh, Janice. I'm not in the mood to talk. Cameron closed his eyes as if the thought of it gave him the creeps. They say that the Kraken, that thing, can eat a living man. After a while, he said in a low voice. Maybe only live people. Maybe he can move the corpse so that he can get more of its real food, the living. And that's assuming that Janice is allowed to do this. Anyway, as I watched, gasping and shaking, my unfortunate brethren were placed in front of the pit, and I was told that they would not be able to get out. And his tentacles appeared. When touched by the tentacles, the prisoners could not even scream and disappeared. What? Without thinking, Istvan shouted. Cameron smiled a wry, twisted smile. Oh, yes. He kept repeating. I wish I could have disappeared. Or, perhaps, he was thrown into another space, I don't know. I don't know what happens to him when he erases a man and gets his food from him, but that's what he does. He wiped out a dozen of them, almost in 5 or 6 Tarzans, and then his body appeared on the whole, sluggishly. He looked to me as if he were, if you can believe it or not, satisfied and satiated at this point. And full. Then it stretched out another tentacle over the line of the dead men's servants, and a strange light emanated from it. It was as if he was giving the accursed dead a boost of power to move. Then he lumbered over to the corpse that the dead men had just piled up, and began to do strange things. Strange? Oh. He put his nasty, beak-like thing on each head of the corpse and held it still as if he were caressing it or kissing it. And when it's gone, the corpse slithers away. Is that how he plays with the dead? It seems so. And there was one that would not move. And the dead men took them away from him. And when all the bodies that could be moved had been moved, the dead gathered up the bodies that could not be moved, and those that were torn to pieces and useless, and threw them into the pit. Then the blue light, perhaps it was the phosphorus light of the decomposing corpses, became brighter and brighter, like a fire that had been kindled. The place was covered with a fuzzy blue. Already there was no sign of life except for me and the monster, the Kraken. I couldn't help Jakes or anyone else. I was devastated, but at any rate, my task was to find out what dangers lay in the southbound passage and, if possible, to remove them. And although I could not remove them, if I could bring back this report, which I found hard to believe, and tell Lord Trevan about it, then I could, at any rate, fulfill my task. If I can bring this report back and tell Lord Trevan. Besides, at least the Orneus is less damaged than the other ships that are lying about or about to sink, and will probably be able to make the voyage to Wallachia. But for that, I must take the Orneus out of their hands. So I didn't do anything rash. I took my time, and lurked around here in secret so that they wouldn't see me, and waited for the right moment to get the better of them. But how did you get from there to here? Did you swim? There's nothing to it. Cameron smiled wryly. At least, this predicament had not robbed him of any of his natural boldness. If you go around the back of that island, you'll find it's an atoll. It's almost a continuation from there to here. The ship's grave, of course, is probably why he chose this area as his home base, but there's a strong current of its own here that flows into this inlet. And because of the tide, once a ship is brought in here, it will never be swept out again. This is probably why this area has become a graveyard for ships. And this rocky chain separates this area from the rest of the sea. I looked beyond the rock, but it was still an island, which in a few moors was cut again into a cliff, and beyond that the blue sea of length stretched on forever. Perhaps the island is shaped like a ring with one end of the ring cut off, like a ring on which a sword is hung. But I think that it was not originally connected to the island by a single entrance, but rather by 2 arcs, one at the entrance and the other at the exit. At the narrower end, the Kraken, either with his dead men or with his mysterious power, drew ship after ship of wrecks, or, if there were none to suit him, he wrecked them. The circular island was built from them, and he's made it his home, which is a ridiculous thing, if it's possible, but I've seen the monster's tentacles erase my unfortunate men, and I've seen him breathe into the dead and make them move again. And, damn it, Cameron swore. How can I make the practical Lord Lotus believe this? Where did that monster come from, and what is he? I know it, Cameron, the boy said. At least I've met people who think they know it. Now it's your turn to talk. I've said all I have to say, Ishto. Cameron put it succinctly. How were you saved and how were you brought here? Was it because you felt that I was here, calling for you? If that's the case, then maybe you and I are bound to each other by an inseparable yarn thread. This is no time for jokes, Cameron, Istvan said, in a nonchalant manner. But he spoke without further prompting, and told the whole story in a simple but unsparing manner, how he had found himself rescued by the Tarchuan Vikings. How the northern ship had come all the way to the Sea of Lent, and how they had met the ghost ship, followed it, and been drawn here. He was careful, however, not to say anything of his dealings with Nigidia, except of the strange customs of the north, and of her wild passions. For Cameron did not think it a pleasant story at all. Cameron listened to every word, and did not seem to find Istvan's omission particularly objectionable. Finally, when Istvan added that the people of Tarchuan thought the Kraken came from where and what it was, Cameron's eyes narrowed as if dazzled, and he pondered, but did not dare to object. From the rest of the world. But he murmured doubtfully, and tugged at his beard, which had grown quite long. In any case, he had seen the Kraken and could not dismiss it as just a silly story. Maybe that's the case, we don't know that much about the world anyway. Cameron, not surprisingly, said the same thing that Istvan had once said. That's right. Istvan shrugged his shoulders. And so it is with the other worlds of this world, Cameron. Even if the Kraken came from another world, I wouldn't think I'd want to go to that other world, would I, Janus the Almighty? He was startled and stopped speaking when Cameron suddenly began to chuckle. What? Why are you laughing like that? What's the matter with you, Dreisten? No. Cameron's eyes sparkled like a naughty boy's, with a strange, happy light in them. You're not the kind of guy who responds well to this kind of thing. You might get rather angry at me for saying this, but I thought that you might actually like me a bit. What are you trying to say? We don't have time for this. As you wish. Cameron made a formal court bow, placing his left hand on his chest and holding out his right hand. But, you've caught me talking, haven't you? What? Istvan looked a little annoyed, then shrugged his shoulders and grinned mischievously. Oh well. He admitted it. But don't think I'm going to do your bidding. Of course not. And anyway, if you and I both get out of here alive and end up in Wallachia or wherever, that alone will be worth a celebration. Isn't that right, on the lure of good luck? They looked at each other, and this bold man and boy began to giggle, as if they had forgotten what a predicament they were in. Anyway, Istvan said this after they had all calmed down. If we don't do something about it, we'll never get rid of it. It's more than a lure. It's Janus, the father of lures. To Janus, my lambs, whom I have called. Cameron said. Things are much different when there are two of us, you and me. With the two of us, we can get rid of most enemies, except the Kraken, and with the two of us, one of us can stand guard and one of us can do something. Besides, with two of us, we can apparently control the Orneus, assuming we get it back successfully, with Janus' luck. To the blind Igrek, that's not what I'm talking about. Istvan said, amused. Then what is it? Do you want me to do something for you? What do you want me to do for you? By Igrek the glutton, by his holy stomach. Istvan shouted. I'm telling you, I'm starving. Cameron, who had been staring at the boy in surprise, suddenly broke his body in two and burst out laughing. Oh my God. What the hell? Is there anything to eat? If there's nothing, I'll eat you. After all, you're just growing up and you haven't eaten a thing all night. Good, good. Cameron patted Istvan on the shoulder and said, you are a spoiled child. Come here. There's a little cave I've been hiding in for a day or two. You'll find a couple of fish in there. The ones I caught yesterday. Whatever you want. Istvan groaned. Come on, let me eat. Already the sun has risen and is shining brightly on this cursed sea. Side by side they crossed from rock to rock, leaning back. In the bright light of day the sea no longer seemed in the least to hide the haunting shapes of the dead and the kraken, but only here and there the shapes of the ships in distress, with their inexpressible grief, were visible in the bright sunshine. The sea was so still that I could not see any living thing, not even a moving figure. Hey! When Istvan woke up, it was already dark again. When he looked up, he saw Cameron standing beside him, watching him sleep. You slept well. It's almost evening. After all, even Istvan the Venetian was a little tired. Oh well. Istvan stretches out and raises himself. Hey, what are you going to do now? What do you mean? So, we can't just stay here, can we? You'll have to find a way to get out of here and back to Wallachia, but how are you going to get the Orneus back? Besides, even if we do get the Orneus back, it won't be easy to blind those dead men and somehow escape from the ship's grave, and that ghost ship. How can it disappear and reappear so suddenly? Don't ask me. I wouldn't know. The Cameron had so much fish in its stores that even after Istvan had devoured it, there was still some food left. They would often rinse them in seawater, for they did not wish to set fire to them, though Cameron would mutter, the seawater around here might taste like kraken. We ate them raw. I could not say that it tasted very good, but I managed to pass it down my throat as long as I waited until I was very hungry. To drink, we found some small puddles of rainwater between the rocks. But then again, the kraken can make a man disappear just by touching him. Perhaps it has the mysterious power to send things elsewhere or make them disappear. Anyway, we don't know anything for sure about him, Ishto. If it's so powerful, if it can make a ship that big disappear, why can't it make itself go back to where it came from? Why can't it just fly itself back to wherever it came from, or make itself disappear, or whatever? Don't ask me. Cameron, like a gentleman, rinsed off his fingers, which had become raw from touching the fish, in a puddle. If I could make him understand my will, I could tame him, make him do my bidding, and make him king of the world. It makes no difference. Istvan shrugged his shoulders and fell down on the rock. I wonder if the Dry Dawn Festival has started in Wallachia by now. I've been watching the tide all day while you've been sleeping, Cameron said, trying to divert the conversation. After all, there is no such thing as an ebb tide in this ring of islands. The tide comes in here twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, swirling at the entrance. Perhaps this is the path of the tide. The tide, I suppose, will flow out from under that part of the boat which is connected with it. And the rest of the time I wish I were dead. The wind and the waves are blocked by this rock, so that they can't get in here. If we were to recover the Orneus, therefore, we would have to sail against the tide all the way out here, and avoid those ships. We can't sail, you see. Hey, don't joke about it. Istvan jumped up in disgust. You mean to tell me that you and I could row a boat that had 100 rowers in it, just the two of us, eh? But you say you can't sail. The wind blows almost always against us. Then so be it. Istvan said simply. Let's give up the Orneus. Not so fast. I've already explained why I couldn't choose any other ship that would be more suitable for me, but anyway, apart from the fact that it's the only thing that matters to me next to my life and yours, it's, as far as I can see, the least damaged ship in this graveyard. It's the least damaged ship in the graveyard. Well, then, if you can't get past the entrance to the ship's graveyard on the Orneus, you'll have to find another way. How could you? This is a ring island, you know. For example. Istvan pondered for a moment, but soon his face lightened up. For example, yes. That island with all the boats on it, will knock it down and make it passable. Then the blocked tide will be cut off and you'll be able to go through. Hey, Ist. Cameron looks dumbfounded. You haven't forgotten that that's the Kraken's home itself, have you? If we're going to destroy it, we'll have to destroy the Kraken first. Well, let's kill it. When Istvan said it so simply, Cameron turned away and stared at him in disgust. How did you do that? At last, with a sigh, he asked. If you have a better idea, let me know. I'd feel a lot safer if I killed him, and I'd have accomplished my second mission. To tell you the truth, I'm not entirely sure I know what I'm doing. Istvan hastened to explain what Nigidia had told him about the harpoon on board the Freya, which was purified by divine fire, the only weapon capable of killing the monster. God's harpoon. Cameron looked doubtful. And I hope it works as well as it sounds. But, you know, it might be worth a try. But then he noticed and frowned. But, Isto, isn't it true that the harpoon, which is so important, was caught in the Freya or some such ship, and sank? And even if it was not damaged so much as the Orneus, and was still tied up there, then we have to hide in that ship and get the harpoon somehow. Cameron growled and tugged at his beard. But well, it's already been decided that we're going to have to risk something anyway. He also rubs his beard, strokes his chin, and ponders a little. Maybe it's worth a try, he murmured in an unenthusiastic tone. At the very least, it might even be a more realistic idea than taking back the Orneus and fighting our way out of the ship's grave. Istvan just smiled and said nothing. As he watched, Cameron added with a sigh. The only question is the Freya still intact? At any rate, it must have been frightened off by them. You know, even our ship Orneus was attacked by them. But we're still alive, Cameron. All right. All right, well, make a plan then. When do we start? It's now. Istvan closed one eye and snapped his fingers. Right now. The day of the sea was long gone, and the evil hour was fast approaching again. The two adventurers moved agilely from rock to rock, hiding in the darkness, taking care not to slip in puddles or where rocks were submerged beneath the water. In some places there are breaks in the rock, some of which are 10 or 20 tarpaulins long. In such places, one must walk in the water as long as one can stand, and swim across when one can no longer stand. This does not mean that the land is cut off, but that it has sunk into the water, and the atoll is still there. This island may have originally been an underwater volcano or something. Or perhaps something had fallen into the middle of what had once been an ordinary island and created a huge bay, or perhaps it was just a whim of Dryadon or a miracle of Janus that had formed this strange shape of an island. But the two Valachian wolves who circled the island in the darkness had no time to think of such things. Nor do the sailors of this age have such knowledge. Without thinking, they just ran around the island. Either the blue light shines out at the same time as darkness falls, or it has been emitting light for a long time, but it is not visible in the brightness of the surroundings. In any case, with the onset of evening darkness, the location of that pale blue light source once again appears clearly behind the wreckage of the ship, casting a fuzzy blue light around us. Thanks to it, we never lost our footing even when it was dark. Do you have any weapons, Ishto? No. Apparently the dagger broke the leash while swimming. What about you? I've got my sword. Well, then, first of all, I've got to get you your weapon somehow. It is not a very large island, but it would take a couple of hours to go around it. Once again, the sea is transformed into a dreamlike and frightening sea of luminous insects. Istvan, Cameron whispered to me as he ducked down between the rocks. Look. Look, you can see the Orpheus over there. Oh, I see it. Good. I see they haven't done anything to you yet. I'll be damned if I'm going to let that beautiful ship become a ghost ship. Hold on. Istvan suddenly shouted in surprise. Don't shout too loud. We're already a long way from the island of the ships, or the light. What's the matter? Cameron, there. To the left of the black ship, that one. That's definitely the Freya, the Taluan ship in question. Viking ships are tough. Anyway, so that settles it. We just need to get over there and get that harpoon. By the way, how do we get there? Cameron squinted and tried to measure the distance to the Freya, which hovered silently in the pale light. 500 or 600 thuds, something like that. That's a lot. We'll have to swim too. Besides, it's the least likely to be noticed. Not a very pleasant way to go. Istvan shrinks from the thought of all the things he would like to feel and touch. And that's a ghost ship next to it, isn't it? I wonder if there's any way we can cut the Freya loose and bring her to us. Use a throwing rope or something. It's impossible. It's too far. Besides, there's some kind of thick rope connecting us to the boat in front of us. Cameron dared to risk being spotted, and leaned forward to look at him. And then, suddenly, his brow furrowed. Hey, look, what's going on? I see something moving on the boat. Movement. Istvan drew himself up in a panic. On the Freya? On a ghost ship? Both. Cameron squinted, trying to get a better view of the scene, which was illuminated by a pale light. This could be our chance. Apparently, the guys on the ghost ship are trying to move some of the taller humans from the Freya to the ghost ship. Others are trying to cross the gangplank from the ghost ship to the ship's island. Maybe this is... What? Do the Vikings look like anyone still alive? I think. If it's the same as the prisoners on the Orneus, that Kraken monster is going to want to do what I want him to do. Maybe he only does it once every few days. Hey, kid, if we can save the Taruan Vikings before they kill us, we might not have to face the Kraken and the dead alone, or sail the Orceus. It doesn't look good from my place. Istvan shouted impatiently. Look at that, Cameron. Are you sure it's Vikings? Aren't they the ones who have already been turned into corpses? Are they really the prisoners of war that we want to keep alive? Yeah, maybe, because a dead person being moved by a Kraken and a live person moves so differently that you can tell at a glance. And, yeah, the one behind you has a dead body in it. I can't see very well because there's another ship's mast right under me, Istvan said irritably. Look here, Cameron, look here, are there any women among these prisoners? It's easy to tell them apart because they're all alone. No matter how big they are, the Taruan men are real giants, and their hair is so long it reaches their waists. Nigidia or something, a priestess or a harpy of a ship. Cameron stopped looking at him, turned and glanced at Istvan. I hear you're interested in the girl, Isht. Hey, Cameron. Wait, right now, the Vikings are being passed over the gangplank one by one. They must really be giants if they look this big from here. I guess. Second from the back, there's one that's a bit smaller all over. And seems to have longer hair. Maybe that's it, that's the girl. Cameron threw a punch at Istvan's shoulder. Don't worry. She's still alive, apparently. Just so you know, I don't have anything to do with her. I know. Come on, Isto. They're all preoccupied with the ritual. And, as I saw on the Orneus, during this ritual, all the dead men come on shore, and during the kiss of the Kraken or whatever, they lie down and become motionless like dead men. Like dead men, though they must have been dead men in the first place, and they will not move. I'm sure they can't move without the Kraken giving them a boost of energy. So, if you want to get on board the Freya, now's the time, Isto. Good. As soon as you say. Istvan leaped up at will, but hid himself between the rocks so as not to be seen by the island, and began to creep along where the rocks were broken or lowered. The Cameron continues. Come on. Cameron whispered to me as we came down to the edge of the waves. He stands first and gently lowers himself into the water. They do not dare to jump in, for fear of attracting attention by splashing and noise. They swam quietly towards the Freya, diving for the most part, only occasionally poking their heads above the water to get their bearings and catch their breath. Although Istvan was more than 20 years younger than Cameron, it was Cameron who reached his goal first. He poked his head out to look, but the blue light was too bright on that side for him to see, and when he found that he could not crawl up into the boat without being seen, he ducked down again and went through the bottom of the boat to the other side. Seeing this, Istvan turned and swam to the same side. The huge body of the Freya was now right on top of them. This side of the boat was in the shadow of the ship, and it was dark. They swam softly around to find a ladder, a mere stepping stone attached to the side of the boat, which they could use to climb up and down out of the water. Push up my body, Cameron, Istvan whispered, holding on to the bottom step of it with one hand. I'll go in first and see what's going on. I'm going. I'm lighter than you, Cameron, with my pale iris. You might run into a sentry. Give me your sword. Be careful. Without saying another word, Cameron swam to his feet, cut the cord that bound the sword to his back, and handed it to the boy. Istvan takes it in his mouth and pushes himself up the ladder. He crawls up the ladder with care and agility. When he could reach the edge of the boat, he gently poked his head out and pulled it back, repeating the process several times to make sure that there was no enemy. Holding on to the boat's edge with one hand, he signals to Cameron, who is waiting below, to come. But he did not wait for Cameron to come up, but boldly stepped over the edge of the boat and jumped down into the water. He quickly took his sword and looked around as he prepared himself. The Freya is completely still, and there is no sign of the living, the dead, or even a corpse. It was, indeed, a death ship. Are you all right, Ishto? On guard. They're not here. They've all landed. A Cameron climbs up, and it too climbs over the railing with ease. There were sword and axe wounds here and there on the deck, the sails hung slack, and here and there were black pools of blood that had not yet completely dried up. There was no sound. Ishto, your face. You look like a dead man. Cameron chuckled at this. Istvan looked down at his hands. It, too, and his own face, were pale with the blue phosphorescence that was now so near. You too, Cameron. Istvan smiled, picked up his sword from the floor, gave it back to Cameron, and put it in his belt. Cameron was tugging at the cuffs of his clothes. Now, there's no time. Where's the harpoon? If they hadn't taken it, it would have been attached to the bow. The bow. The one you can see from the island. It's a bit tricky to get to. Why don't you just crawl on your belly and stretch out like a water snake? So, let's go. They were about to make their move. Cameron's hand suddenly reached out and grasped Istvan's shoulder. In a panic, Istvan looks towards where Cameron has squeezed his chin to look. And he saw. In the blue light, the Kraken is slowly emerging. That's the one. In a hushed voice, Cameron whispered. Oh. Istvan whispered back. He felt that if he shouted louder, he would be instantly recognized. That's tremendous. I heard Cameron gulp down his spit. If you look at it closely, you'll see that it's not of this world. What a monster, this thing. Oh. Istvan couldn't look away from it, he just couldn't. Sluggishly, the monster is about to reveal itself at the edge of the hole, with that disgusting, infinitely fragile and awkward unnaturalness that we have already seen several times, as if it were not well adapted to the gravity of this planet. Its slimy black body glistens faintly in the pale light, and its thick tentacles twist and wriggle beneath it. It crawled up slowly, stood up at the edge of the hole and raised its tentacles. On the underside of the tentacle I could see a faint white thread, as if it were a sucker, or perhaps a small insect, attached to it. It was flickering under the tentacle. It was a sight that made me want to vomit. Beneath the buzzing tentacles, the brave captive Vikings were lined up in a row, their hands tied behind their backs, and tied in a bead. The Vikings, faced so closely with this hair-raising monster, did not flinch, but stared at it resolutely. Behind him the dead are lined up, pale and illuminated. What do they feel? Was it fear, or was it that they were so far removed from all worldly pain and sorrow that they felt nothing at all as they stood with glassy eyes under the pale aurora borealis on this dreary island in the far south? Nor could it be known from their strangely distressing appearance. The Kraken's tentacles twirl in a slow, strange, spell-like dance. It may have been a kind of magic or ritual, unknown to the people of this world but very real to those who were not of this world. The thick, buzzing tentacles with their white suckers were flung up to the sky and brushed over the heads of the prisoners, as if the priests of a cursed pagan religion were blessing and baptizing their followers in a strange way. Nigidia. The eyes of Istvan, however, soon left the monster and fixed themselves on a single point. Nigidia. The boy from the south, I like you. His ear is pierced with the whisper of the wild and the generous. The Viking woman stood among the giants with her breasts outstretched, her hands tied behind her back. Istvan remembered her saying that the Kraken had killed her lover. The Kraken had killed her lover, and she had gone on a long, long journey. 7 years ago, she was probably still a girl, almost a girl. She said that in the snowy country of the north, where she had never been, once one of the lovers had died, the other was not allowed to find a new lover, at least not among the same Vikings. Chastity, perhaps, is the best kind of chastity. Like the white bird of the marshes, which, when one of its mates dies, lies on its dead body and dies a mute death without food or water, the white bird, which bears the name of the goddess of chastity and truth, is called by some they call it the symbol of pure love and chastity. But it was also a tradition of cruel sacrifice. To ask a young Nigidia to spend the rest of her life alone, in solitude, traveling in search of revenge for her lover, the northern winter must be long and freezing cold. It is a season of white and heavy demons, when two people lean on each other, embrace each other warmly, and only the warmth of human skin can finally keep them warm. It's too long and cold for me to sit alone and watch the ghost of my mistress, and yet she has always kept that flame of light burning without end. Far away to the Sea of Norn, to the Sea of Corsair, and to the southern Sea of Lent, where she had no hope, and where death awaited her if she found it, she traveled in the dark. And even those months could not, at last, diminish, let alone extinguish, the fierce passion and ardent love of life which she had been born with. How fiercely she hated, loved, and hungered. How her embrace was not that of a lonely infant, forsaken and frozen, but that of a dignified woman, full of pride and ardor, always upright, never afraid to take what she wanted. And now she must be tied up helplessly in front of the enemy she has sought for 7 years. The Kraken's strange, slow dance, or ritual, seemed to be coming to an end. It was twisting its tentacles in an intricate pattern in the air, and was slowly descending downwards, over the heads of its captives. The tentacles wrapped themselves around the body of the first Viking before the gasping eyes of the watchers. There was a cracking sound and the rope snapped. The next moment, the victim's body was lifted high into the air. When it was lifted to the top of the Kraken's head, it disappeared in a flash. Istvan rubbed his eyes. It had literally disappeared. It was as if there was a huge, invisible mouth, into which the body of the victim had been thrown and the mouth had been closed. It was so sudden, so perfect a disappearance, that there was hardly time for the viewer to feel any fear, or even unnaturalness. It was as if the apparition had simply vanished into the light. Perhaps that was why there was such a strange, dreamlike silence and vague self-doubt about the place. Even the Vikings seemed incapable of realizing the terrible fate that was to befall them next. They looked up at it in some vague way, and watched the tentacles of the Kraken descend again. The other one disappeared into thin air. Istvan could not make out any Niordic figure in the line or among the two who had already been eliminated. He could not be sure, for he was not near enough to them to be able to distinguish their faces from the equally tall Vikings, unlike Nigidia, who was instantly recognizable as a woman. But somehow he felt that he could recognize Niordo, already dead, lying in the heap of corpses that had been built up beside him. The execution of the Kraken, or, at least, of his accursed wish, seems to be slowly but steadily erasing the ranks of the Vikings in the air. Already 4 Vikings have disappeared. Nigidia was standing at the end of the line. Nigidia was standing at the end of the line, and Istvan could see her pale face clearly, as she watched the end of her companions and looked straight into the inhuman eyes of the monster without flinching. Suddenly, he stood up. Cameron's hand grabbed him by the arm and held him back. "Stay down. They'll find you. Tell me about it," Istvan gasped. "We'll save Nigidia. I'm going to put that lance in him." "Wait. You can't get there from here. You want to waste your one chance, don't you? Because if you don't, somehow, we have to get the boat a bit closer to there." With great strength Cameron grasped Istvan's arm and refused to let go. "They're lucky, they're all preoccupied over there. While you're at it, cut the rope and get the boat moving." "I don't have time for that," Istvan shouted. "We have to help them now." There are only 3, no, 2, of us left in Nigidia. Talk to me. Please. Tell me, Cameron. Can't you hear me, Hana-san? I can't let you do that to me. Let me go. Or you'll be. I'll never leave you, Istvan. Chee. Istvan suddenly ducked to escape Cameron's grasp. But Cameron had been expecting it all along. Cameron's hand was firmly planted on Istvan's torso, bullying him with its wings. The boy struggled, but Cameron's strength was far greater. God damn it. Istvan immediately stooped down and, despite the pain that threatened to tear his arm from his firm grasp, he thrust his head into Cameron's stomach with all his might. With a groan, Cameron turned over and clutched his stomach. With that, Istvan ran towards the bow of the ship with great speed. Harpoon, I think, Olaf on the bow. Already the Kraken has lost another Viking in the air, and there is only one left to take to Nigidia. If the harpoon had been removed by the hands of dead men, everything would be all right. Istvan called out Janice' name without realizing it. Janice, have mercy. Oh, Janice. Nigidia. Suddenly, his eyes lit up like a wolf's. The harpoon was there. It was still there, with Olaf on the bow of the boat, and no one was looking back. Thank you, Janice. Istvan jumped at it. How do I make it move? How do I make it move? Heavy, bent in two, with a sharpened blade, firmly attached to a long rope. Istvan staggered as he tried to lift it. The harpoon, which the big Viking handled easily with one hand, was too heavy for the boy. Wait, Isto. Only then did Cameron come to him. Istvan did not look back. If you bother me one more time, I'll kill you for real. He was yelling and pulling hard to attach the harpoon to the launcher. Don't bother. But wait 5 seconds while I turn the ship. From here, the Kraken will be a little slow. We can't wait. Nigidia. Isht. Suddenly, Istvan felt Cameron's hand grasp his shoulder with great force. The force was such that his arm went numb. Istvan turned and looked into Cameron's glittering black eyes. You. Cameron whispered to me. You, the woman. Is that so? Istvan made no reply. Cameron stared at his face, and then nodded resolutely. Okay. All right. Give me the lance. Cameron. The kid can't hold it up. Come on. Cameron put his hand on the harpoon. Instantly, his face turned pale. The giant's harpoon was not of easy weight. Cameron cried out, threw off his coat, and clutched at the lance. Hard, twisted muscles grew on his skinny body, and the huge harpoon rose up slowly. Cameron quickly set it in the ejection slot and, without wiping off the sweat that was pouring down his face, he began to manipulate the long rope and the machine, which he could not do without. Istvan put out his hand to help him, but was immediately thrown away. Go away, kid, he yelled. We're going to knock off the rope that connects this boat to the ghost ship. Okay. Without saying another word, Istvan ran up to the boat, raised himself from the edge and severed the rope with a crash. However, he remains in the same position, looks towards the land and lets out a piercing cry. The tentacles of the Kraken were now buzzing above Nigidia's head, oblivious to the noise on board. In the ranks of the dead there seemed to be a faint wave of agitation. They had evidently already noticed the 2 men hovering over the Freya. But though they looked back at us, as if they were puppets that could only move at the command of the Kraken, they made no further attempt to come towards us, or to do anything to defend themselves. Nigidia! Istvan exclaimed. Nigidia! As she was about to be engulfed by the tentacles of the Kraken, the warrior looked back and said. And he saw Istvan leaning over the bow of the Freya. Although they were so far apart, Istvan thought, he could still see the cloud-like smile on the white face, framed by the red hair. Nigidia! Isht! Behind him, as in a deep dream, he heard Cameron shouting. It's done. I'm gonna shoot it out. Pull your head in. It was as if he were in a deep, entrancing dream from which he could not awake. He clung dreamily to the railing at the bow of the boat with his head down, listening to the dull sound of the huge spring springing back and the thud of the harpoon. Nam-san. Please, reach me, Janice. Lure. Cameron's cries are vaguely audible. The kraken had stopped moving. Now, just as it was about to come down from above Nigidia's head, it held its tentacles in the air and turned its head towards us, as if it was curious about something. His inhuman, mischievous eyes looked straight at me, as if he was thinking of something, and in his huge red eyes there was a light that seemed to scorn and despise the little people who dared to oppose him. The harpoon flies through the air. Behind it a rope slips out. No. Cameron, measuring quickly, groaned. No, I can't reach it. Damn it, give me strength, Ishto. Do. Let's just do it. Damn it. Cameron snatched the sword from Istvan's hand and ran to the side of the injection machine. They stare at the ropes as if to bite them, but when the time is right, they suddenly raise their swords. Janice. With a shout, he drew his sword and cut off the rope at the moment when it had reached its full length. Cameron. Pray to God, Ishto. Istvan clung to Cameron and stared at the harpoon with frenzied eyes. When the rope was cut off, it slid further than its original range, hanging over the land. But still, it was too far away to hit the kraken. As Cameron and Istvan looked on in prayer, it suddenly turned downwards and struck the ground with a thud. The kraken flails its tentacles angrily. Immediately the dead rose up as if they had received some inner command, and rushed towards us in dispersion. They were about to cross the gangplank, when suddenly they stood still in a mass. And then, just as I was thinking, the figure vanished. On the deck of the Freya, they appeared as suddenly as they had disappeared. But neither Istvan nor Cameron had time to be frightened by this. For in the next moment they were both engaged in a frenzied fight with a host of enemies. Ishto. Stay close to me, Cameron raved. Istvan tried to answer him, but there was no time for that. He had to cut off the creepy dead soldiers who were coming from all directions. The faces of the dead are pale and illuminated, and their glazed eyes do not seem to see them. But his power was strong and his thrusts were accurate. The two men had to use all their skill and strength to escape it. They did not have time to look back, but behind them the kraken flung its tentacles in a slow motion towards the ship, as if there were many invisible threads at the end of its tentacles, which controlled and moved the dead. There is no limit to the number of the dead, and they seemed to multiply one after the other. Istvan's hands were numb, and though he fought on, the sword was now too heavy for his hands, and his feet almost slipped. Again and again he dodged the axes and swords of the dead, but gradually his movements began to lose their agility. Ishto! Cameron ranted as he tied the knot. It's dangerous. He ran into the air and almost knocked away the dead man who was trying to cut down Istvan from behind. Isht! No, Cameron! Istvan gasped. Perhaps for the first time in his short life he had to speak those words with all his heart. There are too many of them. We're fucked. Bollocks. Stand up. It's dangerous. I can't move anymore. I can't. Get up, you idiot. Cameron covered Istvan with his sword and caught the blow of the enemy. Well, it's too early to say goodbye. Look, Cameron's sword flew out of his hand with a crash. He instinctively puts up his hands to defend himself. And then, suddenly, all the time in the world seemed to stop. Suddenly, everything seemed to stand still. Everything became a strange, clear screen. And in the midst of that time, which was like a world of another dimension, they saw, in the pale light of the island of the Kraken, a figure with red hair and a leather bodyguard suddenly left its place and ran. Nigidia. In her wake is a huge harpoon, half stuck in the ground, forgotten. When Nigidia finally came near the harpoon, for the first time, Kraken seemed to understand her intentions. It began to stretch its tentacles towards her in a lazy way. Nigidia now has her hand on the harpoon, which seems too huge even for her large body, and is trying to pull it out of the ground. People, Istvan, Cameron, the dead, and the whole world, watched her with bated breath. Her movements seemed too slow even for the slow, jerky movements of the Kraken. She shakes the harpoon lazily and tries to pull it out, but it is stuck in the ground. She immediately put all her weight on the end of the harpoon and tried to pry it out using it as a lever. Slowly, the tentacles of the kraken loomed behind her, but now with a clear anger and murderous intent. Nigidia! Ishtvan tried to shout, but his voice was stuck in his throat. Nigidia pulled out a harpoon. By that time, the tentacles of the kraken had already begun to coil around her. But she did not take off her harpoon. The kraken tries to lift her up. She raised her hands with all her might and raised the harpoon high in the air. And he threw it at the monster like a spear. Once again, all time has ceased to flow. And they saw. It is not a continuous time, but resembles a few torn pictures. The harpoon swoops gently into the red eyes of the kraken. Suddenly, the body of Nigidia is separated from the tentacles of the kraken, and is flung up into the air at a great height. The world was nothing but a blue screen, devoid of any sound. The next moment, Ishtvan does not remember what happened. Cameron, too, could not tell him that. They can say with certainty that the world will suddenly be filled with a white-hot blue, and that they will be able to say, and all the blue exploded in their eyes at once, that's all. They were probably unconscious for several minutes or even seconds. Their ears and eyes were covered with a horrible blue darkness, and a sensation of falling without end seized them. They did not even know whether they were shouting or not. In their dying consciousness, all the sounds and flashes of light suddenly burst forth and flowed into them like a rushing torrent. Time and space have lost all their meaning. They were two leaves of a tree being tossed about in the torrent. They could not even tell where they were, or which way they were facing, in the blue torrent. They wished to return to the farthest reaches of the universe, to a strange, unseen, unimagined, blue planet, devoid of trees and grass, uninhabited of course, just desolate and covered with a blue hue, but they were unable to do so. I thought I heard the last lament of a soul that had never been able to do so, in a dream. Then came the darkness. Ishtvan was dreaming. Someone he had met in a dream once before, in the same way, was standing over him. It was the figure of a woman who seemed to be covered with a brilliant drop of light. He knew that he had to go to her. But his hand did not move, and even the voice that called to him was dry in his throat. He heard a voice whispering to him, "Always love what you have got. Then he will know that he has found favor. It's the truth, oh witch of light." Something responded to something. But he will not find peace, for he will always want more. I won't find out for a long time. A more dignified voice than the first, and later, one corrected him. But if he wishes, he can have it whenever he wishes, the peace of God, which is in every man's heart. But if only he'd asked. "Tell me about it," he shouted. "What am I to find, the throne of the world? Or the love of a gentle woman, wealth and adventure, or how? What am I to gain? When? Answer me. There is a sense that something is quietly disappearing from this space. Who are you? Who are you?" He tried to scream. Something clutched at his throat. An immense pain washed over him. The sensation of falling into nothingness seized him again, and he opened his eyes. He felt that he had been out of it for a long time, but in reality, he had probably only lost sight of the world for a few seconds. But... Caw! Ishtvan staggered back and gasped in disbelief. "Cameron! He's gone." "Oh." Cameron's trembling voice can be heard. The two men stared at each other, dumbfounded. There was nothing there, not the blue, fuzzy light source, not the blue light that seemed to make the world blue and belong to another dimension, and not the plotting monsters. And even the cursed, strange and disgusting forms of the dead. On the island made of the wreckage of the ship, there was nothing, except the figure of a woman lying in the middle of it, and many corpses that had died long ago, which had ceased to move at all. There was no sign of anything moving around. The familiar light of Iris, pale, but not in the least suspicious or monstrous, shines on the sea and the island. And when Ishtvan sprang into the sea and ran to the edge of the boat to swim towards Nigidia, Cameron caught him by the arm and held him back. He shook his head silently at Ishtvan, who turned round. The woman's head snapped straight back at an angle that no living man could have made, and her arms and legs were also thrown out in a strange twist. She shone in the moonlight as if she were wet, and did not move a muscle, no matter how long I stared at her. At a considerable distance from her, as if it had only been there from the beginning, as if it were a strange plant that had grown naturally from there, a huge harpoon was perched on top of it. Epilogue. It was not until 3 or 4 days after that they left the sea. The days were spent by them first in burying the dead who had been sacrificed to the kraken. Some of the corpses seemed to have died a long time ago, and others were badly damaged. It was not a pretty job, but Cameron and Istvan did not necessarily consider it a very unpleasant one. Perhaps it was because the fact that these unfortunate people, who had been wandering for so long, and who had not even been allowed to rest in the sleep of their final death, were now at last free from the spell of the kraken, and could return to their natural habitat, somehow solemnized both the cheerful Cameron and the cynical the fact that he was now free from the spell of the kraken, and could return to his true home, must have moved both the cheerful Cameron and the cynical boy to a solemn mood. There were 50 of them, and it would have been impossible for 2 men to dig all of them in a short time, and besides, there was not enough room on this small, rocky island. Moreover, though they did not know why, it seemed to them that the decomposition of dead bodies, even those that had been dead a long time, was arrested while they were under the control of the kraken, and that the power of decomposition began to advance rapidly after the kraken had disappeared. In the course of a few days in this hot southern island, they had already begun to deteriorate considerably. Besides, they knew that these dead bodies were all sailors, originally from Tarun, Rentier, and various other seafaring countries, who had been lost on their voyages to the kraken. The grave of a sailor is always at the bottom of the sea. So Cameron and Istvan joined forces and decided to bring the corpses to the opposite end of the ship's island from the entrance to the ship's graveyard, and from there to discharge them into the sea. Among the dead there were some from Wallachia, their home, and some dark-skinned sailors from Friancia, far to the south. There were also red-haired and white-skinned Vikings of Tarun, some of them old and some of them not yet 20. But at any rate, Cameron and Istvan knew that all of them were brothers of the sea, that they had lived in the sea and had died unhappy deaths in the sea. And that was all that mattered. And when they cast their dead into the sea, they would sing the chant of Dryad, and they would wish that their hearts would not be troubled by the thought of the dead, and that they would be gentle in the couches of the eternal and the far away, and that they would be a light to guide their brethren on the sea, and that they would be guardians for the safety and security of the ships that sail through the sea. May he be a light to guide our seafaring brethren, and a guardian of the safety and security of our seafaring ships. It was a long, difficult, and solemn task. Cameron and Istvan worked without a break, but it still took them 3 full days to finish it all. The dead were carried along by the current, which was held back by the rock and the man-made island, and they floated along, and at the time of the tide they drifted away silently and without a sound. The tide came twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, so that the corpses that were washed up after the evening tide often hovered on the still surface of the sea until the morning. In the darkness, countless numbers of the dead wandered about, the water shimmering with the remains of the sea folk, their hair spreading out like seaweed. And at night, it became a sea of glowing blue luminescent insects. It was the same blue light, but how different it was from the blue interdimensional light of the kraken. They were not like that blue, but glittering and infinitely gentle and sad. And as they shone upon the dead also shone pale and gentle, and glittered upon all the waters. But when the next morning came, and the lure shone out brilliantly, they ended their last voiceless feast, and went away on the tide to who knows where. And after they had buried all the dead in water, they buried Nigidia in water. They made special provision for this brave warrior of the north, and wrapped her in a Taluan weave which they had found in the Freya, and clasped her hands together at her breast, and placed on her a bronze ornament, like the talisman of Nigidia, which was also in the Freya. And they waited until the evening tide was over, that she might return to the sea. Then they slowly lifted up the body of the Viking girl, wrapped in cloth, and threw it into the sea, chanting the Dryadic verses. As the Dryads hold you, O daughter of the sea, Cameron chanted in a slow, low voice. Your spirit will protect the sea from evil. May his wrath never ravage the sea. Let your light guide my friends on the sea. Let the heart of Dryadon rest in peace with his soul. Nymphs, take thy sister unto thee. Even after they had finished their chanting, they were reluctant to leave, and would not go back to the cave on the island where they had made a temporary halt, but knelt on the edge of the water and stared at the sea in silence. Luminous insects glittered on the northern girl, and she seemed to be sleeping in a cocoon of light. Neither Cameron nor Istvan spoke to each other, but both of them thought of her for a long time, as they gazed at her swaying form. How different, perhaps, is this sea from the sea of ice and snow in the north, where she was born and bred. But this water goes all the way north to Norn, beyond the Corsair Sea. And they thought together that the tide might carry her beyond the Sea of Corsair to the Sea of Norn, her home. May the scales, if they are minded, not disturb her in her sleep, may she flow onward and upward, may this cocoon of light be there for ever and ever, even in the morning. And when the morning comes, and the night comes, and the night comes, and the morning comes again, and the sky and the sea are deep and deserted, and not Janus and Lure and Iris, but the nameless gods of the north, may the luminaries attend her, thought Istvan. For she is worthy of it. Often in the morning, when they stood there again, there was no longer a cocoon of light. She, too, had drifted away after the other dead. After all the funerals, the Sea of Lent is still and thickly blue, spreading out under the light of the Lure. Cameron and Istvan, as sailors are wont to do, drew water from the sea, stripped themselves, and washed their bodies away. To the breast of Dryadon, which swalloweth up the dead, shall the living live. Until one day it is their turn to die. The water of Dryadon's purification was cold and pure. When they had done this, Cameron and Istvan sent for the Orneus, so that it could tow the Freya. They then tied the two ships together in a cove, and they took from the cargo of the Freya all the food, water and other things they could lay their hands on, and put them into the Orneus, and made ready for their departure. Then they set fire to the wreckage of the ship, which constituted an island of ships and prevented the tide from flowing out. They were very old, and perhaps some of them had only been held together by the power of the Kraken. Already, in the course of the funeral, they had felt that they were about to fall away, and several times they had felt that they were about to sway and fall away, but now, when they set fire to some of the first ships, they immediately rose up but now, when I set fire to the last few boats, they rose up and fell in. The island of the ship, as it appeared to be, was probably completely hollow. And after almost a day and a night, when it was falling into the sea, there came a huge wave. The cunning Cameron especially foreseeing this puts the Orneus round the outside of the island. At last the tide, which had been holding back the ships, found a way out, and many of the ships which had formed the ship's grave were now slowly being lifted out of the place by the tide. Among them was the Freya. At first Cameron thought of towing the lost Viking ship to Wallachia, but he gave up the idea when he realized that it would be very difficult. As they watched the multitude of drifters drift out to sea, no longer in the shape of a ship's grave, Cameron and Istvan also raised the sails of the Orneus and left these sad waters with the tide. In 5 days we will be at Iphigenia, the largest island in the Terran archipelago. On his old ship, but having lost all his crew, Cameron looked out at the wreckage of many ships floating down the sea and said, "The tide will take us there, and it will not be very difficult. I'll get a new crew in the port of Iphigenia and return to Wallachia. I'll have to inform Lord Lotus of what happens. Regardless, the Kraken and its ghost ships will no longer haunt the seas of Lent, and these waters will no longer be a graveyard for ships. My mission has been accomplished. What do you say, Istvan? Are you coming back to Wallachia with me? Or..." "No." Istvan, with his long hair exposed to the sea breeze, looked far away, as if he were trying to find far Wallachia on the horizon. "I'm not going back to Wallachia. I don't mind the wrath of Ollitravan, but if I go back to Wallachia, I'll have nothing to do and no one to wait for me. I'll never go back to Wallachia, Cameron." "Well..." Cameron stared at the boy. There was a strange light in his eyes, perhaps it was just something that came out of Istvan himself and showed itself in his eyes. Istvan was no longer exactly the same 16-year-old boy he had been before. Something different had begun to flourish in those bright black eyes, and he was now a young wolf about to take his first steps into the real world. That's fine, too. So, what are you going to do, Istvan? I'm looking for a boat to take me to Iphigenia. Istvan's mind was already made up. Corsair, or merchant ship to the east. I'm on a ship going somewhere, Cameron. I want to see the world with my own eyes. If I could, I would visit the countries of the north and the east. I'm going on a long journey. I'd see a lot of things. And one day you'll come back to me. Cameron laughed. There was something in his laughter that seemed to combine human wisdom, patience and hope in a gentle way. You're young, Istvan. And I've lived longer than you. I know how to wait. Istvan, if one day you need my help in any way, I'll be in Wallachia waiting for it. Someday, you know, Cameron. Someday. Istvan smiled. A fearless, almost a man's fullness, a laugh of self-belief. What was that all about? He murmured. The monster, the kraken. I wonder if it really came from a world other than this one. In my dream, I think I saw the world it lived in. I wonder if it is beyond this sea, or here, or here. Cameron pointed to the clear, blue, cloudless sky, and then to the sea below. Looking back, he might have been a poor fellow. He would have liked to go back to the world, wherever that was. Like the Vikings who never made it back to the North Sea. I'll tell you what you need to know, Cameron. Istvan lay down on the deck and said to himself. I wasn't in love with Nigidia. I shared a bed with her once, but I didn't love her. Maybe one day I'll love only the Lady of Light. Until then, I'll never love anyone. I knew it, Cameron said softly and stretched out his hand to ruffle Istvan's hair. I know everything there is to know about you, Istvan. I didn't love Nigidia, Istvan repeated. Then he added softly, but she was a good woman. That Taruan woman was the best woman I've ever seen. Oh, Cameron also tweeted. A good woman. Brave, fiery, dedicated, the kind of woman you don't see very often. The kind you don't find in Wallachia. I saw it in your eyes. I saw it in your eyes when you said you wouldn't let him kill her, Istvan. I've never seen you so desperate in my life. She was a good woman, Nigidia. I won't forget her for a long time, so thought Istvan. But there may be only one woman I love. Where is she, and what is she doing now, when I am lying on the deck of the Orneus, south of Lent, thinking of her? When, where and why I will meet her, who she is, I do not know yet. The years that they had to cross in the blue, blue sea of Lent lay before them. It does not tell the whole story. I'll dream of it one day. I will remember that sea of glowworms and the kraken, and Nigidia, and you beside me, again, long afterwards. Istvan murmured to the sky and sea of Lent.